What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the gridlocked District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Shout out to NATO doing what they do, just shutting down every road in sight. Good morning, Brian.
What up, dog?
How was the ride in?
Good. All right, about the same.
Really? You just got a late start today?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I figured you were stuck because I don't know how many roads are closed, but they got everything pushing to Independence Avenue. Like, is Constitution just closed?
I don't know if Constitution closed. I get off at Independence every day, and if I get there after 9:30, it's exactly like that every day. So but if I get there before 9:30, you roll right through.
So I came down early this morning because I was trying to go downstairs, and I left my house at like 8:30, which normally I'd be here by like 9:15, and I didn't get in till like 9:45. Now, some of that was just whoever's in charge of Massachusetts Avenue by Wisconsin Avenue refuses to enforce parking laws, and everybody's just allowed to park on the street and just block traffic, even though.
Well, you saw one car that was blocking right when you get closer to where you go to Haynes Point.
Yeah, dude.
They had that
one car can impact.
But they had that one lane blocked off right before you get up on 395.
Yeah.
Why?
I think NATO.
But
they've got
the question would
lot
be
closed down.
But the question would be why? Because that road right there, all it does is lead you up to 395, and to make it go to one lane for basically 25 yards and go back to two lanes makes no sense whatsoever.
You know what we should legit try to do? I may have her number and I can text her, but I know you're tight with the family. We should see if Melissa Millette can join us today. And, I mean, she knows the traffic in this city.
Yeah.
The NATO joint's going all weekend, right, Landfill? Like, I think NATO's here until Friday. The amount of roads that are closed, maybe this information is available. But if you're driving downtown, dude, buckle up. How was your ride?
I know a lot of people were told that don't even come. I was playing golf with my man on Sunday, or Saturday or Sunday, and he was told that they told him don't come in this week.
Yeah.
I think they should have told.
I wish somebody would tell us that. Landini, you had a tough ride, correct?
Yeah, everything was basically good until it came to cross the bridge, but then like all the roads were closed and it took a half an hour longer than normal.
Yeah. When I got here, and you know how Mr. Mullins usually sets up shop in that little studio in the hallway there? When I got here and the lights were out in there, I was like, oh, boy.
Out and where?
Like, Landfill wasn't in that studio where he sets up shop. I think, is it possible that 395, like once you come over the 14th Street Bridge, just going up to, the mall and everything, I think that just might be closed.
Possibly.
There's
let's cross the bridge, then you got to go right. So I would think that to go straight into 14th, no. But, I mean, listen, bro. The one thing you have to realize, I don't care if it's a government event, professional, like sports event. Everybody have to understand, if you have 100 streets and you block off 70 of them, you're going to have some damn gridlock.
Sure.
So you got to figure out a better way. I mean, they have to figure out a better way because what they do sometimes, I don't think it's any type of method to their madness. They just say, oh, let's block this street. You need to find out which streets you can get people rolling through the city quicker to get to where they're going instead of they will block off the streets that are the most vitally important and then have the ones that are not wide open. Makes no damn sense.
Jeffrey, how was your ride?
My ride was smooth getting here, but I left out early too.
You did seem here early. Also, we got a package that Jeff really wanted to open. Did you notice that? Jeff just sent like 8 texts about this package asking if you could open it.
Now, let's be real. Every package that comes here, I'm always the bomb squad that have to open it. So I asked, did you want me to open it? Because it says ship to the B. Mitch and Finley show. But then I seen that
we got more information. Yes.
Yeah.
So apparently the NATO summit runs through July 11th, which is Thursday. Yeah. So today's the first day, which would lead me to believe that tomorrow will be the worst day of traffic. And then are the Nats home Thursday?
No.
Okay. Thank God they're on the road because they have a day game. You imagine you get NATO and a Nats day game? That'd be just a blast around here.
You just gotta leave early.
The other thing I can tell
you, leave your house at 7.
Yeah, I'd have to leave my house when the junks come on the air.
But you know what would happen? The day you leave super early to prepare for your roll right on in here and be here so damn early, you'd be upset. Because like my daughter had to do, they have like a offsite thing today. And she was like, what time should I leave? And I told her what time to leave, expecting it to be a little traffic because of NATO as well. She was there like 45 minutes early.
Better that way than the other way.
Yeah, totally.
The one thing I wonder is I've covered enough NFL owners meetings by now that they're always scheduled for 3 days, but because these dudes all have private jets and they can just be done when they want to be done, that the last day usually ends way earlier than expected. These NATO dudes all got private jets. You think they're just bouncing?
Jay. The NFL owners just do it just to get away, have a little fun. These dudes here are trying to impress people to make sure they deserve the money that they're making. So no, they're not going home early. They may try to stay late. Let's be real.
I suppose NATO's got a lot going on anyway with whatever they got going on. Shout out to all the NATO dudes here. Hope you're enjoying town. Try a half smoke. Maybe check out Nucci's front porch. I think that should be on all lists of local landmarks at this point.
Yeah.
What did you play golf yesterday?
No.
So Shelby had.
I played.
Did you?
I didn't hit well.
Shelby didn't either.
When I say no, I mean I didn't. Well for me. Not well for me would probably be great for you or Jeff.
Let's not put me and Jeff in the same sentence.
Well, if you shot like an 83, 84, you would be happy as hell.
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't well.
Yeah, but Jeff would double that. I'm just saying.
If Jeff shot
putting
84,
me and Jeff in the same sentence isn't fair.
He
just shot a 147. You told me
he did. He's garbage.
Yeah, like
I think I could compete with JP.
You think?
Yes, I think I could.
I think I would put some money on that.
Okay,
but I'm betting for JP.
That's fine. Get your money.
If we're playing actual golf,
what you have to do is if both of you go with my mindset to where you have to take a shot on the first hole, you're gonna have fun the rest of the time.
I have fun when we play golf.
You might compete with him.
I have fun when we play golf.
Once he get there, he get some shots like you.
I have fun when we play golf.
Sometimes you get a little too serious.
When
you're not hitting it very well, and you do your Tyrannosaurus Rex move.
my little arms.
You do that, or
I do have a weird ear tick.
when the geese start attacking you.
Landfill, are you aware that I have a weird ear tick on the golf course? People love.
Oh, you got bro.
Love that.
It is. He does it like every time. And at first, I was like,
I do it on the tee.
I saw him do it the first time. I was like, okay.
I'm releasing my back.
Then I started seeing it every hole. I'm like, what the hell is that?
It doesn't surprise me.
It reminds me of like a dinosaur move.
Maybe. I can't really. It's weird. I don't know what else to say. I've tried to limit it and just get away from weird ticks on the golf course. But dude, so were you in a cart yesterday?
Yeah.
So
you want me to walk?
Bro, I had to walk. I'm not even playing.
Well,
at least you get to play. But I'm scoring kids.
But you carrying the clubs?
No, they don't carry their own clubs.
You good.
B.
You walking, dog, with nothing.
I'm not walking. I'm standing. Because here's the thing. They got junior golf is kids playing 3 holes, right?
Yeah.
But say they got 10 groups of kids out there.
Yeah.
And they're 7, 8 years old.
Okay.
They get in one of those traps. You think that kid's getting out?
Nah. Kind of like Jeff.
It takes so long, and you're backed up on every hole. Not only was I not walking, I was just standing in the heat.
Start stretching and moving around a little bit.
Standing.
Do you have to stand in the same spot, or can you walk back and forth?
I mean, I'm moving around, but it's just there's nowhere to go. There's
I would get me about 15,000 steps off of that little round.
I bet I did.
Back and forth.
I bet I did, because I mean the 3 boys I was scoring for were really nice kids, and you help them, but like they don't remember to get their bag. They don't remember to not walk. I mean, the way a 8-year-old boy wants to play a sand trap is to jump in it, roll around in it like it's a like it's a war movie at the beach.
Exactly.
And so you got to try to like herd these cats, dude. It's cool, and all the parents volunteer, and like another parents volunteering with Shelby, and I appreciate everybody's time and effort. But it was hot, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hot.
Hey, man. Gotta hydrate.
I did, and I took a cold shower when I got home, which felt terrific. You want me to give him that?
Thank you,
give him
Jeffrey.
that? All right. Dude, giving it another day. Do you care more or less the same about the Brandon Aiyuk nonsense?
I did a Hoffman show, and I basically went through the same things, and I feel the same about it. Just to where, listen, I have no problem with Brandon Aiyuk having his agenda, long as he keeps himself into it and not bringing Jaden into it. And I'm like, Jaden, that's his friend, and people are going to talk and share things, especially if you're in the same profession. I'm sure he's not going to trade secrets with them and things of that nature. But ultimately, you also have to be leery of a person that every time y'all do something, he has to take it to the public. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So even if it's just a conversation, you're like, yo, dog, man, I would rather you not post stuff that we talk about or that things like that, because it's putting me in a bad light with my team, my teammates. And I don't want fans thinking I'm something I'm not. And I think anybody that says that, if the person on the receiving end, you should understand that, because Aiyuk now has been in this league for a while. He understands some of the ins and outs and how some BS can start without somebody even doing anything wrong. You get what I'm saying? So he has to be careful with how he's doing it. But hey, go try to get your money, but don't bring our dude into it.
I totally agree with that. And I also think there's this school of thought out there that, CD's just that Aiyuk's just doing what he's got to do, and this is totally normal. And until the practice footage, I would say this was all largely normal. But there are multiple ways to do this. McLaurin, it was only 2 years ago. McLaurin didn't go to voluntary stuff. It was very clear it was a contract holdout, but he also was relatively silent about it and just let the process play out.
See,
he still got paid.
But this is the second thing in my book. Because the first time he took the FaceTime and posted it, I don't, if I'm talking with Jeff and Jeff has somebody at his house videotaping our stuff, I have a problem with that. If you know what I'm saying? Totally. Unless I agree with it. So that's the alternate thing. But still, if you have a dispute with someone, do what you need to do. Just don't put me out there to where now I'm being questioned about stuff.
Well, I like this from CeeDee Lamb, who's in a similar spot. Lamb's going into the last year of his rookie deal with the Cowboys. Lamb had a monster season last year. He's been he didn't go to voluntary stuff for Dallas. And CeeDee Lamb has a youth football camp coming up in Texas, maybe today. Maybe it's today, tomorrow, and then right before camp.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a Dallas reporter said, hey, CeeDee Lamb's going to be at this football camp. We're going to try to talk to him, get some answers about the contract negotiations. And he quote tweeted it, said, I'm not speaking about any contract negotiations. If that's your question, you'll get zero answers. It's about the kids. And
I agree with that.
I just think, like, for everybody that's saying, oh, Aiyuk's doing what he has to do, there's a lot of ways you can handle it. And that's that the way he's doing it is not how it has to be done.
It don't have to be that way. You can do it different ways. Let's be real. Brandon Aiyuk, albeit he and Jaden are friends, but he's making he's putting a quarterback in a precarious position that's not his quarterback on his team. If CeeDee Lamb was to start saying, well, Dak got to fight for me, that might be understandable. Sure. Because I was the one catching all your balls.
And they're on the same team and have been for 4 years.
There you go. So I'm just saying it doesn't have to be this way, but a lot of people will say that. But if the same people that believe that, you and I in a situation and we talk about stuff and you tell me and I take all of it public, would you be okay with it?
No, man.
So that's where you come. People like today, conversation and comments are just like dumbass Twitter and all that other stuff. Okay. I'm cool with them. But when you start thinking just because you can throw something out there, it's okay. No, it's not okay sometimes. If you're doing it for just you and you exposing yourself, you got the right to do that all damn day. When you bring somebody else into it, that's where the problem occurs.
And he's done that throughout this process.
Yeah.
But I think this was by far the most egregious. And
because to be honest with you, the pitcher is the most minor thing out there.
Totally.
It's
and people that are like, we're
the...
giving up the playbook.
Man,
they're not giving up bleep.
Believe me, so many people are on one team this year or another team the next year. You know how many people around the league have multiple playbooks? You know how many people around the league was on the team last week that the D coordinator, O coordinator, bring them into a meeting and basically go in and make them regurgitate everything that they knew about that offense. So nothing is a secret anymore. You still got to be a badass that don't make a lot of mistakes when you're on the field, point blank.
Yo, and if when Aiyuk gets this contract done and he's back at practice in late August, Brock Purdy's still going to throw to him. Like a lot of this is just exists in a vacuum, right? Like it exists, but then it's just going to go away. And I think because it's July 9th and there's really nothing to talk about, Nats lost last night. We can talk about that, or last afternoon. And because Aiyuk consistently puts Jaden Daniels in this, I just think it's a totally different world. You know what I mean? Like, I think if he would just stop talking, I think, B, you've stared this situation down, NFL contracts, right? Whether you are actually being patient and keeping everything to yourself, or whether it's driving you crazy to be patient and keep everything to yourself, I think that's by far the best course of action. Just don't let them see you sweat.
Yeah. The whole thing about it is, man, listen, your agent is going to argue for you. And I understand that players can go on Twitter this, that, and the other day. I don't think there is a negotiator on a team, a lawyer working for a team that gives a damn about what you tweet. When they sit there and talk to your agent and you go through the particulars of it and they start figuring out how they can work this thing out and make sense of it, that's what they get moved by. They don't get moved by you not following them. Okay? And I know young people, you think that it makes a world of difference. It does not make a world of difference when it comes down to this amount of money. It better make sense. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And it better make some damn sense if you're going to get to the bottom of it. Because if somebody, oh, Lord, he tweeting against us, we better hurry up and something. That ain't happening in no damn front office. None.
Totally. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are not moved whatsoever by Brandon Ayuk's TikTok. They have a team of number crunchers that know what the value is for a really good pass catcher against the kid they just drafted, Ricky Pearsall. Like, this is about numbers and not social media, but there's a lot of ways to do it. CeeDee Lamb, love him or hate him, is being silent and letting his play do the talking. That is also a viable option. When we come back, Commanders, a lot of folks are really excited about Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler, but how do they stack up with the rest of the league? Plus, B-Mitch's Family Feud episode airs tonight. Get ready, everybody. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. Here, Nelly bringing us in. About your boy Drake, B. 300K on Canada to beat Argentina.
Did they?
That's got to pay.
Did they beat him?
No, I think it's tonight.
Okay.
Or it's coming up.
Like normally when we hear about Drake and also Floyd, normally after they win, but we don't normally hear about it before they win. I wonder how many times they bet and they don't win. So since it's before, I give them a little credit for that.
What are the odds, Landini? Do you know?
It's got to be pretty bleak.
I bet it's 5-1.
I will check.
Canada's got to be a massive underdog.
Massive. Yes.
Plus 950.
Yikes.
Damn. So 300K at plus 900. That's a serious win. I don't think he's going to get it, but that'd be a serious win.
Yeah, it'd be a win.
All right. So tonight, Argentina, Canada, 8:00. Colombia, Uruguay tomorrow. Is there Euros tonight too, Lindy? Oh, dude. Spain, France today at 3:00. That's a good game.
Tour de France today too.
Tour de France is every day, isn't it?
Not every day. Some days they have like a little throughout the 2-3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it is. They have like a couple days that they have to rest.
All right. So a few things to discuss today. Barstool Nate is out in Vegas in the World Series of Poker. Is he able to come on with us at 11? Okay, great.
Oh, Brian Burrows is on his way back home. He already got knocked out.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, do you know, was he playing in the main event or one of the other events?
I don't know, but he told me B said we're gonna set something up, play some golf because I'm on my way back home.
That sucks. Sorry, Burrows. Nate's calling us from Vegas at 11. That'll be a lot of fun. Nikki Jhabvala joining us at 1:00. She's thrilled with all the Brandon Aiyuk coverage. She's texted me to make sure I understand how much she's enjoying that. But perhaps most importantly, listen, your Argentina's playing, Spain and France are playing, but tonight at 7 p.m., Brian Mitchell's on Family Feud. Is that accurate?
Is that 7 or 9? Can't remember.
I don't know. It's kind of counting on you for that.
I will tell you. Look at the email.
Well, and is Family Feud
Celebrity Family Feud?
Celebrity Family Feud. Pardon me. Is that on at the same time, like in different cities? You know what I mean?
If it's 7 here, it's probably gonna be 6 Central. It's gonna be 5 Mountain. It's like that.
No, I mean like in DC, is it on at 6? But in Boston, it's on at 7:30. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Like Wheel of Fortune's on it. All right. So apparently, we're trying to figure this out.
It's gonna be on
Fox
at 9:00
Plus?
Eastern time on July 9th at 9:00 Eastern time.
On what channel?
On ABC.
Oh, so this is big ABC, like Channel 7.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Family Feud gets syndicated. Is on a lot of different
but the celebrity ones, they normally put them on other stuff.
9:00 ABC tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Later in the program, we're going to give everybody an opportunity. One person gets to do the official television review of Family Feud for the B. Mitch and Finley program. Coming up at noon, you get to
I'll tell you all the names later.
You get to sell yourself on why you should be the official reviewer of the B. Mitch and Finley program for Celebrity Family Feud tonight. I did want to talk some football, and all of our football coverage is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use your savings calculator to find out how. B, I don't think this is going to be much of a surprise. Who do you think the best running back in the NFL is?
Christian McCaffrey.
Correct. I don't think really the top 2 spots are up for much debate. I'd go McCaffrey and then Derrick Henry.
Yeah, since Chubb is coming back from injury.
Yeah, I mean, he's been out a year.
Yeah, but if Chubb get back to where he was, he's going to be, as far as running back, he'll be the best actual running back. Christian is more of a tweener dude, but he does everything.
Yeah, but, I mean, the league is kind of going more tweener dudes than traditional running back like Derrick Henry.
But if I can get me a guy running for 1,300, 1,400 yards and I got some play action and stuff off of it, I could do a lot of stuff. So.
For sure. I think
I like the league going to a certain way because you have somebody that's different The problem is the league likes to do all the same things.
over and over.
Yeah, but if somebody come in and do something different, you make everybody have to prepare differently for you. You can have success in this league.
I frankly find this asinine.
Mhm.
Who would you? So Landini, it's list season, baby. That's what we got in July. Who would you rank as the third best running back in the NFL?
Third best?
You mentioned Chubb. Chubb's coming off an injury.
He's coming off injury. Maybe you have to assume he'll get back to his form. I don't know.
I mean, you've got Saquon out there. A guy like Jonathan Taylor had a huge year.
Saquon has proven that he can do both get passes out the backfield.
Josh Jacobs going to the Packers.
Jacobs may be close to that. Jacobs a badass.
I mean, whoever it is, Jonathan Taylor, I think it was 2 years removed from almost going for 2 Gs.
Mhm.
Like, Jeff, who would be your third best running back? I don't think anybody on the planet would pick this dude.
Who they pick?
Bijan.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why.
Makes sense.
But the thing about it, see, this is the thing, Jay.
If it's potential, sure, but he
Well-
hasn't done it.
Well, he got in last year, and whatever he did with you basically say the quarterback and sucked in Atlanta. So whatever he did, they were keying on him.
Quarterback sucked at Tennessee,
But
and
they were
Henry was still able to move.
Yeah, but the whole thing about it is the offensive line in Tennessee was better than offensive line in Atlanta last year.
They were.
But Bijan can catch the ball out the backfield. Bijan can run the football on you. He has all the potential to be, and I think that's a lot of what the world is today. We don't judge everybody based on what they've done. We judge them based on what we think they can do.
Yeah, I would have a hard time putting him ahead of Jonathan Taylor, or
What was his stats last year?
they didn't even have 1,000 yards.
But him not having 1,000 yards in a rookie season, then that means absolutely nothing. When he
I
has,
like Bijan. I'm not against him. I just think it's
but the thing
it's
about
also
it,
list season where they're trying to just get a
but
reaction.
the stats are not the only thing that matters sometimes, like 1,000 yards rushing when you do other stuff. And then you have a quarterback who nobody's caring about. So they keying on you. All that stuff has to be looked at.
He finished with 1,400 yards, 8 touchdowns. He gave him about 500 yards in the pass game.
Yeah. As a rookie, that's special.
Bijan's good, man. I'd have a hard time putting ahead of some of the other folks on this list. Big picture. Top 20 running backs in the NFL.
Mhm.
Do you believe Austin Eckler or Brian Robinson should be on there?
32 teams in this league, I believe. Yeah. I think Brian has done enough to show what he's capable of. And Austin has already presented what he could be. I don't think I'm going to just totally dismiss Austin Eckler because of 1 year of a downer.
Where he was hurt.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
So I'm not going to down him there. So I think Austin still shows you his effectiveness in the red zone and the things he can do out the backfield. The league, this is the thing, certain running backs, the league becomes we're going to throw the ball out the backfield and do other stuff. And since he don't want to be a 300-something carry guy, oh, no, he's no longer good. The dude can still do what this league wants you to do.
Austin
Anywhere's
Eckler,
number 30.
for all the talk of his down year last year, still went over 1,000 yards from scrimmage with 6 touchdowns.
Yeah.
The one thing that I do think is perhaps not talked about enough with Eckler, and maybe there was something specifically odd that happened. I want to ask Landfill this. For all the talk of Eckler's prowess, and he has absolutely been a red zone menace, right? He has a nose for the end zone.
Mhm.
Landfill, do you know that in the last 3 years, in the last 3 years, Eckler has more fumbles than Antonio Gibson does in his career?
That's concerning.
Like that, it's just not being talked about. But in the last 3 years, Eckler went.
Did he touch it more than Antonio?
That's a fair question. So I'm sure he did.
Mhm.
But let's go back to he went 5 fumbles, 4 fumbles in the last 3 years. So that's
Okay.
14 fumbles on a lot of touches. Call that 500. Call it 800 touches in the last 3 years. which is a lot more than AG. Probably about 200 more touches, but it's also 5-6 more fumbles. Does the fumble rate? The AG thing I said just to kind of troll Landfill.
The thing of it,
drove him
like
crazy.
because when AG, you have to be real. AG comes in the game for specialty stuff.
Before B-Rob, he wasn't. Before B-Rob, he was their back.
In key situations, and that's when he would fumble it. Just like I said about Tony Romo. Tony Romo didn't throw a lot of interceptions, but he always threw it in big moments. And that's why people be like, oh, man, he always blew the game. But the dude had 3 interceptions, 5 interceptions in the whole season. AG did it in certain, but how many touchdowns has Eckler scored in the last 3 to 4 years?
I mean, if you go back to the 21 and 22 seasons, I think he led the league in total touchdowns. He had 20 and then 18.
That's what I'm saying. So if you score 20 touchdowns and you have 5 fumbles, you score 4 touchdowns and you have 4 fumbles, it's a difference. People look at it differently.
Austin Eckler doesn't make top 20 running backs in the NFL. Brian Robinson doesn't make top 20 running backs in the NFL. I mean, all B-Rob did last year was have 1,100 yards and 9 touchdowns.
See, the thing for me is, though, Jay, just like you stated earlier, this is July 9th, and we're going to go through all of these lists. And a lot of these lists are people's personal opinions. It's not necessarily some formula we put this stuff into and it comes out with it. So you may not like them because of a certain reason, and they put it out there. But my thing is, in this NFL today, do you have to have a top 20 running back to be successful?
I almost wonder if you're better off having 2 top 30 guys
I'm
than
saying,
one top 20 guy because you got to pay.
You may not. So the way that the league operates with running backs today, does this really make that big of a difference?
We're giving away dirty heads and slightly stupid tickets next. Barstool Nate at 11. And there's a movie sequel that I had no idea was coming out, has dropped today and has me pretty damn interested. Nobody go anywhere. B. Bishop Finley 1067. Lot to discuss here, but I just saw a preview. There's not a lot of movies that I get excited about. I'll be honest. Remember, I was excited about the new Bad Boys movie that's probably still in theaters.
I haven't seen it yet, huh?
Nah.
Yeah.
You think it's gonna happen?
You seen it? Probably not.
Probably not. I'd like to, but I don't think it's gonna happen. But I just saw a new preview for. They're making a Gladiator II. Was anybody aware they were making this movie?
No.
Not,
I hadn't heard anything about it.
I had heard nothing about it. Now, it doesn't come out till November, so this is probably the perfect lead time for it. Not only are they making Gladiator 2, Denzel is in it. And by watching this trailer, I can't tell if he's a good guy or a bad guy, which is kind of the best role
in
for
Training
Denzel.
Day, we thought he was a good guy as a police officer, but he ended up being a bad guy.
Right.
So,
I feel like Denzel as
Denzel can make it happen.
the guy that could ride the lightning and be a little bit of both is kind of awesome.
Oh, yeah.
The trailer looks terrific. I don't know if it'll actually be good, but I'm kind of excited. Jeff, I know you said you saw it too. You fired up for that?
I actually am. Gladiator was a good movie, man.
Gladiator was good. It's in hindsight, it's kind of dumb, but it was good. It's entertaining. Like I watched Die Hard because there's nothing to watch, and the Nats were on early last night. My wife had to put our 5-year-old to bed. And by the time she comes down, I was watching Terminator. Not Terminator 2, not Terminator 8, whatever Terminator they're on, the original joint last night. And she's like, "What year is this from?" And I was like, 87.
All you gotta do is look at the production, and it tell you it wasn't this year.
Yeah. So the last 2 nights I've watched Die Hard and then Terminator. So I'm really feeling my like 80s nostalgia. Gladiator, though, is good. Landfill, are you excited for Gladiator 2 with Denzel? It's got the dude from Narcos, some other guy.
No.
Did you not like the first one?
I know. I've never seen it.
Really?
Yeah.
It's on TBS like once a day.
Oh, wow.
Which is not how you should watch it. If you're going to watch it, find it on demand or something so you don't have commercials.
Landfill could care less about this. You don't hear how he's like, "Oh, wow."
Yeah, but Landfill watches movies and consumes
Landfill sleeps most times when he's watching movies. Landfill does like I do. He turns it on and it watches him.
Have you watched Gladiator?
Naps.
Yeah, I watch Gladiator.
So there's not a lot of movies you've seen.
I like action stuff, and I like mafia movies, action stuff. Now, if you got something to make me laugh all day, I'll watch that. But I don't just go to most movies because I normally fall asleep on movies, and it don't make no sense to pay money to go fall asleep. I can do that at home.
I'm with you. I doubt I'm actually going to go to the movie theater, but eventually it'll. What, Jeff?
Yeah, crazy. I'm going to the movie theater.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Have you were the one that was excited to watch Bad Boys like I was. Have you gone to the theater for that?
No, I didn't go. That's because I didn't have the time to. But November, things kind of settle down.
Things slow down during football season?
Well, for me, because it's not that many clubs and parties going on like towards the end of the night. So, yes, that's a movie I will go see in theaters.
Quick vote.
Crazy.
Landfill, will Jeff actually go to the theater to see Gladiator?
No.
B. Mitch, will Jeff actually go to the theater?
He will find a way to get out of it, and he will have a reason as to why.
Get out of it. Do y'all know I really used to have like a movie pass where when I didn't have so much to do, I used to go to the movies like every week, monthly.
I used to go to movies.
This is a staple movie.
Before I was 30, I went to a lot of movies too.
Yeah, Jeff will go see Gladiator.
Then I grew up
at the movie theater if he gets free tickets to a screener. That's how this will all shake out.
Nah, I buy my movie tickets.
What's the last movie you saw in the theater?
The Jordan movie.
Air,
yeah.
That came out on Amazon. Was that even in theaters?
That was in theaters.
That was in theaters, man.
That was also the last movie I saw in theaters.
I actually have.
Damn. I saw it at home.
And then I also have
you would like that. It's a good movie.
How long ago was it?
Nah, hold on. That is not the last movie I saw in theaters. What's the last movie I saw in theaters?
What year was that?
Let me check.
It looks like that came out. That movie was good. April of 23. It was the story of how Jordan, like the sneakers got made with Ben Affleck, and it was pretty good.
Yeah, I can't listen about that.
So that's only a little over
if
a year
they gave me a
ago.
movie about Jordan playing basketball, I'll watch that.
B, you'd like that movie. I'm not saying go to the theater, but you would like that movie because it's the business side of Michael Jordan.
It'll take me about 3 times to watch it because I'm gonna fall asleep probably third of the way through it.
listen, I'm not good at watching movies. I fall asleep, but that movie had me hooked right away. I think the last movie I took the kids to see a movie at some point. Maybe we saw Minions or something, but it's been a minute. And what, Jeff?
Yeah, I've seen Creed and I've seen Cocaine Bear in theaters.
All right, well, Creed's old as hell,
No, not that Creed. He had a part 2 come out.
where he fought Drago's
Yeah,
kid.
that came out in 2023.
And you saw Cocaine Bear in the theater. Why is that,
Yeah.
Jeff?
Cocaine
They're
Bear.
giving out samples?
Nah, I was intrigued by that movie from from the previews from another movie.
Jeff
And
Jeff really needed to bring Cocaine Bear into the chat here.
it was a crazy movie, dude.
Yeah, because a bear did a bunch of blow. It sounds pretty crazy.
And was
I don't
going
need to go to the theater for
insane.
that joint, though. Speaking of crazy, Barstool Nate's in Las Vegas. Joins us next. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Very excited to get to the BetQL guest line. Sports betting is in the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. Our dear friend, Mr. Barstool Nate, little Nate X, Eric Nathan, is in fabulous Las Vegas for the World Series of Poker. What up, Nate Dogg?
Guys, it's early, but I would always make time for my two best friends, JP and B. Mitch. How are you guys doing?
We're good, dude. I appreciate you making the time. So,
how are you doing?
Bring Brian up to speed with your last 72 hours, because as of Friday or whatever, you weren't playing it in the WSOP.
Right. So I played the main event, the big one they show on TV, the 10K buy-in. I've played it the last 6 or 7 years unsuccessfully, 0 cashes. And I was going to take this year off, even though it's my favorite thing in the world. I love it more than anything. I was trying to be a financially smart, savvy, honest individual. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to take this year off and then regroup and, fire again next year. And then 2 of my coworkers, Smitty and Mincy, they both busted on day 1 unceremoniously. And so Big Cat, everybody knows Big Cat. He needs a sweat. He needs the action. He needs a piece of it. He had a piece of mince, and he knew I wasn't playing. He's like, hey, man, can you still go register? And I was like, yeah, you can still go register. He's like, all right, I need you to go out to Vegas and play. I was like, all right, I guess I have no choice now. So I flew out to Vegas. I registered, and today at noon Vegas time, I start day 3. So I played yesterday, which was day 2, but you don't have to play day 1. They let you skip day 1 and register on day 2.
Wow.
I played day 2 yesterday. Today I play day 3, and hopefully, accumulate some chips and make some money for everybody.
How did day 1 go, or day 2? How did your first day go?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that they let you do that, but it's kind of like a cheat code. I've never done it before. I've always played all of day 1. Skipping day 1 and only playing day 2 is awesome. I played, I think pretty well for me. I'm no pro, but I know what I'm doing. I know how to maneuver. I played pretty well. I had a lot of chips until the last hour of the night, where the deck kind of slapped me in the head. So, but I still bagged a decent amount. I have 108,000 chips, which it's probably a little below average, but it's still more than enough. And if things go well, it's a long grind. In about 12 hours, the money will hit. So
is the Nate Dogg gonna work that thing and make magic?
Work that thing, y'all. Work that thing, B-Mitch, just for you.
So seriously, when you're going into a tournament, like, I know, especially back in the poker being quasi-legal days, how much poker you were playing. When you go to a tournament like this, where you've got the best players in the world, but also a whole lot of schmucks that are like, hey, I can maybe make a run at this.
Right.
How do you handle your stack? How do you handle the way you play? Like, do you have a different mindset?
Well, okay, so the main event is a beautiful tournament where the levels are 2 hours each. So most times when you play a tournament, they're like 30-minute levels, 40-minute levels, or maybe sometimes an hour. These are 2 hours. It's very long, and it gives you a lot of time to play and maneuver and fold if you need to. And you're right. There's every single pro plays, and then every single schmuck plays, and I'm somewhere in between. I'm not a pro, but I know what I'm doing. So, you just kind of play your game. You feel it out. I got really lucky. I had some tables get super tough. My table all day yesterday was very easy. I had 0 pros all day. Very fun, chatty, talkative table. It's a very cool event. You get people from all over the world, all different walks of life. It's a lot of like, you get a lot of pros, and then you get a lot of just, people who are out there to, do the bucket list thing. Like, I've always wanted to play the main event. This is what I'm doing. You get a lot of that too.
What's the buy-in?
10K. And this year, it's crazy. Even without online poker being legal in the United States, world record. Yeah, I guess that's what we can call it. World record-breaking field. More players this year than any other year in the history of the World Series of Poker. So poker's up and booming. It's just, if we can get online, I don't know. Do you have politicians that listen to this down in DC?
Oh, yeah.
Legalize online poker, you dummies. It's great for everybody.
They're probably playing it right now.
It is
Yeah,
absurd how they just decided, especially as sports betting is going live everywhere. But like, nah, we're gonna cancel poker out.
Well,
Maybe it's because
they
it's cross state.
don't know how to
very little
necessarily
sense.
regulate it.
Right.
That's why.
So there's like some law from like the 70s that when like I don't even know, like it's called the Wire Act, and it was trying to like stop people from like the mob from like using the internet for money laundering or something.
Mhm.
And then some power rich politician did use that to like shut down online poker. It's crazy, and politicians don't care about the people, so it hasn't really been reversed. It's state by state though. Like it's legal in Nevada, Delaware, New Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania. We just need good old, New York, Virginia, Florida, California, the big states to come to their senses, legalize it, and then hopefully it'll be like how DFS and sports betting is, and just a quick domino effect where every state does it. And then it'll just be unbelievable. We just need it to happen.
You know what's funny is to hear the phrase "legalize it." To me,
It seems like it's been legalized. To be honest with you.
They
have video. They have like apps that you can play poker on and get paid from.
I mean, we could leave like Johnny Cakes Allville. I don't know how frequently, but you could leave this radio studio and be in a poker room at MGM National Harbor in 15 minutes?
Yeah.
like there is, but to hear the phrase legalize it is so bizarre because it makes you think of weed, and it worked. Like I remember in college, people would hand out like legalize it shot glasses. Man, weed is legal or non-criminal seemingly everywhere now.
Yeah, it's the plight we fight, man, every day. It's pretty bizarre.
Anyway, so what is your goal going into World Series of Poker? Like, obviously you want to win it, right? But do you try to have like more kind of not realistic, but like I want to get to day 5 with X or day 10. I don't even know how many days it goes.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So there's two mindsets. Is you have to accumulate chips. You have to build your stack, all of that. But it's also a big survive in advance type of tournament. The guy who won it 2 years ago, at the end of day 1, you start with 60K in chips. He had 17,000 chips, going to day 2. So wow. It's a big survive in advance tournament where it's such a long grind. You try your best to keep yourself out of spots that'll get you eliminated, which historically I've been terrible at. I'm naturally aggressive at the poker table, which is a good quality to have. If you fold for 2 straight hours, you cannot win a poker tournament. It's impossible. You'll get eaten alive out there. Yeah. But you also have to, it has to be, you have to be in control of it. You just can't be reckless abandon. So it's a tough, delicate balance of playing aggressively but being in control and not doing anything dumb. I usually veer on the side of eventually doing something dumb.
But like the thing of it though, I understand we got pros and things of that nature, but you don't have the cards you can't play. I don't care if you're pro or not. So
that's where the pros thrive, right? They know every spot. They understand all the game flow. They understand how to take advantage of the amateurs. The really, really good pros, like the elite players, I'm going to use like the most classic analogy. It's chess and checkers. Like they are playing above the rim so much better than anybody else plays. Like they are so impressive how good the top elite pros are. Now, you can get by and win poker tournaments not being a top pro with a good run of cards and just solid fundamentals. You can play ABC poker and you can go far. But those top guys, the Phil Ivies, the Daniel Negreanu's, the really good guys, they know everything. They are just so elite.
Well, you have a friend that's like a top guy, man. He won a tournament before. You didn't call JP and get some pointers before?
No, I was going to say JP is a poker tournament, live poker tournament winner more recently than I am. So I tip my cap to him.
That is a lot of unexpected things have happened in my life. So I often don't know how I sit in the chair I have right now. But
we don't either, JP.
Me winning that Chance for Life poker tournament is one of the most rare. I mean, I just got cards and then kind of got hammered and was just super aggressive. And Who knows?
They say if you sit like a monkey down at a typewriter and he just bangs it, eventually one of them will write a book. That's how you win that poker tournament.
Hey, man, I want it. I got a Rolex. That was something else. Dude, before you left for poker mode, I did read a blog of yours for Barstool Sports where you ply your trade.
Yeah.
About Brandon Aiyuk. We are talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the BetQL guest line. Sports betting is in the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. You can follow Nate Dogg at Barstool Nate for all his poker content. But beyond the poker content, you seem a little, much like everybody, you seem to have a little bit of Brandon Aiyuk fatigue.
Yeah, he thinks I didn't like. I agree with what Beeman said yesterday. I didn't love bringing Jaden into this. I thought it just seems kind of dirty. It almost seemed like, we don't know the details, but I look at it like Aiyuk was not throwing him under the bus, but just like using dirty tactics involving a quarterback, like betraying his trust almost, being like, like when you really want to impress someone and they're just like, no, it's cool, it's fine, you can send me this tape, like nobody will care, it's cool, it's what we do in the NFL. We don't know the details. It almost seems like that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then to post it, it just seems dirty, and I didn't like it. I think there's better ways. I think both teams, the Niners and the Commanders, would look at that and be like, how does that help either of us? Like, how would that make, sense for either team here? It just makes you look bad. I don't
even know why he think it would help him by posting it though.
Yeah, it really put like a bad taste in my mouth. I still want him because, I can overlook that to get a 1,300-yard wide receiver. But I'm with you. I think he thought he was being clever, and it kind of just fell flat for me.
Prior to the practice film thing, I've kind of just thought it was a whole lot of noise that was totally irrelevant. I think this is the first thing that kind of crossed that line, that Jaden has to kind of reevaluate what he's doing here. Not to say you can't be
like
buddies with
friend,
somebody,
right?
but what's that?
Yeah. Like if a friend did that to me, I would be like, whoa, I trusted you, man. What is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I think it's a very, you know what, more than anything, I just am over it. I think if they were going to make it, the Niners are focused on winning a Super Bowl this year, right? They were at the doorstep last year and lost. If they were going to trade a guy that had 1,300 yards for them last year, it would have been at the draft. Why? So they could get another player this year that can help them win a Super Bowl. They don't care about a 26 second rounder right now. They're focused on winning a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think it's all much ado about nothing, and I am just over it. And I think it's just Aiyuk continuously stirring the pot because perhaps he's insecure about getting his money, or he's just in a hurry, or whatever it is. But please,
but you know what though?
Just shut
Still
up.
Talking about it. That's all he care about. If people stop talking about it, I guarantee you he'll go away. He'll stop talking. But if he comes up and we keep talking, he's getting exactly what he wants. He's keeping his name out there at the top.
Yeah, I mean, he's being very calculated, obviously. I don't know what the Niners really do. I think they have to pull him into a room and be like, you're our wide receiver, man. Cut it out. Like, we're not getting rid of you. We want to win a Super Bowl. But then can you
see the thing that troubles me is like you start getting people asking questions, and the NFL sees Jaden doing this. How soon do they start thinking about that tampering stuff? If they see, okay, well, he's showing him film, he's showing what they can look at that like that.
And how does McLaurin or Dotson, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's so much of it that it's like, all right, please, let's just kind of get this to stop.
Mm-hmm.
What I don't understand is how the Niners can trust Aiyuk anymore. Like, he just doesn't want it. Why would you want someone in your film room who doesn't want to be there? Like,
because he's 1,300 yards and like 7-8 touchdowns.
Yeah.
How can you trust him to give 100%? How can you trust that he's not sending his tape back to Washington? The whole situation's very weird. If I'm the Niners, I don't know what I do because I want to keep him. It's just he doesn't seem dependable at this point to give 100% for the team. He doesn't seem focused on the team. How can you have a guy in that locker room who doesn't even want to be there at all? It's just so bizarre.
Once you step on the field, Nate, your mindset changed.
Right.
Right now, when what he's doing now is trying to get paid. When he gets on that field, he gonna give his effort, or he'll end up in a hospital somewhere.
I texted with somebody from San Fran yesterday, and they were like, "Yeah, it's just gotten to be so gratuitous," is the word that was used, and I think that's so accurate because it just never freaking stops. And like, I understand doing media appearances, like doing Ryan Clark's podcast is a really big vehicle for him to allow his opinions to be shared. That to me makes sense. There have been a number of steps along the way, though, that don't make sense. And I think you're better off just laying low and letting the deal get done, because it's probably not going to get done till around training camp or even into training camp.
I'm saying, where's his agent in all this, man? If you want to get paid, get a better agent. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, some things are out of the team's control. If the agent's not doing his job and the GMs of the teams aren't doing their job, posting a picture like that won't really do you any benefit. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I think you're not too far off. There's other really important news. I'm not sure if you've seen this, Nate.
What's that?
They released the trailer for Gladiator II, and Denzel's in it.
Yeah.
Were you aware of that?
Yeah, no, I'm very aware of it. I didn't know you were a huge Gladiator guy, JP. I guess I should have known that, huh?
I liked the first one. I had no idea they were making a second one.
Yeah, no Russell Crowe though, but it
he
seems like it's gonna be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like this huge. I don't remember the last time there was like this huge blockbuster sequel, but like you can't use the star of the first one. I find it very fascinating, but it looks awesome. Like the trailer dropped this morning.
And they got a star Vegas, like Denzel's star power is equal to Russell Crowe's, maybe greater.
Right. So yeah, I mean, I'll go see it in theaters with you. We can share popcorn. I'm excited.
No popcorn tricks. One other major entertainment announcement that you may or may not be aware of. Tonight at 9:00 Eastern, you can watch B-Mitch on Celebrity Family Feud.
Oh, I have heard of this. I've heard rave reviews about this from people who have seen early cuts of the film. I will.
What the hell are you talking about, Nate?
DVR from my laptop so I can watch it, with a full cake, and I just cannot wait to see B-Mitch make a fool of himself on Family Feud.
Well, one thing I never do is make a fool of myself.
You know what? You really don't. Like, I often do. You really.
Hey, I'll disappear on you before I make a fool of myself.
You run off the stage at Family Feud.
I'm out.
Dude, I mean this sincerely. We are wishing you the best of luck.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it seems like you think that you have a financial benefit to me doing well. So
I don't believe that. You're my friend, and I know how much you love
well,
this.
Nate. Come on,
we
man.
just want you to do well.
JP doesn't always think about himself.
If I cash the tournament, and there's still a long way to go. All of today, I have to grind through. So we might not even make the money tonight. It's either tonight or very early tomorrow. But if I get there, I will send you guys barbecue as a thank you and a you're welcome and all of that combined.
What's like the
now
lowest...
you got Landfield cheering for you.
What is the lowest amount you could cash in this thing? Like $10,001?
15,000. So there are 3,617 people remaining, and the 1,517 gets paid. So we have to get rid of about half the field, a little more than half the field before the money hits. So
how many
$10 million for first, and 15,000 for 1,517.
How many people were in it overall?
10,112 put up their $10,000 to try to get the World Series of Poker main event bracelet.
Bro, so you've already done better than 7,000 people.
Yeah, he did that because he let all them get out the first day.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you ain't wrong. I can't believe they allow it. I've never been a huge fan of them allowing it, but now that I did it, I could not.
You'll do it every year now, right?
Yeah, every single year. I it really feels like a cheat code, and it kind of is. You skip it in. Now the downside is there's people who play the first day and they bring a ton of chips to day 2. When you sign up on day 2, you start with the starting stack. So there's people on day 2, with 200,000 chips.
Mhm.
I started with 60,000, but it all kind of comes out in the wash. So yeah, I'm never going to play day 1 again. I don't think.
I wouldn't.
Good luck, Nate Dogg. We're rooting for you.
Thank you. Love you guys. I start in
bro.
about 4 hours. If you want to follow along, I'll do my best on Twitter to give updates.
All right,
All right, brother.
at Barstool Nate for the updates. We got updates from Dallas about a certain free agent to be quarterback. This is interesting. Nobody go anywhere. All right. If you're listening to this radio program, you're probably familiar with a fella by the name of Dak Prescott. I believe his full name is Dakota Rain. Dak Prescott, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. And I was just talking to B about Dak, and B, what'd you say?
What do you mean? Did he get hurt? Like getting a manicure? Or
B's like,
pedicure?
wait, wasn't he in a walking boot?
Yeah.
And I don't know that everybody knew Dak is in a walking
Because they
boot.
won yesterday. It popped up yesterday, that story.
Dak is in a walking boot, and today he explained why he's in a walking boot.
Yeah, I'm great. Honestly, I'm getting older. It's the same ankle, right, that I snapped and had a nasty surgery on 4 years ago. So, a couple of hard days of training, and you get a little sore, and then you're going on a fishing trip, and you want to protect it and make sure that things don't get worse. So, literally, it's absolutely nothing. That's why I said people are reaching, trying to make things that they aren't. I'm getting older, have to take care of my body, have to be smart. And if I can take precautions and lessening something by putting on a boot, I'm going to do it. And so sorry that it caused such a whirlwind.
How about not go to the fishing trip?
Jeff, you do a lot of fishing. I would guess Jeff leads the program in fishing.
Yes.
Have you ever needed to wear a walking boot to go fishing?
No, honestly, if I'm by the water, I don't want to be in a boot at all. I want to be in something that I can.
He's going to be on a boat.
Still, I don't want to be on a
Deep
boat.
sea fishing.
I don't want to be on a boat in a boot.
I'm a
Especially-
flip-flop guy on boats or barefoot.
But if it's something where
Free
I'm
feet.
trying to protect my feet, I'm gonna put something sturdy that can actually grip the bottom of the boat just in
Yeah.
case it rock, or just in case if I'm fighting a big fish. Because if you deep sea fishing, some of them fish can pull you.
Sure.
No, it doesn't matter if you're an NFL athlete or not.
Oh, yeah.
Yo,
I'm going to make you work. I'm just going to say this.
yeah,
He should have kept that to himself.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't mind.
Ain't nobody buying that BS,
Yeah.
man. Give me a break.
What do you played?
He probably had that ankle cleaned up. So they put it on the boot. But just to put on the boot to protect it? Nah, I don't buy that.
Landfield, you are the chief BS officer of the program. You have your doctorate in BSology. What do you make of Dak's explanation for why he's wearing a walking boot?
I don't buy it. I never heard of a precautionary walking boot before. I do think it's slightly encouraging, though, because that ankle was the reason the Commanders won the division back in 2020. So if there's injuries there, maybe we get another division title.
If you go back in time when I said the one bet I would like for Washington, if you're looking at a future, is to bet them to win the NFC East at, I believe it's 9-1, because who knows, if you get an injury in Dallas, you get an injury in Philly, you might be on even footing before the season even starts.
Yeah.
I never root for injuries, but wearing an ankle boot on July 9th seems weird. Unless to your point, maybe he just had a little scar tissue and they cleaned it out. And if that is the case, and I'm being totally speculative, but like he can legitimately say there's absolutely nothing wrong. It's just a precautionary thing. But it's not a precautionary thing because you're going on a fishing trip.
Nah. I would say this. Last thing you want to do is tell somebody something is hurting you again or ailing you again. Because they're going to find out.
Well,
They're going to make sure you're supposed to be out there or you're not supposed to be out there.
It leads me to another question, Brian. We're all aware that Dak is going into a contract here.
Mm-hmm.
And Dallas's cap situation is such that it doesn't really seem like they can pay all these dudes. You paying CD, you paying Micah, you paying Dak. Like you're going to have to really get creative with structuring all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Dak, how precautionary are you going to be all year? Does that enter your mind?
In his mind, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, man, you're on the football field, you're not going full speed. That's when you get hurt. If you're worried about that, something's going to happen.
I don't mean it that way. I mean, if you get to November and your ankle's hurt but you could probably play on it. Like, do you start to think differently? Like, man, I don't know that I can push it this week. I need one more week.
It's a possibility. I don't know how he's built. I don't know how he's wired. You know, I don't know if he's like one of those tough dudes or he's a pansy. I don't know.
He has shown, I'd say, over
Shown
the
to be
years,
tough, but the whole thing
to be
about it is
tough.
I don't know if he's gonna be a guy that look. I'm gonna fight through this thing. I'm gonna go all out to get everything I can get, or I'm gonna try to preserve myself. I don't know if he's that guy or not.
I don't either. And I think he might not know until situations come up. This thing to me, like, for a long time, everything always seems a little off with the burgundy and gold.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everything just seems a little off with Dallas.
Yeah.
Just
lately it has. I mean, but let's see, man, because I'm telling you, just putting on the boot, like Jeff said, if it's slippery or whatever, what is he really going to protect?
I don't know. And
people have re-injured their ankles, their legs when they have on a hard cast. You think that having on that boot's going to protect everything if something was to go wrong? Something they had to do some clean out or something happened, or had to go in there and fix something. But they can say what they want to say.
It's harder to think. It's honestly, I don't agree with them, but when Johnny Newton, the Commander's second round pick, the D tackle out, the defensive lineman anyway, because he can move, out of Illinois, when Dan Quinn said, so we finally see the kid and he's got a new walking boot on.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh yeah, he had to have a procedure on the other foot. It's no big deal. That is far more believable than I'm good. It's for a fishing trip.
I'm going on a fishing trip, so I got to protect myself.
Like, the level of procedure,
I think they would say, hey, man.
Incredibly minor.
Well, okay, yeah, you go on this trip, man. You need to just be careful. Don't do this, don't. But they're not going to put a boot on it because the boot make you speculate too much. So, I don't know.
Especially, so that video, let's give some credit. I believe came from John Machota, who covers the Cowboys down in Dallas for The Athletic. It appears to be that Dak is at his, like, he's at the Dak Prescott football camp.
Mm-hmm.
So he's at his own camp.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're wearing the boot to your camp. You know people are going to talk about it and ask you some questions. It just...
So my thing is, if you know people are going to ask questions, wouldn't you wait until the fishing trip to put the boot on?
Yeah.
Because the fact that you're wearing it at practice tells me you had to wear it because they did something to it or you did something to it. See what I'm saying? So if I got a boot because I need to be cautious, I put it on right when I'm about to step on the damn boat, or right when I'm stepping near the wherever the pier, wherever we're gonna be doing
the river.
But I don't wear it days prior to my fishing trip.
To football camp.
What you gotta do? Get comfortable with it? Like, gotta break it in first? Like some new shoes?
Not to mention, it's probably hot as hell to be walking around with a walking boot on.
Hey, you better put some powder on those feet.
Coming up at noon, your chance. We're giving away a job. This job has no financial compensation, so we're clear. But somebody, one lucky person, gets to be the official reviewer of B. Mitch's appearance on Celebrity Family Feud tonight, 9 o'clock. It's going to be fun. Phone lines open at noon. Nobody go anywhere. thought it was Regulators
Forget.
first.
Things will never be the same again. I keep
Jeff just
forgetting.
ran in. Would you just burn yourself, Jeff? What the hell was that?
Nah, my
Keep
food was hot,
forgetting.
and I was
Dum, dum, dum,
Jeff was
dum,
hustling.
dum. Every
Pretty
time
remarkable. Earlier in the
You're
program, B, and
smile.
yesterday we talked about Jaden Daniels' attempt to, almost within 3 years, he could be in a top 5 all-time passing yards leader for the Washington franchise just because of the lack of sustained quarterback success here.
Mhm.
And we talk about how much the game has changed. Last year, one running back went over 1,200 rushing yards. You know who that was?
Christian.
McCaffrey.
Mhm.
20 years ago, 2003. How many running backs do you think went over 1,200 rushing yards? That was your
And
last year in the league,
in
right?
2003.
Yeah.
I'll go at about 10.
14. That's half the league.
Mhm.
Jamal Lewis, Amon Green, LaDainian Tomlinson, Deuce McAllister, Clinton Portis, Stephen Davis, Sean Alexander, Priest Holmes, Ricky Williams, Travis Henry, Curtis Martin, Fred Taylor, Edgerrin James, Tiki Barber.
So this is my thing where I get upset with the league.
That's wild, right?
The league stopped giving the ball to running backs and then say that, their production is down. If you don't give me the damn ball, my production definitely going to be down.
Give me the rock.
So the running backs can still be as effective as they've always been, but they don't allow it. And then they say, they don't carry the ball as many times. Well, you stop giving it to them.
Sure. I just thought that was a really easy, understandable kind of example of how different the league is now than it was.
Mhm.
That's only 2 decades ago. Like we talk about
And also, coaches have to be
1975. Like
coaches
this
have to be
was
more creative. Because
2000.
Kyle is damn creative. The way he gets the ball, he doesn't just hand Christian the ball inside the tackles. He give him toss things. He have him start one way, come back the other direction. They give him a lot of stuff to get him out in space where he has an advantage. So a lot of these coaches, they got to get out of their prehistoric mind.
Now, Andy's
effective with it.
Andy was at the forefront of still including your backs, but kind of in the pass game. You know what I mean? The pass game being an extension of the run game. But if you look at of the younger guys, I think the two best OCs of anybody non-Andy Reid division, the two dudes I would want to run my organization would be Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. And I'd probably put Sean at the top, frankly. All those dudes want to do, people get so caught up in pass schematics and how they get guys open. All those guys want to do is run the ball down your throat. Down your freaking throat.
Every defense is set up today to affect what? The passing game.
Right.
Just affect the quarterback first and make his job, make him very uncomfortable so he has to get rid of the ball when he doesn't want to, earlier or later, okay? And that is what it's about. But if I have a running back, because, the kid that was in New Orleans for all of the years.
Kamara?
Not very big, but will gut you. Also, you had the running back up in Green Bay that just left. He wasn't that big, but he will gut you.
Aaron Jones, man.
Yeah. Everything was set up to stop the pass. Well, run it. If I make my defense to stop you from passing and all you do is pass, you got a lot of defenses right now that are ranked in the top 10 in the defense. You know why? Because nobody really run the damn ball against them. I will make them have to tackle again. And the way that football is practiced today, where a lot of guys don't tackle in practice anyway, I'm going to find out how real you are. That's why college football is so damn interesting to me, because they do so much different. You watch 3-4 games, you see 6 different offenses. You watch the NFL, you see the same crap.
Speaking of crap, I want to get to this so we don't forget it. I just thought that was pretty fascinating. The most bets so far in Las Vegas for Rookie of the Year belong to Bronny James.
That's the dumbest thing in the world.
That's a dumb bet, dude.
How you get Rookie of the Year if you're not going to be on the court?
I understand how odds work.
They must think that Bronny's going to get some of LeBron's stats.
You know that Bronny's already missing games? I guess
I saw that
he
yesterday.
missed a game with a knee injury. I think it's going to be unfair the amount of attention that Bronny gets.
Well, his dad said he don't give a bleep.
I hope he doesn't.
He say Bronny just wants to play basketball and play video games. Well, ultimately,
Sounds cool.
your play, and I saw somebody go, well, this is a thing about, Ryan Clark said it, this is about the greatness of LeBron. But whenever the greatness of LeBron takes care of LeBron, yes. But LeBron's greatness is not going to just rub off on his son. His son is going to have to eventually do stuff to carry his own damn load.
Sure.
Okay? And this right here about him getting more bets for everybody for the Rookie of the Year, huh? How? The little saying, where they do that at? Where that's going to happen at?
People, I think, are betting the name and they're betting the value at whatever he is, 200 plus 250. You know what I like and care far more about, though, if you're going to look at the Rookie of the Year gambling?
Mm-hmm.
The Wizards pick, number 2 overall, the kid Alexander Sarr, is the favorite to win Rookie of the Year. That I'm into. If you're betting Bronny to win Rookie of the Year, please call in, talk to Jeff. I will book your action personally. I will take all the Bronny action at Rookie of the Year.
This is the B. Mitchell Finley gambling segment. And we're going to open our own booking service.
Bronny ain't winning nothing.
He got to get on, Rookie of the Year, how?
He's not going to play.
His dad would probably have to not play and let him play in that position for him to play. And he still probably won't get it.
He's not going to play.
Yeah, man. That's crazy.
What I am into, what is smart money? Tonight, we all have the opportunity to watch Celebrity Family Feud starring Brian Mitchell. One of you has the opportunity.
Starring? I was just on it.
Featuring? I don't know. You're one of 6 people, right? 5?
Well, 10 totally. 11.
You're
Steve.
You're 20% of your team. I think it's starring. Would you prefer featuring, Landfill? It's a toss-up. Celebrity Family Feud tonight. B. Mitch is on it, 9 o'clock. One lucky listener gets the opportunity to give us an official review of B. Mitch's performance tomorrow. Next, phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. You get to sell yourself. Tell us why you should be the official reviewer of the B. Mitch and Finley program watching Celebrity Family Feud. Phone lines open next. B is going to be on Family Feud. It's going to be wild. All right, folks, tonight, 9 o'clock. Oh, wow, a little bit of breaking news. Gold pants officially back in the rotation for the Commanders.
Uh-oh.
They just tweeted that out. I like that, man. You like the gold pants, B?
All right.
Apparently, fans wanted it back, and it honors the history. And I think, ideally, if they're wearing gold pants, maybe it makes the uniform look a little more like it used to.
Possibly.
Maybe there's a little more to it, or maybe it's just simple, but gold pants are back. Landfill, are you into it?
As long as they don't bring Bruce back with them.
Right.
I'm good.
Jeffrey, gold pants?
Yeah, we heard that.
All right.
All for it.
Yeah, dude. I'm into it. Gold pants, positive step. That's a simple game right there. What else is a simple game? Family Feud. B. Mitch will be on national television tonight playing Celebrity Family Feud.
Ooh.
All right, B. I'm opening this thing up. I'm letting people call in to audition to be the official television reviewer of your show tonight.
You got this. You got all of this.
Why don't you tell me a little about, I know there's only so much you could say, but let's hear it.
What do you want to hear?
Who's on tonight? Who you competing against? Who you competing with? How many sex jokes does Steve Harvey make, etc.?
None.
I don't believe that.
We are competing against Olympic athletes, all ladies, and let me find out. Well, I can tell you the name. You had Abby, you had Alex Kleiman, you had Ipsjahaj Muhammad, you had Tara Lipinski, and Allie Long. So you had a figure skater, a fencer, a hockey player, and 2 beach volleyball.
I met Tara Lipinski back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
No big deal.
Then you it was a big deal. Yeah, it was a big deal.
It was kind of a hollering situation.
You were trying to holler at her?
I mean, this was probably 1999.
You shot your shot
in New York City.
And
I was 16.
April Ross was the young lady.
Okay.
The other lady's name. And those are 2 beach volleyball, all medal winners.
Were they all pretty cool, pretty funny?
Oh, cool as hell.
Are the beach volleyball women very tall?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And then on my team, it was TJ Hushmanzada, Terrell Owens, Andre Rison, myself, and LaShawn McCoy.
T.O., Andre Rison, Shady McCoy, and Hushmanzada.
Yeah.
Now
it was interesting.
I don't know Hoosh that well.
Hoosh is real cool, laid back. Yeah.
Landfill, there's not that many rooms where there's at least 3 NFL players that are crazier than B. Mitch at one moment. That doesn't happen that often where there's at least 3 people crazier than Brian.
I think that day it was.
It doesn't, I mean, just in general, like any room he walks into, he could be at he could be at a concert and there's not 3 crazier people.
Crazy. I'm sane until crossed.
Right, yeah.
Some of these dudes are just crazy, automatically.
Like when you were 11, driving a car, waving to police officers. That was sane.
It was fun, though. You know,
it was fun for you.
Yeah, it was fun. I hung out with Andre the night before. So we stayed at the Mondrian right there, so it was cool.
All right. So you went to LA, you shot it. Steve Harvey made a bunch of sex jokes. You came home.
He didn't make sex jokes.
We'll see.
I've seen the show. He made sex jokes.
Yeah, dude.
Not in this one.
I don't believe that.
I think he was very cautious in this one.
Why? Because he was scared T.O. was going to beat him up? Or the beach volleyball players?
No, it's just, you got to be careful with some people.
All right. So we can all watch it tonight at 9.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the opportunity for our audience, for the folks out there. I want to get an official review of B. Mitch's performance and the show in general, right? But one thing is if we think you did poorly and me, Landfill, or Jeff say that, you're going to beat us up because you're here physically in person. So I'd like to open this thing up to someone external.
You mean like me as an individual?
Yeah.
I don't think I wouldn't say I
Don't
did
give
poorly.
it away. No spoilers.
Just saying, I wouldn't wouldn't never say I did poorly.
But I want to let our audience have an opportunity to chime in and to audition.
Well, if I had to touch somebody, I would touch the person who came up with the idea.
Okay, that was Jeff.
No, that was you.
So phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You can now audition to be the official television reviewer for B. Mitch's Celebrity Family Feud tonight. We start with Josh in Alexandria.
What up, Josh?
Sell us on yourself.
Well, the competition's over, fellas. You know, I had a very close relationship with my grandmother. One thing we used to always do is watch Price is Right, Family Feud, Press Your Luck, all that good stuff. Way back from Richard Dawson to Mark Holmes, Louis Anderson, what's his name, Richard Kahn. He was the guy in the plaid on Home Improvement. He was there for a little bit, up to Steve Harvey. I've seen it all. Been watching Family Feud my whole life, and I know a good answer when I hear one. So I won't pull no punches. If B-Mitch gives a good answer, I'll give him his props. But if not, I say, hey, come on, man, you got to do better.
All right, that's a strong audition.
You've been watching, and when you watch it with your grandma, that means he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, causing more Family Feuds than Richard Dawson. All right, we're gonna leave Josh on hold. Okay, Josh, you stay there, buddy. Maybe we'll come back to you. Now this is going to get interesting here. We have another fella that would like to audition for the role. I'm unsure how much of a Family Feud expert he is. That dude Josh sounds like a legit Family Feud expert. But he is a man of the cloth. Hello, Rev T. Rev T, would you like to audition for the role?
What you mean audition for the role? You Bammers, let me tell all you Bammers out the gate who coming after me, who just came before everybody in the world. If you real, you done watch the Family Feud and everything with your grandmama and stuff. Hell, I remember when Richard Dawson lips broke out because he was kissing all them damn women all the time. I think
he did just like go right in to make out with every chick that was on the show.
You damn right. He used to kiss some of the men too on there. I'm just saying. But anyway, though, at the end of the day, CB, Mitch, I ain't looking for you to look good, Bama. Oh, I'm just waiting for you to mess up. See, it's going to go something like this. Hey, I'm Steve Harvey, and welcome to the Family Feud. Let's get this thing started. Survey say, name somebody with big ears. And B. Mitch, if you don't say JP, then I know something damn wrong. You done lost. You know what I'm talking about? See some stuff like that.
I'm the white Will Smith, dude. Take it easy, Rev T.
Hey, B. Mitch, you on the clock, man. But you was with Andre. You was with T.O. I hope T.O. ain't start crying if he got the wrong answer. I got it for my team. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
All I gotta say, you just gotta watch it.
I'm the watcher. I'm the gatekeeper. I'm gonna be on hold.
Rev T. All right, dude. Stay on hold, Rev. Now that Rev's on hold and can't yell back, the leader in the clubhouse through 2 auditions is definitely not Rev T, correct? Landville, do you agree? The guy Josh seemed very serious about his Family Feud. Rev T just wanted to insult all of us, which is fine. It's a good role. Now, Landini, I believe I know who's on.
He does that every day.
Right. Do I know who's on line 4? Okay. Buckle up, B. Mitch. Hello, Jera. How do you do, sir?
Well, I'm doing fine, Finley. Listen, if there's anybody that's a judge of talent, I got a gold jacket for it. I put players in the Hall of Fame. And I'll be the first one to honestly say whether Brian Mitchell was a dumbass or a smartass. So I think without any further ado, and skunk breath, Rev T, listen, one person that Dawson wouldn't have kissed is your dumbass. He would have died from the breath. He would have just stood away. But anyway, listen, there's not a finer judger of talent than me.
All right, Jared. I know that your time is money, so I doubt you'll be able to stay on hold. But when
I'm on hold. Put me on damn hold, son.
Okay. I was gonna say if you want to call back tomorrow, you're invited. No problem. Now this, I'm not exactly sure who this is, but apparently we need to take it. Hello, sir, ma'am. How do you do?
Hello?
I'm gonna put that on hold, Landfill. You see if you can track that down. Our guy, Eastern Shore Drew, is on line 1. Drew, why should you be the official reviewer for B. Mitch's Celebrity Family Feud episode?
Well, one, I'm prepared. The TV's already queued up to record the show tonight, so I'll be able to go back and watch reruns, replays, and give you, real blow-by-blow of the, after the show. Two, I'm just on my way back from the dispensary, so I'm going to be in a good mood to watch that show, and I promise an honest answer. So,
All right.
Drew, if you're coming from the dispensary, how would you know if the answer is honest or not? You may not be there.
I might need to
have
take
to watch
notes.
it again later.
All right, Drew, you are invited, sir. You are invited to call in with a review. Thank you, pal. Appreciate you listening. All right. So far, Drew is welcome. Josh may be the official reviewer. Jared certainly welcome. Jared talking about his eye for talent, which is something else considering Ezekiel Elliott's going to be their starting running back.
Roly-poly, Ezekiel.
You want me to try this line 5 again? Can we get a... All right, we're trying this again. Hello, sir or madam. Please sell yourself why you should be the official reviewer for B-Mitch's Celebrity Family Feud episode.
I think this person here is weird.
Hello, who is it?
Can you hear me? Is it me?
Yeah,
Yes.
were you up, fool? Who is this?
Oh, no. Landfill, I hate you, bro.
Why is it an echo in the background? Sound like this person in the bathroom.
Is this Jeff Walker?
Unfortunately, it is.
Are you sitting down on a toilet?
Yo, I hate you, Landfill, so much.
This is so weird and gross. Goodbye, Jeff.
We don't want him. We don't know if he's gonna wash his hands or not.
Landfill, what the hell?
What happened?
What
you called
happened
him,
there?
did you, Landfill?
I didn't call. He called in. He wanted to listen to the segment. I think he was having a moment of crisis and he had to step out temporarily. So he called in because he wanted to listen to the show on hold.
That's messed up, Landfill.
I mean, that's tremendous.
You put him on Front Street right there. I can't wait till you get back. Because he's going to try to explain this.
Why wouldn't he just use the app rather than call in?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, this is Jeff Walker we're talking about.
That's a fair point. I can't believe we just took that. That's great. That's great.
Oh, man.
Landfill, will you watch B's episode of Celebrity Family Feud tonight?
I will. I enjoy watching Family Feud clips on the internet. I typically don't watch the show, but B Mitch is on, so I will make an exception. I do got to figure out how to watch ABC. I don't have a TV, so I got to figure out how to watch ABC.
What do you
I'll
mean?
figure it out.
You don't have a TV?
No, I do the internet.
You don't have a single TV in your home?
No, God, no. I don't believe in TV.
You just watch on your laptop?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Huh. You have an answer for that? I know they
I
sent
don't
you
have
an
one.
information packet.
I don't know about that.
I'll find a way to make it work.
You maybe could just watch it on the internet. I don't know, but I'm confident you will. The amount of illegal streams that exist in the world, you'll be just fine.
Why that be illegal? He may have a legal stream. You don't know that.
Legal stream, big stream, weak stream, whatever kind of stream. Or is there a enterprising bar or restaurant that wants to host a watch party?
I don't know about all that.
Lost Rhino, we're going there next week. Just come tonight.
That's next week.
That's next Wednesday, I believe.
It is the 17th.
Yeah, next Wednesday, me and B will be at Lost Rhino in Ashburn. Should be a lot of fun.
4 to 6.
4 to 6.
Come hang out with us.
Yeah, come hang out. 2-a-days Haze is the beer.
Yep. JP get to pay for all those beers he's been offering people.
That's true. First 106 on top of me.
The first 106 is on top of Lost Rhino, and the next 106 is going to be on JP.
On me, not on top of me. I misspoke. So I sound like Steve Harvey out here. I can't wait to watch this. I am actually going to.
How long ago did you tape this, B?
When did I go out there? Like April was? I think April.
Marchish. What do you know why it takes so long?
No, I have no clue. I know that they were taping our episode. Earth, Wind, and Fire was there. Has another group there. It was a lot of different episodes that they did.
Yeah, they tape like a bunch of shows. Like all the game shows do that. They tape like a bunch of them at a time, and then they take several weeks off.
Yeah, I think I remember. Can I ask a question that I hope isn't rude? Pat Sajak pass?
No, he's
No,
retiring.
He's
Oh,
retiring.
okay. All right. I feel a lot better than
I think he actually retired. I think his last episode aired.
All right. I saw that he's not on Wheel of Fortune anymore and was worried about him, especially because he lives here. I think he's like a huge Caps fan and lives in Annapolis or something. But yeah, I think they just tape for like a week and stack up like 6 months of shows. How long? It's a 30-minute show or a Celebrity Family Feud an hour?
I think about 30 minutes.
How long does it take to tape that?
Once we got started, I think we were done in about an hour and something.
Okay.
2 hours at the most. You had to do some retakes on stuff and go back and make sure Steve got his stuff right, and we kept moving.
Did you make any errors that forced a restart? Did you have any false starts?
No, not me.
Did T.O.?
I did do something, and right after, because they told us rules, and I saw somebody doing something that weren't the rules, and I called them on it, and then I found out that they had some quick hands. I'm just that's all I'll say. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, B-Mish got quick hands. Watch tonight, 9:00. The gold pants are back. I think this is a very positive step. I know that people will.
Hey, who's that guy that just showed back up?
Jeff's back. Let's find out how his trip went. Nobody go anywhere. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. The gold pants are back. Are you fired up? shaved.
Grant shaved.
Have you seen him yet?
He bald faced?
Nah, yeah. Like when he walks by, he looks 5 years younger. And Grant's already young.
Yeah, I see that.
Hold on, Jeff. Go see if you can get Grant, and we'll get a live reaction from B. Mitch looking at Grant's shaved face. There's a lot of, kind of fashion news today. The Commanders are bringing back gold pants. Grant shaved his face. B. Mitch is going to be on Celebrity Family Feud.
Did you think he was shaving and made a mistake and had to shave it?
No, the way
Whoa.
we wanted
He looked at that little kid used to tell his mom he wanted some Versace stuff to wear to be dressed like me.
I wanted a live B reaction to your shaved face on the radio. We got it.
This looks a little bit more like the 10-year-old
Yeah.
that you knew.
Mom, I want to get the same shirt that B. Mitchell had. She's like, oh, that costs too much.
Actually, somebody found a picture of that outfit. I think I might have sent it to you recently, but I sent it to Daryl Green because I wore it to the 99 playoff game, which many people will remember as Brian Mitchell's final game when he broke off a kick return for a touchdown, and then Dan Snyder decided he didn't have it anymore.
Yeah, you say I lost a step.
Yeah. In fairness, you should have scored faster, I guess, on that play. Maybe that was his point. But that was when I got that outfit, and sure enough, we looked very similar. You had a vest and a what was it, like a silk shirt?
That's so funny, dude.
But the picture is me and Daryl Green. So I sent Daryl Green the picture.
Did you put that on Instagram or something?
A couple weeks back on Instagram. But I sent it to Daryl Green. He's like, I still haven't been paid for carrying you when you were little or whatever. So he was joking. He was funny, but it was good to see that outfit again.
What made you shave?
I was so hot yesterday. I was sitting in Nats Park. It was just disgusting.
Were you in that red booth joint?
We were outside because it's actually cooler outside.
Oh, yeah, that red booth is a microwave.
Well, there's two things about the red booth. And I like the red booth. I like broadcasting from there. Number one, it's so hot. Like the air conditioning's on, you can't tell.
Right.
Number two, there's clearly mold. And whatever comes from mold, I don't want.
Sure.
So we sit outside.
Whatever comes from mold is bad news.
I don't even go in that.
Yeah.
Thing. I just sit outside of it. Like if Clary or somebody goes in, I thank them for their service. and that's the extent of it. But the whole day, all I could think about was, I heard you saying you were out doing some golf stuff.
Yeah.
And you went home and took a cold shower.
Yeah.
All I could think about after the Nats got shut out was cold shower, shave my face. I do it pretty much once a year that way.
Did you use a beard trimmer? Because that doesn't look razored.
So I did a beard trimmer and then shaved it with a razor. But
and that's that grown back?
This was yesterday, like probably 5 or 6.
You got a little part bear in you.
Damn, dude, that's a thick.
It's not great.
You got part bear,
Here's the
dude.
thing.
Wow.
I am the hairiest person you'll ever meet.
I wouldn't have known that.
I saw a guy.
Now I see it.
Yeah.
I saw a guy on Instagram the other day.
Well,
that's not even 24 hours growth.
And that's back already.
About that, right? I got home right after maybe less. Yeah, after the Nats game. So it's only 12:30. So yeah.
I shaved. When did I shave? I shaved Monday morning, and you have more going in.
That's from Monday.
This is from Monday morning.
Okay.
This is from Sunday.
Yeah. Well, this is not a good thing.
Especially on an audio
Right.
program, as we're all just visually describing our
Right.
levels.
Oh, it's not audio. He just getting in front of that thing right
there
now.
you go.
There's a stream. Your reaction to the gold pants coming back?
Layup. Look, perfect. No brainer. Anything they can do to better appease the people that are alienated, that's easy. Do it. Also, it looks way better. I don't know if that burgundy is the same as the old burgundy. I contend that it isn't. They say that it is. I know that when
It's
you
not.
I agree.
And they don't even match. The burgundy jersey doesn't match the red on the white jersey.
which is weird.
Yeah.
But when you put this burgundy, which you and I both think is different, with the gold, it does look a little bit more like the old thing, I will say. It just plays better. It also, forget all of the past if you want, it's aesthetically better. So it's just a better look, and it's a no-brainer. They need to do a few more things like that.
The goal is from way back.
Yeah. Well, also,
that wasn't really around when we
Robert wore it because Bruce brought it back.
Yeah, I understand, but Bruce brought it back saying he was bringing a blast from the past. When the most successful not in those gold uniforms.
I want to say I could be
Bruce
on.
basically just skipped over 3 Super Bowls.
This is more of a Rick Snyder thing, historian style. I think it was a George Allen thing, like that era.
It was.
Yeah.
And then Bruce brought it back.
So they
for
got
Pop.
to a Super Bowl,
Yes.
right? When they lost to the Dolphins.
But you
72.
remember, people used to love, like the Nick Sundberg and would come out of the tunnel wearing the gold.
Yeah, yeah,
Everyone
yeah.
would tweet out gold pants.
The
People loved it.
difference in both the white and the burgundy that you wore, like the traditional, and even the gold that Robert was wearing, like the Bruce throwbacks they brought back, they all had stripes on the side. They don't have any with the stripe on the side. Like I think even if the whites, maybe
Remember
they
when
have
we did that throwback game, we did the stripes on the no stripe on the side.
maybe the whites have a little bit of stripe going down, but I don't think the current burgundies are just all burgundy or something.
Well, here's the problem with the stripes down the side. You can't use those stripes because they wouldn't match the current jersey.
Yeah.
So if they could do their own stripes with the
Whoever
new
the
shade of
company is, they have to be blamed a little bit because you're right. You notice in baseball, what was it, Nike? I think it was.
What it was Fanatics.
When
Fanatics
and
and
Nike,
Nike.
yeah.
But people got pissed because it wasn't traditional per se, and they could be you were seeing
See
through
your
them.
drawers, right?
So all these
Drawers
guys are
wasn't the
trying to
problem.
put out what they want to put out something they think is stylish. They want people to go buy it
Totally.
instead of putting out what the hell has been a tradition for real.
Well, my annoyance, and it doesn't matter anymore, really, but they have said throughout the entire process that the colors are the same.
They're just lying.
And stop saying that. We have a John Allen jersey hanging in our studio that we look at every day. That white, that gradient burgundy on the white, like I see it and I think Carson Wentz, which I'm sure is good. That jersey is not burgundy. I don't know what it is, but it's just not. The burgundy
like
is
a maroonish mix.
kind of, yeah. It's
The
darker.
white looks like a Louisville Cardinal alternate jersey. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, and
Do we agree that the burgundy is like the actual burgundy jersey is way closer to the correct color than the burgundy on the whites?
yeah, because the burgundy on the whites is just red. Like
Yeah.
it's not burgundy. It's closer to the 106. Like if you're on the stream and you see the 106.7 the Fan red and then the Tutty towel, the burgundy on the white jerseys is closer to the 106.7 the Fan red than it is the Tutty towel. And it's not close.
I'm not saying it was nefarious. Like they might have ordered what they ordered. You ever bought paint for your house and you're like, oh, this is a little different
Right,
than
right,
I
right.
thought. I'm quite sure they probably ordered burgundy or whatever. And now it's a different material. Like you said,
Yeah.
this is what it looks like.
A
or
lot
what
of
the-
times it comes down to that company that's making it. And
I bet
what did
you're
they
right.
do? Did they put the right mixture in it?
Speaking of burgundy, I meant to send this to the group chat.
Oh, boy.
A buddy of mine sent me a photo of a Carson Wentz t-shirt that was for sale. Carson Wentz decked out in burgundy. How much this was this past weekend.
Okay.
This is a live photo in a Montgomery County store.
Well, here's the
Okay.
best thing about this. It's not team issues.
I know it's
Like,
NFLPA.
It's just an all burgundy kit with white numbers. So he could be on the Cardinals. Like it's just a random look.
How much you think this was selling for?
That's $7.99.
10.
My boy Peter's text said $5 seems like $5 too much.
Oh, wow.
That's for just the material.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. I think let's all guess what the wildest people running away with something, the wildest idea and speculation that people will make now that they've reintroduced the gold pants.
Oh, they bring their name back.
Wow.
Everybody goes to that.
Yeah.
Like immediately,
Although
right?
that's not there, they going to bring that back.
I think the first thing you're going to hear is like, this is the first, basically, this is a trial balloon. This is the canary in the coal mine. This is a sign. Even though all the people are telling us they're not going to do it, for those of us that really know, this is a sign. That's going to be the take.
My buddy's uncle works at the printing factory,
Yes.
and he said,
how many times we've heard that?
I mean, Layfield, what's the wildest kind of conclusion people will jump to based on the yellow pants coming back?
Maybe this is what the senator wanted.
From Montana?
Ooh.
Oh,
That's a
think about
good
that.
theory.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's a throwback. They giving us a thank you. Yeah,
Some
that-
yellow pants.
Yeah.
Give me the stadium, damn it.
Maybe this is a stadium deal.
But actually, when they had those gold pants, they had the spear on the side of the helmet.
Yes.
Oh, you got to play the X-Files music for this.
So the senator wants warriors. This is the first step toward the spear with warriors.
Well, didn't somebody report that the Raskin or somebody from Maryland is holding this whole thing up? Maybe they make the yellow pants in Baltimore, and it's a job creation for the state of Maryland, and the stadium's staying in
What are you
Landover.
saying?
Old Bay comes in yellow containers.
Under
Yo!
Armour? Under Armour's gonna make them?
I doubt that. But I don't-
Oh, but they get their time
I
coming up
like
soon.
the idea of the involvement of Montana senator. We haven't talked about Steve Daines in a while.
that's my guy.
That's sorry. Yeah.
Guys, crazy as hell.
Jeff, Jeff, if any of us are prone to wild conspiracy theories, it is you, my friend.
Aliens are coming. They play for the Washington Commanders.
Jeff just goes straight to
We're
aliens.
going to the Super Bowl.
Do aliens prefer gold pants, Jeff?
Yes, they make them run faster.
It's easier to see from Mars.
Yeah, and the gold pants mean we're getting Aiyuk too.
Oh,
Let's just throw some more crazy stuff
Lord
out
have
there.
mercy. Here we go.
so they did tweet this.
You know
out.
somebody gonna believe all that stuff you just said.
I don't know that. I don't know what this means. Is today the organization's birthday? The Commander's official account tweeted out, "It may be our birthday, but we're giving you guys a gift instead." And that was their tease of the gold pants
So
drop.
July 9th? When?
1932.
So is it July? It could be.
I got no idea.
JP, tell them, send you a press release and you'll read it.
I always do. You know what would be helpful is if we knew they always got the dates right when we go and check out the official merchandise.
Also, isn't
Well,
there?
I think right now we may be getting that stuff right.
I believe their
Right.
actual birthday is 2/2/22. Because with all due respect, this is a different thing now, right?
Yeah.
That is the birthday of the Commanders.
Wikipedia does say they were established July 9th, 1932.
Wow.
Honestly, Wikipedia might be more effective than 2222 in this one unique case. So, how many years is that? Not quite 100? 80,
You're short by 8,
92?
bro. You're short by 8.
92.
Yeah.
Happy 92nd birthday. 1992 when they won the last Super Bowl.
What do we get them for their 92nd birthday?
What do you get somebody for their 92nd birthday?
Truth.
Insure?
Gold pants.
Gold pants.
Truth.
I think you visit them, you fill up their
Do the
fridge.
same thing they do.
You fill up
meet-
their fridge with groceries.
If you meet a 92-year-old and you ask them a question, you better be ready for the answer. How do I look at this? You want to hear that?
I could be off on this. I don't know what you guys think. If you've made it to 92,
You can say
most
the
of
hell
the
you wanna
time
say.
you're you're like doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Like I won't make it to 92. Zero chance. I'll just be dead for 20 years. But when you get to 92, B Mitch, I think you're probably going for a little while. You're like walking around, enjoying yourself.
Yeah.
You see Brian at the golf course, like
Yeah, but
I think if you make it, you're in a good spot.
You've got like a good plan.
Exactly.
Like,
If you
You
made it
didn't
to
make the
92,
decisions I made.
You probably have told everybody exactly what you wanted to tell them.
yeah, you're
Oh,
not.
that's a fact.
You're not holding back much at 92.
You see,
You don't
You're
have
not playing
secrets.
they
politics.
tell us that stress kills you. The people that freely tells you what they think, they don't have problems. They don't have stress. They
You
don't
noticed
hold
that
on.
with your parents, though, right?
Oh, parents. My grandparents taught me that early.
I don't think I can read this on air, but I did a simple Google search for good gifts for old people,
Okay.
and I'm gonna drop just one that came up in the group chat. I'm gonna show it to Grant. You think I can read this book title for a great gift for a
Probably
92-year-old?
If you're asking a question, you probably can't.
I
read
think let's change a word, but I definitely think it plays.
I'll let you fire away. I don't know, Jeff. Go ahead and read that for me, pal.
Nah, man.
All right, we got to take a break before landfill kills us. Congratulations on your fresh
Thank
shave.
you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you.
And we're all here to celebrate the 92nd birthday of the Commanders.
That's funny.
I'm gonna go get a cake.
Let's get a cake. We got to give away some tickets next.
That is
All right, we're going to TCOB here off the top. Caller number 10 right now. Congrats. You win 2 tickets to Dirty Heads and Slightly Stupid Friday, July 19th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. Tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. That's caller number 10 right now. About 10 minutes from now, Nikki Jhabvala will join the program. I saw this, and I wanted to make sure I mentioned it. Ken Rosenthal's probably either him or Jeff Passan is like the Schefter of baseball. These guys kind of know everything. And there's an article this morning in The Athletic. Rosenthal, Katie Wu, and Patrick Mooney wrote, I'm quoting here, Washington will be open to offers both on potential free agents and players signed and controlled for only one additional season. The Nats group of impending free agents includes outfielder Jesse Winker, lefty Patrick Corbin, righty reliever Dylan Floro, struggling slugger Joey Gallo, and the currently injured Trevor Williams. Of even more interest will be Lane Thomas, Hunter Harvey, and Kyle Finnegan. I've been saying for a while, I think they should be sellers. I subscribe to the Moneyball theory that it's great to have a good closer, but a lot of it is a volume play, and you should get assets from your closers when you can. I like Kyle Finnegan. I think he's a really good player, but I think if he goes to a real contending team and can help them close out some games when they matter most, I think that's good for all parties.
Yeah.
Harvey, I would think, would be an absolute trade piece, but he's struggled the last couple of weeks. Lane Thomas thing to me, is more interesting than anything. I think locally we really like Lane Thomas. I don't know that he's seen as like a starter across the league. He's really good against lefties. But the big question is, like, of course you trade away your free agents, right? Like Jesse Winker, I think you absolutely move. I don't know. Landfill, what would you offer in a trade for Patrick Corbin?
Ham sandwich?
I mean, no. If you wanted me to take Corbin, you'd have to cut me a big old fat check.
A draft pick,
Yeah.
a soda machine like in Moneyball.
Yeah.
I don't know that Joey Gallo is going to get a lot on the on the trade block. It sucks.
In exchange for Corbin, I would offer you a 28-year-old minor leaguer, but you'd also have to give me every penny that he's owed for the rest of the year, and a prospect.
What sucks is Trevor Williams. A lot of these exciting pitching prospects the Nats have been rolling out are young guys with team control. Trevor Williams, however, is not one of those guys. He was a journeyman that was signed here 2 seasons ago, but he was dealing before he got hurt. So that would be a perfect, trade him to a contending team that needs a third starter, see if he can stay hot. I just don't know what happens with the injury in his trade market. I think the best 2 options are Finnegan and Harvey. I don't know what they'll do. I'm now reading.
But you always say how good Whichcomb is. He'll handle it.
Rizzo?
Oh, yeah.
Totally. I agree with that. Reading now from MLB Trade Rumors. Where was this? Both Finnegan and Harvey are on track for free agency after the 25-26 season. The 2026 offseason. Finnegan has saved 23 games and posted a tidy 2.17 ERA in 37 1/3 innings. He's averaged a hefty 97.4 mile per hour on his fastball while recording a 26.5 strikeout rate. I mean, that's really good. He's getting ground balls on about 43% of his pitches.
Stuff.
Finnegan's been really good. You want to keep him as a part of this thing, but I eventually don't think they'd pay for him. And I think a stud bullpen guy at the trade deadline can fetch a serious price. And then Hunter Harvey was absolutely dealing until the last couple
Let me ask you this
weeks.
question, though. You said it should be sellers. What if what they're willing to sell, somebody don't offer what they think they should get from, and they keep them?
Then I think you chill. I don't think you're in a must-sell scenario.
You just hope to sell.
They've now fallen to 7 games under 500. If you're looking at the wild card, there are now, I mean, I can't imagine they're even within 5 games of the last wild card spot. I'll pull it up real quick. But yeah, dude, I mean, if you're looking at the wild card, right now there's 3 wild card spots. Braves, who are 11 games over 500. The only reason the Braves aren't winning the division is because they're in the same division as the Phillies. The Cardinals, who just took 3 out of 4 from Washington to really kind of open this lead up, and then the Padres. All of those teams are above 500. Cards are 6 over 500. Padres are 4 over 500. The Nats are now 7 under 500. The Nats are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams back from the last wild card spot. I think, when we had Zuck on a couple of weeks ago, he said the next few weeks before the trade deadline will determine what they do at the trade deadline. I think we're kind of getting our answer here. Especially if you look at the Mets, the Giants, some of these teams that typically play well later. The Mets usually don't collapse till like September. I think it's time to sell. I think there's a reason the Nats are looking to sell. And I think Nikki Jhabvala joins us next. Like a helicopter. Us. All right, I am very, very curious to gauge Nikki Jhabvala from the Washington Post, Commanders Insider, joining us now via the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Hello, Nikki. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. I am curious what you are more interested in, gold pants or Brandon Aiyuk?
I had a feeling those would be the two topics. I'm currently more interested in the gold pants because I'm trying to write a story on it and not mess up. But, over the past 2 days, I would say at this point, it's been evenly split between those two topics, which is, in the grand scheme of things, pretty great when you think about what it was 2 years ago.
Sure.
We have made it so far.
Let's start with the gold pants. We were kind of playing a game. I think it's just a cool step to bring something back that fans enjoy, but there will be rampant speculation about what the gold pants means by keyboard conspiracy theorists. What, if anything, have you heard of a reaction, and what are you expecting to hear?
I mean, so far I haven't seen a whole lot, and from what I have seen, it's been mostly positive. It does seem like the gold pants are generally, correct me if I'm wrong, you know the history of this team much more than I do, but it does seem like fans have been lobbying for a return of the gold pants for quite some time. So it doesn't really surprise me given what ownership has said from day one. And I was told this was like a full team decision, wasn't made by any one person. But, they have talked about some of, a lot of their own nostalgia with the team and going to games at RFK Stadium as fans and, what they remember seeing and how they want to kind of bring the franchise back to where it was in its heyday. And, that doesn't mean changing its name or, bringing back a controversial name or logo or anything of that nature. But it does mean they would probably look to find ways like this to kind of draw from its history. So I like it. I think it's a good way to do it. I would suspect it's not the last, tweak to a uniform that they make. Now there are NFL rules on how many big changes you can. Yeah. The fact that they're a brand new ownership team gives them a little bit more leeway than most other teams. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a positive thing. I haven't seen too many wild conspiracy theories, so I'm sure they're coming.
Oh, they're coming.
Yeah, I mean,
they're definitely
Can't
coming.
wait.
It's positive. It's a easy, small step, too, is one of the things that I think kind of gets forgotten. Like, hey, people like these. Why not bring them back? And I think one thing that's a positive with the new ownership group is I think where the old regime both had to get things past get Dan's approval, which was often wavering with the wind, but then also try to establish that they were firmly in charge and that they wouldn't go back and forth. Like if you remember, when they announced that they're going to finally honor Bobby Mitchell, they did it right. They made the announcement in July for a September game. And there was lots of buildup, and it was done right. And then when they announced the Sean Taylor thing with 3 days' notice, people flipped out. And the right move at that moment would be to just, hey, we're going to try this again later. Thanks for the feedback. But they couldn't because they had to feel like they were, firm in what they were getting done. And I feel like this new group doesn't have any of that baggage.
No. I think they will have the longest, best honeymoon period of any new ownership group, probably in sports for a long while, just because they are not the group of the past. Whether that's fair or not, it is reality. So yeah, and I think there's no direct comparison to the NFL. The NFL is a different animal. Just because you've had other sports franchises doesn't mean sports when you buy an NFL team. It's just completely different. The attention, the scrutiny, the how lucrative these teams are. Every part of it is just so different. But I think some of the things that they experienced as sport team owners in the past help them here. And part of that is just the general decision making and sort of, how fans might react. And I do think that they do understand the importance of history with this team. And I felt like history was lost quite a bit in 2020 through like 2022. Mm-hmm. I felt like there wasn't enough recognition of it. And there wasn't enough awareness of it. Even though they had folks in the building, like I think when you have somebody like Doug Williams in the building, like how can you not
at least
pick his brain and yes, use him as he's an invaluable resource. I think that's a good thing about this group.
But I ask this question though. I understand you do stuff to please the fan, and that makes sense. But eventually, you got to just start winning. And I think that's the ultimate thing because, like, I'm hearing about the gold pants. And based off of me coming here in 1990, I'm still trying to win the gold pants where the around when the heyday was going on. Because I know in the 80s and the 90s, late 80s and 90s, they weren't wearing gold pants often. We wore the gold pants like in 90 something when they had that throwback game when we had those pants with no stars, no stripes on them, and the helmet that had nothing on it.
I remember that.
I remember that. But other than that, it was burgundy and gold. I mean, white and burgundy all the time.
Yep. It was like right up till 78 when the gold pants were really and then they kind of moved away from it and then they brought it back in like special events and then back in 2010 for Shanny and then out again because they sucked but yeah, I agree. I mean, it'll always come back to that. You can make little fixes and changes here and there, and that's honestly where I come back to with the name. I still think if they win with this name, if they win a title with this game, people will be okay with it. But if you keep going 4-13, of course they're going to hate it.
Yeah. It's funny too because Bruce Allen was one that brought the gold pants back under with Shanahan, and
I know I just used a Bruce Allen quote in the story, and it feels very odd.
Oh boy,
but
I feel
lo
like
and behold, that's where we're at.
JP get to look at Bruce every day, Nikki.
for young people, like if you're 25, you probably don't even realize that like John Riggins didn't wear yellow pants. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you equate like Robert and Kirk with the glory days.
Probably don't know who John Riggins is if they just 20-something.
That's true. All right, let's turn to the other topic du jour. Because frankly, I think the gold pants are they're cool, they look good, and give them more options. Like I'm cool with it. I'd rather those than the black ones, frankly. The black ones have no sense of history. Brandon Aiyuk just refuses to stop posting things. The latest post was Brian and I have talked about it kind of at length that we think a little too much. Posting the Commanders practice photo to his TikTok page. There's no way that the brass in Ashburn is thrilled about this. There's just no way. What was your reaction when you saw it and kind of the 36 hours or whatever since?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, I think it's immaturity on both players' part. I know players obviously share this stuff with friends in the league. There's no way teams can really police that. I mean, I guess there is. They can track what they're looking at on their playbooks and everything. But, guys are going to do this. I don't think Jaden should have shared that. I know they're close friends. Okay, you live and learn, right? But I do feel like Brandon Aiyuk, and it was when he was on that Ryan Clark's podcast, The Pivot, and they asked him, what is it like? Every day people are talking about you and your contract. And he seemed to really love that. And that just was like, I get it, sort of an ego strike, whatever. But like that seems to be his primary goal, not, and I don't want to, I've never talked to him. I don't want to speak for him. It is what it is. And, every player should get what they deserve. I firmly believe that. But I feel like he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows he's trolling and people are just feeding into it. And to me, it's immaturity. Like you want the contract, fine, play professional, get your deal. Definitely fight for what you deserve. and keep it moving. I find this to be a little childish, and I don't know how other teams are looking at it. If I were another GM, to me, I'd view it as, do we have trust issues here? Do we need to worry about that? And that to me would only detract from your ultimate goal of getting the most money possible.
I worry only because he's bringing somebody else into it. If it was just him, his reputation, his whatever, cool. But when you bring somebody else in and you make people start to speculate about another guy, that's when the problem starts. And I think in that situation, Jaden is going to have to grow up a little quicker. If you're going to keep that friend around, you need to be able to grow up quick enough. Because one thing about me and my friends, and they'll tell you, I was the name, and when you walk around, you're not going to act a damn fool around me. You can do that when you're by yourself. You're not going to do it when you're with me. You got to figure out a way to police it a little bit. And if they're going to remain friends, hey, bro, we got to have some parameters here. You have to not show stuff that I show you. Because that's putting me in a bad light. People are questioning me now. That would become a problem.
No, I agree with you. I mean, that's the onus is on Jaden. If he feels like it's taking away from his own reputation and his rapport with the team, then he needs to, step up and say something to make it's on him to not let himself get sucked into that.
Mm-hmm.
But
more beyond, beyond the immaturity, selfishness, whatever the descriptions are for Aiyuk's actions. I anyway don't think a trade is happening. I think there maybe was a time around the draft where it was discussed. But I think
it's not happening now.
Peters has been so clear that he's building through the draft. They're not going to, mortgage capital now. Plus, the Niners need Aiyuk. The Niners want to win a Super Bowl. So I feel like so much of this is just so extra, so superfluous when nothing's actually going to happen.
No, I agree with you completely. It's silly. It's annoying. Can we find something else to talk about on Twitter? Is that really it?
I think that's fair. I will give you one.
That or Magic Johnson's workout videos on his yacht. That's where we're at right now.
We talked about this morning. Do you think Austin Eckler is still a top 20 running back in the NFL?
Top 20?
Top 20.
Assuming, good health. Maybe. I don't think he is what he was 2-3 years ago. That's for sure. But top 20, maybe. I always think, it's like any player. It always kind of depends on their health and how he'll be used in this offense.
And it comes down to health. Because if he's not healthy, he won't have the usage. If he's healthy, he have the usage.
Right.
And if he can just do the things he's done over his career, he's effective in the red zone.
It was only 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2022, he had 18 touchdowns.
But he had injuries after that, and I think the injuries speak volumes.
Yeah. And for a player that size, a running back period to take the hits he does, you log some serious miles. I feel like, the rate at which you log miles as a running back is so much, it's so much worse than, a lot of the other skill positions because of the hits you take. But that's not based. I haven't looked at it. That's just my assumption. I think he can be, especially with this group, because I think just with their lack of receiver depth, I think there's a big opportunity for him just to get more production in the pass game. So I think he's in a really good spot. It's just, health. Truly.
Sure. I agree, and I think they have a good plan there. I think if you go back and look at Kingsbury's offenses with Arizona, the best, I think they went 11-5 in a year where I think it was James Conner and Chase Edmonds. Between the two of them accounted for 2,000 yards from scrimmage total. I think a timeshare will work here with the players they've put together. Nikki, there was another thing I wanted to talk to you about before we let you go. We're talking with our friend Nikki Jhabvala here from the Washington Post. You can follow her at Nikki, Nicki Jhabvala, Jhabvala. The draft stuff. Brian and I had heard they were looking to get the NFL draft here in Washington for 26 because that would be the 250th anniversary of the United States. For whatever reason, it got pushed back a year. Now they're looking at 27. I know you had an article maybe last week kind of about where it is. I think DC wants it. The NFL wants it here. The vistas, the visuals of being on the National Mall could be really pretty dope. But like anything, there's challenges.
Yes. And the biggest one being that the National Mall is managed by, the National Park Service. I mean, you're dealing with federal agencies instead of a city that can just, either through a city council or whatever, it can just, decide its own how it wants to handle things. You're going through the federal government to arrange these things, and there are restrictions on commercialization on the mall and, what you can sell, can't sell, what types of vendors you can have, if you can have alcohol, all types of things. So these are things that, for an event of that size, it takes a lot of planning. To me, the biggest issue, just in looking at some of the things that have been discussed about it so far, is the National Park Service doesn't accept permit applications for special events more than a year out. And the NFL likes to decide draft sites 2 years out. I mean, 2026 was awarded to Pittsburgh. And you're right, DC, they did talk about 26 or 27. The NFL ultimately went with Pittsburgh for 26. So now DC is firmly trying for 27. But, we're talking more than 2 years out for the planning, and MPS won't commit.
But see, that's the thing about it, though. All these things they have in place, they have adjustments to it. And I think that the ultimate thing is, as much as the NFL loves notoriety, DC loves notoriety too.
Yeah.
And I think this could be a win-win for both.
I do too. I think it could be a win for the team, for the city, for the league. I mean, I know DC is viewed economically, financially, business-wise as a massive market for the league. They want DC to do well. It's good for all the owners. They want this market to be back to what it was. It's obviously good for the team. To me, if they get a draft here, it signals that the league views this ownership group, as really having a strong positive impact. Like, they really believe it's back on track. Because DC did try to get the draft a few years ago, and then it ended up in Detroit. So, and I think you look at the numbers the draft it's putting up. I mean, average 12.1 million viewers. People love watching Roger Goodell announce names. What was it? 775,000 people flooded Detroit. I mean, imagine what that brings to DC. It would, huge numbers. Of course, DC and many other cities want this.
Yeah, but just to take it one step further, and perhaps Landfill needs to play the X-Files theme. If you're trying to get the city to come up with, I don't know, $700 million to build a new stadium on federal land,
might want to help them make some money.
Might help a lot if you're like, we got an event that could bring, 300,000 people to town for 4 nights. How much money does the city make off that?
They bring more than 300,000. It might bring over 1 million people here, and they're dropping dollars in your place.
I'm just saying, you wonder perhaps if the league slow plays this thing to figure out how the stadium's looking, and it all kind of goes hand in hand.
Think about all the stuff that Detroit was dealing with before they got this Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They didn't expect it to be as big as it was in Detroit.
The draft.
But look how, the draft and how it broke out.
Right.
So you think DC wouldn't get that level?
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think they do huge numbers. Huge.
And I think that would really help in a motivation to get a stadium. I feel like the timing of everything could kind of work out. We'll have to see. I mean, it's one of the overarching problems of living in our fair city is that the city ain't in control of enough, right? Like, these federal carpetbaggers get to be in charge of things. But I can rant about that for a long time. What's your off-season grade for the Commanders as of today, Nikki?
Off-season grade, just looking at everything on paper. I mean, I thought that I gave them a pretty decent grade last year, so take this for what it's worth. I mean, I give them a B plus, A minus. I mean, I thought I like a lot of the changes they made. I like the coaching staff. I like the front office changes. I like what they did in the draft and free agency. I like their approach, how they just have a general plan for not just the short-term future, but long-term. They obviously can't fix it all, though, and there's still a ton of work to do. Left tackle being a big one.
Dude, what's weird is I'm happier about the left tackle situation with Coleman. I'm at a B, I think. I think they threw a lot of Band-Aids on positions with one-year contracts for veterans, which I like. I would really like to know what they knew about Johnny Newton's foot. Because if you didn't know he needed another one, and now he does, and the track record of second-round picks here, and that doesn't fall on these guys, but it still happened for a team that needs a lot of help.
I think Johnny Newton, you roll that dice because that dude upside can be something special.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mitch. I mean, that dude's a stud.
Sure.
If there's any hope of getting him healthy, to me that's a gamble you take every day.
I agree as long as they knew his other foot needed the procedure a week after the draft, and I just find the timing kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nikki. Always appreciate your time.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
All right. That's our friend, Nikki Jhabvala. You can follow her on X and Instagram at Nikki Jhabvala. When we come back, we're all going to give our off-season grades for the Commanders as they compare to the rest of the NFL. So I was very curious yesterday. And listen, if you listen to this program regularly, between the cast of characters involved with Jeff and Landfill and myself, certainly, and even Brian, sometimes the text thread's a weird place.
Mm-hmm.
We got some weird characters involved. But Landfill last night sent us a text and just offered grades. And I have no idea what they were about. But grades. Landfill got an A. Jeff got an A. B. Mitch got a B+, and I got a D-.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, what the hell is this?
I didn't know what the hell that was either.
What was that, Landfill?
That was just grades for yesterday's show.
Who gave them?
Me.
Landfill, you're an ass. You know that. You gave yourself an A?
Why did I get a D-?
No particular reason.
I don't even think I did anything wrong yesterday.
What the hell did Landfill do so right yesterday when he got an A?
Sure.
And he gave Jeff an A too?
He only gave you a B+.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Jeff in the room with him.
They're in the aquarium.
Sound like some haters to me.
Well, it sounds like the two people that's sitting in there together just giving out grades. Just that's the hating.
Nothing is given.
What
well earned.
What are today's grades looking like, Landfill? More of the same?
He's dealing with Earl right now.
My man Earl Forsey. Earl Forsey getting an F.
Well, Earl Forsey's internet connection.
Okay.
D-.
Earl Forsey's internet connection, D-.
Got an F, okay.
Same grade as me from yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, I'm obviously giving myself another A.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Right?
B. Mitch, I feel like today may be a B-.
Damn, B, you got to bring it.
First of all, you can't give yourself grades and try to give other people grades. So we have to give Landfill
It is
grades.
tough to be the judge and the jury.
Yeah, so Landfill,
I give you an A, Landini.
you got to,
Jeff.
well, first of all, Frick and Frack, they can do what they want to do.
All right, let's take a look at a real grade. Ralph Vacchiano covers the NFC East for Fox Sports. He covered the Giants and the Jets forever. I've known Ralph a while. He worked at SNY for a long time. All-season grade for the Commanders is a B. Says, on the surface, most of their free agent additions are generally unimpressive. They are decent, solid players who are unspectacular. They did not go shopping for stars, but they get a decent grade because their plan is sound.
Mm-hmm.
Only a foolish team would have gone on a spending spree in free agency in the hopes of becoming an immediate contender. That's just not how it works in the NFL.
Sound like the previous people.
Yeah. The new Commanders regime inherited a bad team that didn't have a strong base of young talent. They needed to build that, which they have tried to do through a very full draft class. The veterans they brought in were really just for support. If Daniels is good, they might have enough to be a mediocre team, one that hangs around the fringes of the playoff chase until late in the season. But they know they are still a couple years away from being a true contender. They're trying to get there by growing young talent, and they clearly know they can't do that with money. It mostly takes time. I completely agree with that. I think that's really fair.
It takes time, but I think when you bring those veteran players in who can fill in if a young guy who you pick doesn't just get it right then, that's a sound way of doing it. Now, if things happen to work out, what if your veteran player can play very well, but he's a guy who's been injured a little bit? Now he doesn't have to play all the time because a young guy is stepping up as well. You can reach what you need to reach quicker. And I believe that they're doing it right. They have never said we're competing this year. They've never said retooling. We thought that in the past because they always said that crap.
Sure.
And they should have been rebuilding.
Right.
They've, in a sense, rebuilt something in a quicker way by getting veteran players that have gotten to their prime, who knows how to play, who understands this league. So they don't say it, but they've rebuilt.
I think they've done a few things. I think if you look at the amount of veterans on 1-year contracts, those are Band-Aids. Like GW Parkway, for example, has been among one of the worst surfaces to drive on for a really, really long time.
Mm-hmm.
And what you would see every once in a while is people would come through and try to have you ever seen those trucks that drive around and try to fill up potholes?
Oh, yeah.
and then they just keep driving and try to fill up more potholes.
Mm-hmm.
They did that forever on GW Parkway. Now they're finally ripping the whole thing up, and it's a disaster right now. But when it ever finishes, 2-3 years from now, it should be great. I think
I hope it's 2 or 3 years, Jay.
Me too, dude. I'll have to drive out there today to pick up my daughters from camp, and it's just, oh God, it's like intense because you have so little space. I think Washington's trying to do that right now. They sign a ton of veteran players to fill spots that are serious holes, right? But they're also trying to rebuild this thing the right way for the future.
But see, I think it's a little different than the analogy that you use, because
that analogy.
if the veteran players can still play, you allow the young player to get a chance to grow. And then that young player moves in whenever that veteran player is moving on. You don't like that pothole, you put that pothole you think is going to work. And by the time you get to the 50th pothole, you got to go back and fix that first damn pothole. You know what I mean? I think they're doing it in a proper way, which we before either went all young or all old. And you're not winning like that. You need to have it as one guy is starting to phase out, the other guy is coming in. And if you can keep it going like that, all of a sudden you find out that you're winning for a long time.
I agree. I think they've gotten better. I don't know that it's going to result in a huge jump in wins this year, but I think it's about stacking a couple really good drafts. And if Jaden's the guy, nothing can microwave this process like Jaden being the guy. But depth is a question.
Jaden could be the guy, but Jaden gonna need some help up front to be the guy. So if Jaden is the guy, his offensive line played better than what we thought.
Dude, you need Coleman to be the guy, or maybe it's Lucas. You need Nick Allegretti to prove he's a starter. As much excitement as there is about Allegretti, he had never proven he was a week-to-week lock-it-in starter. Like, he has to prove that now, which is kind of similar to Andrew Wiley, who they also got from the Chiefs. Like, it's kind of similar. Doesn't mean the performance will be. I also think we believe, Brian, that this staff will be significantly better. And I think we get so caught up on players and stars that we forget that if a good scheme and staff exists and everybody buys in, that can make a big ass difference.
I've said it a long time, bro. We have to hold the coaches accountable just like we do the players. And if you got players that are playing the same way and they don't seem to be getting better, but they keep putting them on the field, can't blame the player for that.
We make bets every day. I don't know if we get better every day. We'll do it next. It's B. Mitchell Finley. I follow the Capital Weather Gang on Twitter, or X if you prefer. That is like a weather arm of the Washington Post.
Mm-hmm.
Guess the current heat index in Washington, D.C.
104.
104. Jeff?
106.
Landini?
I was going to say 99.
110.
Damn.
Per Capital Weather Gang, 50 seconds ago. DC's heat index is currently 110. Air temp 97. Dew point 75.
Wow.
That is hot and humid. That is warm, man. Go outside, drink some water, man. Find some shade. We're going to find out who's hot amongst the boys, making some bets. Time for her to hear first.
All right, here first. Oh, Lord. Get around. Heard it here first.
What they got to say? Jeffrey.
Okay, so I want to start this heard it here first segment out with the early bleep you.
Tuesday, dog.
Bleep you landfill.
Whoa.
I'm still getting text messages about that segment.
You said you wanted to go viral, so you went viral. You going viral.
No, let me
Hold
talk.
on.
In the middle of the show, you taking a break.
Let me talk.
What did you think you were on hold? You just thought Landfill had you on hold?
Dude, I personally called because I was being proactive in my absence. I was like, yo, let me listen to the segment just in case.
I'm not sure that.
Hold on.
Right. Sounds like right. The landfill say,
Now,
Jeff want to talk. He's on the line.
So
that was a setup.
I told him, I said, bro, I'm listening to the segment because I was going to debate. I was about to text, I think so-and-so won to give my opinion. But as I was about to text that, I found out I was on the line. So back to her to hit first. All three of you fellas did hit your bets last night. So JP and Landini, you are sitting at 1-0. B Mitch hit his parlay, so he's sitting at 2-0. And unfortunately, Jeff Walker for president didn't.
Now, that's fortunate.
Hit his
Jeff
bet
got
at
nothing.
all.
You'll get nothing and like it.
You get nothing.
And for tonight, I'm taking Spain to beat France. Well, today, because they played at 3:00.
Wow. All right. Spain to beat France from Jeff.
Gotcha, Jeff. Well,
I'm taking France.
wow. That sounds like a smart move, right, Landfill? Just fade Jeff.
Fade Jeff. Not the worst idea.
I'm going to take the Brewers. And I can't do that one.
I'm parlaying with the Yankees.
Yeah,
Let's go.
time.
Give me the Brewers and the Phillies.
Brewers and the Phillies. Spain versus France at 3:00. Who'd you take, Jeff? Spain?
I took Spain.
Okay. Soccer betting is very hard to
You
understand.
going against Mbappe? Are you crazy? Yeah, Jeffy, if you heard him do your thing, we can lock this up, then he won't be able to change.
You could take Canada, Jeff, be on Drake's team. Although, if I got to pick, I'm
I
picking
think
Kendrick.
Kendrick Lamar took Argentina.
If I got to pick, I'm picking Kendrick. One of them's from South Central. One of them's a child actor from Canada. I'm going to go with the Orioles tonight. Hosting the Cubs, 6:30 in Baltimore. Nats are playing tonight, too, in Queens, taking on the Mets. Are you locked in? You're parlaying or no?
Yeah, I already locked mine in.
Jeff, you got everybody's action then?
Yes. It's right on the audio.
Yes. It's
right
on the audio.
Are you actually going to watch any of the soccer games?
If he doesn't have to take a break to go to the bathroom, he will.
Yes, I am. I'm actually going to watch this Spain versus France game.
You got a TV in your bathroom?
Nah, but I can turn it up loud enough. We'll hear if it go.
What, from the other room?
Better hope they go, go. You have to go.
It was only moments ago, though, you posted a tweet to see if you should go fishing or go to the gun range.
Yeah, that's later on this evening.
So you're going to watch a soccer game from 3 to 5.
Yeah, you don't want to go fishing when it's that damn hot.
Yeah.
Around that water too, man, it'd be hotter.
Yeah, I'm catching the late bite
They
tonight.
showed a thing yesterday. This lady was talking about how you could do like make this forest station, whatever they call it, where underneath the trees it was 80-something degrees. From out from under the trees, it was right at like 92.
Yes.
Over on the concrete, it was 110. On the asphalt, it was 140.
I
They
believe
were
it,
a
man.
matter of 100 yards from each other. Think about that.
That's crazy.
So find you a place where it's under a tree, Jeff.
Oh, for sure. I'm going up in the creek tonight.
I just stay inside.
That's what you call it.
We got
Yeah,
air
dude.
conditioning.
Just chill. If you need fish so bad, go to Harris Teeter or
Yeah,
Safeway
do like I
or
do.
Giant.
They don't sell snakehead.
I don't put snakehead in the crappy territory of things I don't want to eat.
You ate some crappie before.
I'm out on crappie.
That's not what I heard.
You want to eat something called crappie?
I talked to somebody about you. They said you ate some crappie before.
Nah.
I'd love for you to tell me who told you that I've eaten crappie.
You eat chitlins,
When you go off
JP.
the air,
I've tried chitlins. They're pretty gross.
But you wouldn't.
That's
But you wouldn't
crappy.
try fish.
Chitlins are crappy. Thank you to everybody that listened to
And
the
you tried
program
it, so you
today.
ate it already. Maybe we'll try it again.
Thank you to Barstool Nate. That was fun of him calling in from Vegas. Let's hope Nate's still in Vegas next week when he calls in.
Let's hope Nate stays a little longer than
by
Brian
then
did.
we'd be enjoying ourselves.
Hope we stay longer than Brian did.
Indeed. Thank you to Nikki Jhabvala for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to everybody that auditioned. Make sure you watch tonight, Celebrity Family Feud, 9 o'clock, Channel 7 locally. B-Mitch, Celebrity Family Feud. It's going to be wild. Also, Hard Knocks is tonight. Lenville, let's try to get a Giants reporter tomorrow to break down Hard Knocks. Fun show today.
Get our guy.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer. And
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It is July 9th, 2024, and we are coming to you live from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard downtown in D.C. We've got a excellent show planned for you today, including Wizards 18-year-old first-rounder Bub Carrington on our Beltway Blitz and Nick Jensen, former Caps defenseman they traded this past week, stopping by for a goodbye at 4:45 today. Danny, how are you on this hot, gridlocked Tuesday in the nation's capital?
I am just fine. I remain Danny Rouillet, but you've converted to your alter ego, Grant Faison. You have shaved. Now, what usually happens, if anybody does anything that's slightly different and out of their routine for a microsecond, no one lets it go. No one will stop talking about it. There's like Instagram videos posted. I'm not going to do that because it's not a big deal. But remember, one time I wore a hat and it basically like the station shut down. Another time I was like, hey, I like this visor that my hair's in my eyes. And you would have thought that I robbed a bank. You shaved your face. I get it. I'm hot too. Good for you for taking action.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just too hot at the park yesterday.
I get it.
I stayed after we got off the air and sat and watched 9 innings of baseball in the sun. And while the Nats were getting shut out, all I could think about was going home and taking a really cold shower and shaving my face. So I did those things. So yeah, you can watch the stream and see my pudgy cheeks on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page today if you'd like to. Of course, we are live locally on 106.7 and coast to coast on the Always Free Odyssey app.
Do you remember the time I shaved and you laughed at me? We
I
were
do.
trying to do a segment and you couldn't do the segment anymore?
Absolutely. I am not good with changes, I will say.
Yeah.
But yeah, you without a beard, I probably the same with me. I mean, I've had a beard 97% of my existence since I was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very weird when I don't. I will say the visor look on you, like you're blaming us. That was a you thing. You should not have worn a visor. That was a terrible look.
A, it's fine. B, the giant overreaction. Again, as if I'd like stolen something from you at knife point. No one could do it. I shaved my face. I had the audacity one time to shave my face because I was hot also.
Well,
and you literally said, I can't do this segment anymore.
The visor was with your shaved face. That's what you're forgetting.
No, I combined it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you had a shaved face. It was a lot of face. And you were wearing a visor like you were John Gruden. Relax, Danny. Just a little bit.
I'm perfectly calm.
Yeah.
Again, but at other times when I've shaved, like we were trying to do a show and you laughed. You didn't laugh when I had the visor on. You laughed looking at me. You were trying to make a point. You got distracted by my face and said, I'm sorry, I can't go on your face.
I'll stop you when you say something.
Yeah, that all happened.
You're better at dealing with change than I am. That's all I can say. If you come in here with no facial hair,
yeah, like if I do this tomorrow, you won't be able to deal with it.
My lips will be filled with smiles the whole time because we have to look at each other
I
constantly.
know. Yeah,
and I don't have that ability.
A lot of us in the room, man.
When I get a haircut, you don't notice. You don't care.
I do. I say, hey man, nice or happy haircut. That's all, and I move right along.
Occasionally,
I notice.
Sometimes
I notice,
when
honey.
you get a haircut, I've got thoughts.
And you have questions every time. What did you say to the barber? And why did you say that?
You've never gotten similar haircuts in succession.
I say the same thing every time.
I don't know how that's possible. You'll go from high and tight to you're a lieutenant colonel. I mean, you're just all over the place with your haircuts. It's
I know.
Crazy. Sometimes you go longer and you're Dan Baalsma.
First of all, great Dan Baalsma, Paul.
I don't even think his name is Dan Baalsma.
Balsma? I don't know.
Brett Bielema.
Brett
Bielma. I was
Bielma?
looking for.
No, that Dan Baalsma is somebody. I don't know who that is.
I think you're right.
But he's someone. No, I'm almost 45 and I still don't know what to say to the barber. Like I still don't quite know. My wife sends me pictures for the kids. And she's like, just show them the picture. And I'm like, okay. And then I do that. And then when the kids come home, and she's like, I don't like it. It's like, well, you know what we could do is you take them from now on. How about that?
I show pictures for me. I'll get a picture of a time I liked my haircut and I'll say, do this.
Do that.
77% of the time they do it.
It works every time.
Something pretty close. You don't know what TV show last night I watched and just reminded myself of how great it is. You'll never guess it. So that's more of a rhetorical question.
Is it the one that you were trying to get people to, I'm blanking on the name of it, where you're like, watch Your Honor or The Judge?
No, it's Your Honor, but no, that's not what I was doing.
Oh, okay.
The Nats didn't play. Late at night, everyone went to bed, and I'm like, what am I going to do? I got an hour here.
What am I going to do?
Watched a couple episodes of Friday Night Lights.
Oh, so silly.
God, that's a great show.
That show was great.
Why is there nothing like that on network television anymore?
I don't know.
That show was so Good. I am jealous. If anybody listening right now has never seen that show, you should start it immediately.
It really is fantastic. You have to suspend a lot of disbelief. Now, normally, like, I'm not the person that's like, oh, that's that realistic when I like fantasy and like magic and space stuff. But these kids are like 26. It's very 90210 where they've been in high, like, what am I blanking on his name? Taylor Kitsch's character, where's 44, the
Riggins.
fullback Riggins. Thank you. He's been in high school for 15 years somehow. He's just still around. Like, then he's like kind of on the team. Then he's like sort of an assistant coach and he's like back on the team. There's a lot of things we have to go. It's fine. This is just a drama show. It's really good.
Yeah, I don't mind as long as you live in the universe you've created.
Yeah, that's my feel.
And I think it does that, right? It's not the high school you went to. It's certainly not the high school I went to. Nobody looked like that there. I can tell you we didn't have any Minka Kellys. Or is that her name?
That's Minka Kelly, yeah.
She is
She's a great actress.
Lovely actress.
Really good acting.
We didn't have her at my school.
There's no Adriana Pilecki either. Another great actress.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I
good
remember her
actresses.
name.
I'll tell you what, one thing about that show, the quality of the acting
It's the acting.
is really high.
You sleep on Matt Saracen, by the way, as a
Don't at all.
quarterback.
He's a fine actor. In season 2, the nanny that helps him at his house, wonderful actress.
Is she great at acting also?
She's Academy Award winner.
Wow.
It's a TV show, so I guess an Emmy.
Mhm.
But I watched a couple episodes. It was good. Also, happy Hard Knocks Day to you.
Dang.
Today, Hard Knocks episode 2, offseason with the New York Giants. I could not believe how much intel they gave in the first episode.
Mm-hmm.
Cameras were rolling. Either they weren't a part of the editing process like both teams are, or they just don't give a bleep. But we know what they think about everybody and everything. I really am stunned that they were comfortable going, yeah, let that out there. It was a great behind-the-scenes look at their free agency planning period.
So we talked about this because you were out last week. Smartly, you took vacation days when the week was already short because of July 4th, and the 3 other dopes were just here, making the big rocks and the smaller ones. But one of the things I loved about that, the access, as you said, the information that I can't imagine what they didn't show us. You know what I mean? Like, if they're going to show us that, what did they not? But the other part that I loved was, and I want to get your take on this, it demystified football conversations. And what I mean, I always envision it's the general manager, it's the player personnel guy, it's all these guys, all the data and analytics and stuff. And they're just sitting around talking about players like you and I talk about players.
Correct.
Like the GM of the pro football team is going, did he lead the league in rushing? And one of like the senior guys goes, no, not this past year's year before, when he was really good. He was like down this year for whatever reason. And I'm like, isn't there some sort of super chart, some sort of super proprietary information? And they're just chopping it up like dudes.
So I think 2 things can be true. The first is, obviously the teams have more information and more intel,
Of course,
than we do, clearly, right? And the smart teams, the really good teams, actually use the data, the analytics, the databases they've created, and they do a really good job implementing the information they get from those. I think that's a certainty, that's a truth. But there's also this truth. There's not some special diploma that you get before you're a general manager, where now you're just smarter than everybody else in the world. Like, there is more conversing around the water cooler in a football building that looks like a conversation that could happen here than any of us want to admit, than any of us are comfortable with. Both can be true. This is not I'm Chris Russell, I'm smarter than Jay Gruden thing. I'm not suggesting that. But the whole in Rivera we trust thing, shove that somewhere where the sun don't shine. No. Like, these are people that were players, some of them, who have worked their way up the ladder, to be clear. But because someone didn't play for the 85 Bears doesn't mean they can't study the game and be sharper and know more about player evaluation than Ron Rivera. I don't play that game. A lot of people go, oh, what level of football did you play? Get out of here with that. I'm not interested in your thinking. Adam Peters was a college player to an extent, who I think tried and played a little bit at UCLA. I'm not sure exactly to what extent he played at. That guy just grinded his way up as a scout in the Patriots building and became a general manager, and hopefully he'll be excellent at it. But I was not really surprised by that, to see some of the antiquated and at times ridiculous conversations from these old executives, where one guy's going, what's our identity going to be? That was not his voice, but I'm making that his voice. He's like, if we let Saquon Barkley go, what's our identity? As if that's a way to view an offense and a philosophy? Like that's the real important question here. I'm sure is, how will this intangible that doesn't really exist and doesn't matter? What is our identity? Bet we'll figure it out as the season goes on. Maybe we'll determine what kind of offense we are in due time. But yeah, I think both of those things are true. And I just loved, we know what they thought about 30 players now in a way that we don't know what other teams think about anybody. I would pay for that access to the Commanders' thinking. Your boy's got a flight on Saturday morning to go out to Dallas for the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Made me think about this, Danny. When do you pack for a trip when you're going away for several days? Like, are you already right now kind of, okay, let me set that aside. Let me do this laundry several days out? Because I realized I am a night before guy. I always fly out first thing in the morning, and I'm always up at midnight or whatever it is, putting stuff in a suitcase 6.5 hours before my flight. Doesn't matter how far I'm going, how long I'm going for. It's just my way. I have to do it the night before.
I can't do that last minute. It's the day before where then because I'm probably going to forget 7 things and hopefully I remember them over the course of time. And, that morning it's, oh my God, I didn't pack a toothbrush or I didn't bring my DOP kit or, deodorant or whatever. Right. So it's the day before where I've got to think about, okay, what's the weather going to be? What's the deal for 2 days, 3 days? How many different change of clothes am I going to need? Can I bring one like emergency pair in case someone dumps a beer on me? Like those kinds of things I think about.
So you're flying out Saturday morning. You're a Friday afternoon before work.
If I can, yeah. Friday morning, something like that. It's like 99% of the packing's done. Then the last thing goes in there is like my mouth guard so I don't grind my teeth at night.
We were going away for 4th of July to the in-laws, and it was like 11:30 at night, and we were getting in the car to leave at 6 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I laid down in bed, and I'm like, oh, I haven't packed anything
Oh,
yet.
my God.
And I had to go throw all my stuff in the washing machine, and then woke up first thing, was throwing everything in a bag, getting all the toiletries, just throwing them in.
Can't do it. I can't do that.
It's kind of the move for me. I don't know. Other things, I don't wait like that. I'm not a procrastinator. But when I'm packing, that's always been the case.
Well, the central theme kind of throughout for a lot of your proclivities, I feel like, is you can't be bothered. You're not going to be bothered to be stressed about it. If you forget your charger, you're buying another charger at the airport charger store or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like you're not going to stress over that.
I will stress over the things that could derail the trip. If I don't know where my passport is and I'm flying out and I need it on Friday, that's not I'll get one of those at CVS,
Right.
But I refuse to. If I forgot shoes, if I forgot a belt or whatever, they got stores there. I think that's probably true. That's my philosophy. Big news of the day in DC sports. Good news, bad news here. We got some football to talk about tangentially. Bad news is Danny Ruga's got to talk uniforms. And that's not your favorite thing to do. But the Commanders made the announcement today on this, the 92nd anniversary of football in the nation's capital, dating back to 1932. They are bringing back the gold pants. Danny Rouye says,
meh. Resident Bruce Allen insisting on it. I'm about to tweet this at Funny Danny, Grant H. Paulson. It's so simple. We're white at home. Do the uniforms from the 80s and early 90s when they were great. Just do that. Stop doing the other thing. Stop pretending this burgundy is the same burgundy. If this provider can't provide it, get a different provider. Do the thing from when they were good. We're white at home with burgundy pants, a little yellow stripe on the side. Look like Doug Williams throwing to Art Monk, please. Just do that. Gold pants. I don't hate them as much as I did because that was a Bruce Allen production when he was like, we're going to have the gold pants, all right? Like, oh, just the pits. The worst really bothered me. Now it's a throwback to a time, before I was alive, which is fine, but they're missing this golden opportunity, no pun intended, and they refuse to do it for some reason.
So it's not just a throwback to the time before you were alive, but also a throwback to 2012 and Robert Griffin and to an era when we were all alive and enjoyed watching this team when they were the Redskins before they changed their name. And that's why I think this is a slam dunk. And it's a really easy decision and a win for this organization. Starting in 2020, the pandemic season, when they changed their name for the first time, through now 2022, into 2023, I would even say, when they rebranded it fully and we had a full year of Commanders, a lot of history was either forgotten or not cared about, or they didn't have enough people in the organization around that had the correct knowledge historically that was necessary. And I think this new ownership group, Josh Harris was a fan, Mitchell Rails was a huge fan, Mark Ein is a local, loved the team. They care more about the history. And this is, I think, a flex from them to show that they do care about the history, that they will be attempting to bridge the gap as best they can. Don't hop from your lily pad today of gold pants to the next lily pad that you want, which is they're going to change the name back to Redskins, because that's not happening. But I think this is just a nice little bridge that you can build pretty easily. Didn't take a lot of work. We weren't in the water, punching down into the mud for months on end to build this thing. We just kind of threw it up in a day. It's a layup line decision. The burgundy jerseys are not the same color as the old burgundy jerseys, but they look a lot better with gold pants than with the pants they were wearing last year. And I would even make the case that while they're still a different color, they look more like the Redskins burgundy on gold than they would burgundy on white or whatever else burgundy on burgundy, that they've been doing. So I'm happy about this. I think the more things that they can do to appease the alienated group that no longer cares about this team, the better. And this was a really easy way to do it.
Yeah, I like the sentiment there. I need an end to the pajama looking uniforms, which is the same color top as bottom, unless it's the white on white with like the burgundy socks, which I think of when I think of Sean Taylor playing and being a predator drone in the middle of the field. But that's new age. That's kind of like for the Gen Z guys that yell at each other. I can't have that. If you're trying to build a bridge, then actually do so. You know what I mean? Like, so the sentiment there makes sense to me. I just don't have that gold connection because it reminds me of Bruce an awful lot, where he was trying to pander and it was, one way to try to build the fan base back or get them on their side. Because it can't be mad at me. I brought you the gold pants, right, bro? Because it's from the time with his dad. So I don't have that same association with it, but I get it. It makes sense to me. I'm not angry about it.
So that's interesting. I remember that he was Mr. Gold Pants for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually when I was on the beat. Like, that would be the first thing everybody did every Sunday was, what are they wearing? Fans loved when they wore the burgundy on gold pants. So you'd wait to see Nick Sundberg would be the first guy out to snap the ball for field goal practice before the game. And you tweet out, oh, burgundy, burgundy on gold pants. And everyone would go crazy. Everyone's trying to get that first picture of the gold pants that day. Fans did really like it. Now, over time, I think you got more used to it and the novelty wore off. But it was originally a nice throwback to the first time they made a Super Bowl under George Allen, way back before Bruce. So I know that it was a Bruce Allen thing. I don't necessarily have the connotation when I see the gold pants that I think of Bruce. And even if I did, I don't think I would care. I like the gold pants on that burgundy jersey as a look. I think it looks good aesthetically. And more importantly, I think the burgundy jersey on the gold pants looks more like the Redskins than the stuff they've been wearing. And to me, I want them to look more like the Redskins than the stuff that they've been wearing. So that's where I am kind of pro the change. But I just think the majority of the fan base will like this.
I think so too.
And if you can make a change like this that takes no effort, basically, you just kind of wave your arms and make a decision, and more people are happy than were yesterday. You need to hit those shots. You need to hit those bunnies down around the ring.
Yeah, for a lot of fans that want like the 10 out of 10 change, which is everything to go back to the way it was, this is not going to appease you, but this is I don't know, whatever, however you want to quantify it, a 3 out of 10 in terms of impact, effort, change, but it's positive, right? There's no downside to this as far as I can tell. You know what I mean? Like just in terms of strategy. If they change the name tomorrow, you're going to have 47.8% of the people that don't like the new one and want a different one. You're never going to please everybody, but this is one of those where I think there's very little negative impact. And you're right. It's thoughtful and it's easy to do.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You are listening to The Fan. This came down the pike a couple hours ago, so we threw that on the first segment in the rundown. What we were going to start with, though, what I want to get into next, ESPN did a ranking, Danny, of all 32 teams and their talent under age 25. Washington just had a big draft and added a bevy of pieces sub 25. How high did they climb up those rankings in year one with this new regime? Let's get into that next on The Fan. Good prize day today on Grant and Danny. We're giving away tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band this weekend at Jiffy Lube Live. We'll give those tickets away in 90 minutes at 4 o'clock. And at 6 o'clock, we've got tickets for you to see Ghostbusters in concert out at Wolf Trap. So make sure you're listening at 4 and at 6 if you want to win either of those prizes on G&D. ESPN.com ranked all 32 NFL teams. It was Aaron Schatz, our guy who created DVOA and Football Outsiders, who now writes over at ESPN.com. It's part of their analytics department. And they ranked every team's sub-25 talent. So if you're 25, you do not qualify. The Texans and the Lions ranked first and second, two teams that made a lot of noise this past year, both of which have a chance to not only make the playoffs, but fight their way deep into the postseason, maybe get to a Super Bowl this year. So I was really curious to see where do the Commanders come in. And they're basically smack dab in the middle of the league at number 18. The heavy lifting here being done by Jaden Daniels. He is the only listed blue chip player under 25 that they qualified as like a star. The graduated players from last year that they lost, who are 25 now, are Brian Robinson, Sam Cosmi, and Jamin Davis. But Danny, of those three guys, I'd only really say Cosmi. Is the perennial Pro Bowl type, and he hasn't gotten there yet, but he's on his way. I'll read what they had to say in a moment, but any issues, just first thought on middle of the pack, Daniels being the lone blue chipper, under 25 talent.
If my 6-year-old son and I were doing a tug of war and we were on the same team, that's kind of the equivalent here. Like, in other words, Jaden Daniels is doing all the pulling, with all due respect to my 6-year-old and his core strength. There's not much here besides for Jaden Daniels in the under 25 group. That's kind of roster left bare, covered left bare rather, from the Rivera group. And you're hoping that some of the young guys they drafted fill in, whether it's Sinnott or Johnny Newton or Sandra Still or some of the other guys. But right now, there's nobody else listed here that say, hey, this is an asset under 25 that everybody covets other than Jaden Daniels.
Washington is boosted significantly, he writes, by this year's draft. That starts with the number 2 overall pick in Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels, a 23-year-old quarterback. Here's who else they listed. Second-round pick, defensive tackle Johnny Newton. Tight end Ben Sinnott, 22 years old. And then nickelback Mike Sanders, still 23 years old. As for players who were in Washington last year, incumbents on this list, so to speak, Jahan Dotson, still 24, is on the list. They list Emmanuel Forbes, who was one of the worst corners in the league, they say, also on this list. Now, just digging on the roster, I found a few other guys. Quan Martin has a lot of upside, is sub 25. Chris Rodriguez at running back, kind of a dime a dozen player, I would say, but should be thrown out there because he played some last year. And then if you think Cole Turner has game and could help them this year at tight end, he's still on the roster. He's under 25. That's about the list.
Mm-hmm.
Daniels, Newton, Sinnott, Sandristil, McCaffrey, Dotson, Quan Martin, and if you really want to dig deep, scratch the bottom of the barrel, Rodriguez and Turner. But the takeaway should be this. This draft class will determine whether or not they're going to be able to be good in the next couple of seasons. Because it's such a big class, but also they drafted so many times early that if they put on a clinic and they get 3 or 4 studs out of this draft, the turnaround happens fast.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't, though, and let's say Daniels isn't what we think he's going to be, or Newton, the foot problems don't go away, Sinnott turns out to be a little bit of an overdraft, or maybe McCaffrey, who they loved more than everybody else, is just a down the depth chart receiver, and Sanders still is the best player of the bunch or something, man, you're a long, long, long ways off.
Yeah, if it's a normal hit rate. Like that, that's normal course of the NFL, where the guy that you're talking about in May and June isn't as special maybe as you thought, or isn't as hit the ground running as you thought. That's life in the NFL. That happens. That's pretty the normal course of events. The guys that are great at this don't get that kind of a hit rate. If a bunch of dudes do hit though, this time, and they hit early, hit quickly, this list will look a lot different. But at the moment, the outside perception looking in, which I think is a fair one, is there's a lot of variable. beyond Jaden Daniels. And even that, a quarterback entering the NFL, there's a lot of growing pains to come, I'm sure. But you look at some of the other teams that are a few spots ahead of them, and there's 2, 3, 4 guys. You look at a tandem like Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson for the New York Jets, and a number of other guys that are in there also receiving votes type category. It's just different. And again, it's not about this regime. They've had their hands on this roster for a couple of months. It's the previous one. Just didn't layer, didn't stack, swung and missed a bunch. And it's, hard to layer talent that way. And it's not automatic, by the way, that you're good if you have a bunch of guys under 25. You could be, one of the prime teams in the NFL at this point, ready to win right now this minute. It's not like the Bills have a banner roster of guys under 25. They got a bunch of guys in their prime. They're ready to win right now this minute.
But if you're rebuilding,
you should major in this.
You'd like to rank pretty high on this list. I just wanted to give a team, just for a comparison's sake, that's at the top of the rankings here. So I scroll up to the Houston Texans, who are considered the most talented team under age 25 in the NFL. Now, Washington had only Daniels as a blue chipper, and he's very much still, I would say, it's a guessing game as to what he's going to be. I think most of us feel pretty good that he's going to be a good rookie, and he's got a chance to be excellent, but we really don't know. The difference with the Texans blue chippers, C.J. Stroud's already proven it. That guy's outstanding. He's going to be one of the better quarterbacks in the league this season. Their edge, Will Anderson Jr., who they drafted in the top 5 last year, has already put the pelts on the wall. You've seen it. That's a really, really good player. Derek Stingley Jr., only 23, becoming one of the better corners in the NFL, ranked 14th in coverage DVOA last season while snagging 5 interceptions. So they list those 3 as their blue chippers. And then you look at the rest of the roster. Second round rookie Kamari Lassiter is going to start at corner opposite Stingley. He's 21. Wide receiver Tank Dell. How good was he last year? He's only 24. Had a great rookie season, over 700 yards, 7 touchdowns before getting hurt with a few games left. 9th among wideouts in ESPN receiving tracking metrics. Then they've got their offensive line. Left guard Kenyon Green, center Drew Scruggs, 23 and 24 respectively. A linebacker, Christian Harris, started 12 games a year ago. He's 23. I could continue, but the point is, you see the difference. Like with the Commanders, we're going, well, if all their picks hit and all these guys are really good, then they're going to have 5 or 6 great players under 25. The Texans have that already, plus their draft class coming in. That's the difference.
Exactly right. There's, the phrase pelts on the wall really kind of carries it, right? Guys that have already done it and the promise of more. We have the promise of more. That's the difference, right? There's no incumbent that had a great season at 23 years old last year. I'll be on this list for another season. There's no 22-year-old that broke out. The
how
best.
about there's not one Rivera drafted or signed player on this list? What an indictment that is.
100%.
Like the Lions have Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jahmyr Gibbs, all budding stars that are not yet 25 years old from hitting in 2 or 3 years worth of drafts going back now. The Ravens, Kyle Hamilton, Zay Flowers, Tyler Lindbaum, Nate Wiggins, Roger Rosengarten, Isaiah Likely, David Ajabo, and you could go on and on and on. Rashad Bateman, maybe. How do the Commanders have nobody? Like Dotson, maybe, if he has a breakout and proves that last year was an anomaly because he didn't have help from a coordinator or quarterback. But that front office and coach was here for 4 years, and they didn't have one guy on this list when they left.
Yeah, so Drew Scruggs, who's listed for Houston, won a handful of picks after Quan Martin, where Washington clearly had a needed offensive line, and they weren't interested in him or a number of other guys that started and played significant snaps for their respective teams in the interior part of the offensive line, which had to be completely overhauled again, kind of post-Rivera. So I know that wasn't the point of this segment, just to beat up on the previous regime, but it really shows you.
It's hard not to.
Yeah, where it's like that stagger when in like Olympic type racing in the 400, where everybody's running the same race, running the same distance. What if you doubled the stagger and said, now make up for it? I mean, it's really, really hard to replenish your roster when you're not layering talent, when you're not hitting draft picks at such a high rate, and then you're supplementing in free agency, and those are wrong too. You're left with a 4-13 roster that's bereft of anything other than the hope that the new guys hit at an unreasonable shooting percentage.
I think it's also hard to find a way to make sense of a batting average that low in the first 2 rounds.
Right.
You didn't hit on one. There wasn't one guy in the early rounds that you drafted that just accidentally became excellent? I mean, man, I know it's not supposed to be a referendum on the Marty Party in the Rivera era, but my goodness.
Hard to ignore that.
Now, the Falcons, 25 and under, ranked in the top 5 here. Penix, Bijan, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, among their sub 25-year-old blue chippers without even getting into their new class that they just brought in. The Bears, Caleb Williams, Darnell Wright, Roma Dunze, obviously heavy lifting of this recent draft class, but even they, not always in the first round. Tyreek Stevenson, Kyler Gordon, Tyson Bagent, Zach Sanborn. Like, they've gotten production from guys all over their draft history recently, and it just didn't happen to that extent here. 18th of 32 teams, if you're curious. I'll tweet out the link right now at Grant H. Paulson if you want to check out the piece. Next is Major League Baseball as a league. Smart. We're going to find out once and for all here coming up this week. We'll explain next.
And we've talked about this, Kevin, a number of times. Paul Skeens, he has a flair about him. Knowing what's going on, he wants to strike out. He's ended a number of his starts with the strikeout. This place will go bonkers if he does.
Narrator voice, he did. And now he's an all-star. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll talk Paul Skeens in a moment. Dak Prescott today was at a football camp that he was running, and he met with the media. Some assembled Dallas reporters came. The big question was, why were you in a walking boot? That came out at the end of last week.
Yeah.
That he'd been wearing this walking boot. He said that there's absolutely nothing wrong with his ankle. I've never worn a walking boot for no reason.
I'm not wearing one right now.
I'm wondering how often a person that does not have a problem with their ankle or with their foot wears a walking boot just for the fun of it. So I saw another explanation of why he was in a walking boot from another reporter who talked to him today. And I'm paraphrasing here, but Dak said something to the effect of, well, I did 2 really strenuous workouts and I was sore and I had a trip coming up. And so I just wanted to take some precaution and be cautious and put on the walking boot. But it's not going to be an issue in training camp. How do you know that?
Yeah, Ron Burgundy, I don't believe you.
So you twice worked out really hard and it barked. And you are now on the precipice of training camp where every day for weeks on end, you're going to be training and practicing and for 2 hours at a time in the gross heat of Oxnard, California. I think the Cowboys still train there. You're going to be out on the practice field, running around, planting, throwing, avoiding bodies piling up around you. And after your 2 workout days by yourself at home, in your gym in the basement, it was hurting, but don't worry, it's not going to hurt for training camp. How do you know that? This sounds like, I'm not going to say it's a huge deal, but this is not the nothing that he wants it to be.
Yeah, it's on a 0.0.
If your foot was sore enough and you had a problem to the point where you put a walking boot on so that you could not be bothered enough a week later that it affected your vacation a month ahead of training camp, sorry, dude. Like, if I was the Cowboys, I'd be nervous about this.
You should be. Yeah, rightfully so. There's no way around that. If it bothered you enough, where even for some precaution that you had to do that, that's now registered on some kind of scale. It's not 100, where you need arthroscopic surgery tomorrow. It's not a 0 either, where no, I could win a sprinting contest right now in the parking lot. That's something, dude. If you're bothered enough where you need that level of precaution, like I've exercised. I mean, like I should probably do the foam roller on my back, or maybe I'll ice this because I'm old and I don't recover very well. Walking boot is another level. I'm sorry, it just is.
So I'm pulling up here. This is via strawpoll.com. The most popular shoes to wear in America, and I'm going to see if walking boot shows up.
See if it's in there.
Nike Air Force Ones, the classic versatile sneaker,
very versatile,
remained popular since its release in 1982. It's not a walking boot, though. New Balance 990s, you familiar? Running shoe, gained popularity for comfort, high-quality craftsmanship, also released in 1982. It was a great year for
82?
That was also probably right around when Air, the movie, came out. That was like the shoe era. Because Jordan would have been at North Carolina at that point. So that was when shoe things were happening. Vans Old Schools, released in 77, skateboarding shoe.
Sure.
Gained popularity within and outside the skating community. And then Adidas Yeezys. That's got to be Kanye's shoe.
I would think so.
2015, highly sought after collection of sneakers and apparel created by Kanye West and Adidas. Then you get the Jordan 1s rounding out the top 5. I am not seeing people that just prefer the walking boot.
You got to expand the list to the top 77,000.
Just comfortable, apparently.
Yeah, it's comfort.
I don't have any problem. Just going to rock a walking boot. Speaking of no problems, Paul Skeens is an all-star for the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is Steven Strasburg 2.0. 10 starts now, ERA of 2.12. He's pitched 59 innings. He's got 78 strikeouts and a whip that's walks to hits innings pitched. Basically, the number is how many base runners do you allow per inning? The closer to 1, the more dominant you are. If you're under 1, it's elite. He's 1.01. He has been incredible. Here's my take on this, Danny. A, I'm glad he's an all-star. I think that was a no-brainer. Pretty obviously deserved to be in the all-star game. But B, we're going to find out early next week, probably on Monday, who starts in the game for the American and the National League on the mound on Tuesday night. If baseball isn't dumb, 22-year-old Paul Skeens will start for the National League. There are probably guys like Zach Wheeler, who I don't think is going to pitch in the game anyway, or Chris Sale, who's having an unbelievable renaissance year with the Braves, who have done more because they were allowed to pitch more in the big leagues than Skeens was. The Pirates kept him in AAA for a little while. But the 6'6" rookie who has taken the league by storm is behind Shohei Ohtani, probably the second biggest name in baseball this year. What an opportunity for Major League Baseball and what is now a showcase.
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer determining home field advantage. This is not a game that matters. This is an event where the best players get together to celebrate baseball so that your fans can put eyeballs on all the best in the game and so that you can grow the popularity and the interest in the sport. This, to me, is such an easy decision. Paul Skeens should start for the National League and take on the 1, 2, 3 in the American League order, including Gunnar Henderson of the Orioles. Should be a fun matchup. Somehow it's not going to happen because baseball gets in its own way pretty frequently, and I'm going to be mad. But tell me I'm wrong.
You're not.
Why wouldn't baseball start this guy?
Because it's such a player-dominated thing and event, and guys think about it like tenure, right? Where are you going to really pass over Chris Sale and Zach Wheeler and Tyler Glass now? Now, is Danny Rouillet in charge? I go, yes. I don't care. We're trying to grow this thing. We're trying to provide some excitement. With all the respect to those guys, they're not new. At one point, they were buzzworthy. Chris Sale, this 6'6" octopus on land thrown across his body with sliders that are breaking 10 feet. That was Randy Johnson 2.0. That was new once. This is new now. He's a social media savvy, mustache having, Livy Dunn Dayton 102-mile-an-hour fireballer. You put that dude on the bump and say, tune in. It's so simple for me. They won't, because they know how it would ruffle feathers, or the manager's got to look somebody in the eye like, you passed over a veteran to go with some kid who was pitching in college earlier this year. What's the matter with you? Nothing. It's a showcase, as you said. It's fun.
No, go all in on eyeballs and turn it into an event. I don't know how you can include Livy Dunn, the gymnast from LSU that Paul Skeens dates.
Somehow.
You should. I mean,
Somehow.
make her your Taylor
Her
Swift.
correspondent.
Seriously. Put her on the sideline for the game with Ken Rosenthal wearing his big bow tie.
You're basically, it's a crossroads, right? You have a moment where you're going to go, should we go the WNBA women's basketball direction and not include Caitlin Clark on the Olympic team? Or should we do the smart thing? And they're going to do the Caitlin Clark Olympic bit here, where they're going to pass over.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. It's starting to look like we might get an NFL draft in D.C. before long. Let's get into that next, right here on Grant and Danny. We're giving away Dave Matthews Band tickets to a show this weekend at Jiffy Lube Live, coming up at 4 in our Beltway Blitz. That's in 1 hour. By the way, Bub Carrington of the Wizards going to join us in the Beltway Blitz. And at 6 o'clock, Ghostbusters in concert at Wolf Trap tickets for you. It is Top 5 Tuesday. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny is where you can go to make some suggestions. We've got an archive, I believe, still of suggestions we like as well, but you can make some new suggestions for us at Facebook.com/Grant and Danny now. Top 5 Tuesday, Danny, 6 o'clock. We will rank a top 5.
Indeed. Last week we did something, and I cannot. No, last week you were gone. 2 weeks ago we did something that was really, really good. Was it sodas? We
did top 5 cheeses.
Cheese.
Remember
we did
that?
something. I remember. I was like, that was a good top 5 because that was a hard one, and it was like required some soul searching. Was it burgers? We did something 2 weeks ago that was great. Anyway, we could do it again.
Could be food, could be non-food. It's up to you. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny.
It was forms of potatoes. Darius reminded me, like delivery methods for the potato.
It typically ends up being food, but it doesn't have to.
It ends up being that a lot.
I mean, we like food.
We do.
We like to rank foods.
Yep, and then eat them.
I don't think anyone should blame us for that. It's what we do.
Mhm.
We should remind everybody that our show is exclusively sponsored by our friends, the law firm Kondori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a revocable trust, create a healthcare power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. The NFL draft has been traveling over the last several years, and stands to reason that teams all over the country are getting in line to try to get the draft in their city. Washington, D.C. is apparently on the short list. In fact, Washington, D.C. is planning a bid to host the 2027 NFL draft. The city is hoping a major event that would have hundreds of thousands of fans on the National Mall could be planned, and the league would make it possible. The National Park Service confirmed to the Washington Post this week that the National Mall could be used as a venue for an NFL draft event, that they've kind of gone over some preliminary planning and zoning and some things and how they would work it out. I don't know how this could miss. We've seen the draft done in Kansas City at like an old train station or something.
Yeah.
Cool. That's good. Good for you guys. That's cute. We've seen it in Detroit where there were hundreds of thousands of people shoulder to shoulder like it was Times Square. I don't even remember where or what it was near in Detroit. Probably some kind of cool building or something that meant something in Detroit. Awesome. Nation's capital.
Yeah.
The mall. There's the monument over there. There's the Capitol building over there. You peer that way, it's the White House. How would this not happen?
Visually, it would be awesome.
Nothing really league-wise has happened in D.C. in a long, long time. We're kind of due in some ways. They don't do things at the X because it's a terrible stadium.
Mhm.
They don't want anything to do with that place. Understood. So until you get a new stadium, you're not having Super Bowls or anything kind of major, but you don't need a new stadium.
Yeah, you're post-Snyder. There was a ban informally because of that. As you said, stadium questions. No one's going to Nubbs Field for anything other than the occasional concert in a college football game, whatever. Now, you've sort of proven that you don't need a stadium for this. This is kind of like the temporary setup. We do inaugurations every 4 years. We do pretty big events where hundreds of thousands of people descend. We got that. We got your infrastructure.
So, and that I think is a big key too.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of planning, presumably, the amount of security uptick, and all of the things that go into a city, whether it's Kansas City or Green Bay or Philly, or I think Nashville did one of these downtown recently. There are not hundreds of thousands of people at events there, really. Some of those cities broke records for the size of an event held where it was. This would just be a pretty common thing on the mall. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there'd be 1 million people over a weekend on the National Mall every weekend. That's not how it works. But there have been plenty of times where that's happened. This isn't,
without a doubt,
on the scale of abnormal. This is just kind of like, oh, that's a big weekend on the mall. Oh, what was it? To your point, was it the inauguration? Was it some kind of rally? Like, what were they having? It'll be the one of 7 times that year where that number of people over a weekend descends upon that area. It's kind of business as usual.
Yeah, why can't you go Independence Avenue this week? Cause X or Group X is here doing something. That's a normal run of business for Washington, D.C. That is something that that swell happens and everybody deals with it, yeah, there's traffic inconveniences. You got to go around. You got a detour. Today with the NATO summit, it took a bunch of extra time. A lot of dignitaries were zipping past me in some of the lines. That's par for the course. That's the uniqueness of Washington, D.C., but we could absolutely handle it. We could welcome it, and I think it would be a kick-ass event. That's something that'd be really cool.
A couple people tweeted me. I'm at Grant H. Paulson, Danny's Funny Danny, and they said, oh, that would add so much traffic. That would really ruin the city for the day. Or you mean like today with the NATO thing?
Yeah.
As you said, you know what today was? Tuesday, dude. Why is it like this today? What's the thing? A couple weeks ago, it was protesters locking arms as I'm trying to drive over the 14th Street Bridge. Like, there's always something in the city. There's always something in D.C. going on. I don't think it would be that big of a deal. And oh, by the way, if traffic was bad for the weekend, which it would be the 39th weekend out of 52 that's been like that, number one. And number two, who cares? It's worth it. It's an awesome event. I wonder what the juice would be or what the excitement level would be. Like for me, now I am a NFL draft mark. I know you are as well.
Yep.
But I went to the NFL draft as a kid at least twice. I'm wondering if it maybe was 3 times if I go back and rack my brain. But I went to the first year at the Javits Center and the last year for sure at Radio City Music Hall. I was at the Sean Taylor draft for sure with Washington. Remember that draft very, very well. It was early 2000s when I was there a few times. I remember thinking I want to be here every year. Like if you and I could go cover something or be at an event, that would be near the very, very top of my list. Radio Row for Super Bowl week is the only thing in the NFL calendar maybe I would put over top of the draft, just from a work standpoint, because I think you get more bang for your buck. There's more quality guests. It's more days on the air, that kind of thing. But in terms of what I actually care about being at, I think the NFL draft might be near the top of my list. So to be on site in D.C. in a venue like that, I personally think that would be an all-time like non-game sporting event, a bucket list kind of deal for a lot of football fans around here. But I don't know if people have that same energy.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like it's a certain type of fan, right? And that's okay. Your fandom is yours. It's some folks just want to read it the next day who they drafted, or want to even wait till the fall to see the new player in the uniform and not really care that much.
The median NFL fan, if we line them all up from the most extreme person in the, who's got tattoos of all 32 teams on his forehead, to someone who like might watch a game if, they're in the mood. The median fan smack dab in the middle, that person to me would be steamed up to go to the NFL.
Would be interested in it because it's such a unique experience, right? It's, you wonder what they're doing during the downtime, but you'd be curious to see, right? Where for us at home, it's such a great television package where between every pick or before Washington's pick, they go to commercial. But for everybody else, they're breaking down what just happened, what's going to happen, who's available. We're matching up our boards. We're reconciling it with who we saw and who we liked, what we read about from this scout or from this draft Nick or whomever. It's really, really fun. There, it's kind of a different experience, right? It's kind of like little entertaining bits in between. They're making announcements that are hard to hear over the din of noise. So it might be, something that people would want to check out. But I think there's enough critical mass where you'd get a lot of people that would go, I got to go see that. I got to be part of this big thing. If you get a couple 100,000 people together, people just like that. They like that sort of feel and that vibe.
So there is a line of demarcation where there's too many people for me. I would never, ever, ever, ever go to Times Square for New Year's Eve. You just couldn't pay me enough. I didn't realize this until this year, but the people that are up front are wearing diapers and stuff.
Yeah,
because you can't lose
your spot.
Go to the bathroom like that. That is just disgusting and repulsive and terrible. An event like this would not be on that level, I don't think, where there'd be porta potties and you can come and go ideally, but we'd still be on the verge of too many human beings if I had to just go sit in a lawn chair or something. But I'd imagine you could find some space because they do a good job because they do these things on the mall all the time where there are screens lining kind of all the way back to the edge of the grass or what have you. So I don't need to be at the front. I don't need to be near the stage. I'll just go set up near one of the screens with chairs and a blanket like it's the 4th of July. And presumably, by the way, weather's nice, no rain, springtime, could be beautiful outside. So it actually would be some awesome vibes. Definitely something I'd be interested in. I'm going to say 1 to 10 level of interest attending the NFL draft on the mall in 2027 for me is a 10 out of 10. Like you can't be more interested or excited about a sporting endeavor than that. But I want to go full Grant Straw Polson here.
Okay.
Okay. Danny Rouillet. We'll start with you. I'm going around the room. Darius, Ryan, prepare yourselves for Grant Straw Polson. 1 to 10. Excitement level, interest in going to the NFL draft with 500,000 of your closest friends in 2027.
Probably 7.5 or 8.
Okay.
Like into it. Like I reserve the super high numbers for like if they ever go to the Super Bowl again, going to that or a parade or something like that. But in terms of events that don't necessarily reflect a bunch of wins or like high achievement, it would be up there.
Darius.
My excitement level would be an absolute 10 out of 10. I would 100% want to go to as many events as possible.
That's the other thing too. That's a good point. Yeah. It wouldn't just be the draft. I would imagine, not unlike a Super Bowl week or something, like there's some buildup.
A lot of installations, a lot of
totally. Remember the All-Star game coming to Nats Park?
Yeah.
Maybe you had a ticket to the All-Star game, maybe you didn't. Hopefully you were at something at Nationals Park, Futures game, Derby, whatever. But if you weren't, bet you went to the Major League Baseball Fan Fest. There was stuff all over the city for weeks, basically. And certainly for the days leading up to it that were pretty legit. Ryan, 1 to 10.
I would go a 9 out of 10. I'm going to be there no matter what. I can tell you that right now. My only kind of hesitation is that I love Mel Kiper Jr. on draft day. I would miss that out a little bit, but I could do day 2 and day 3 and watch Mel Kiper break down all the day 2 and day 3 picks. But 9 out of 10, I would 100% be there for day 1, seeing round 1. That is one of my favorite events all year.
So I think you answered this, but you got Mel for about 10 more hours.
That's true.
After that.
You still got him.
A lot of Mel. And we got this little thing called DVR, too.
That's true.
Where you can have your cake and eat it, too. I wonder, though, where the Commanders picked in that draft and whether that's a factor. Like, if they had the number 2 pick again and they were picking a quarterback, which is hopefully not the case. That's me knocking on wood. But if they're picking at the top of the board and they're getting a Heisman Trophy winning type quarterback, let's say it was this year as an example, and it was in D.C., I mean, come on. That's amazing.
That's a celebration.
You can't write that script. But like 5th pick, 7th pick, 9th pick, I think there's a lot of juice. What if they're picking 24th? What if they've traded their first round pick for Brandon Aiyuk or some other receiver or whatever, and they don't have a pick in that draft? Is there the same level of interest from fans in town?
So there's push and pull. Like if they're picking in the 20s, it means they've been pretty good. And then the interest would be high for that reason. So you may have to wait around for them to actually make the selection. It'd be less about who they're picking and more about, dude, the team is good. I'm in. I'm just excited to see somebody on the phone. Like I'm excited for them to talk about Washington because they're towards the back end of the first round. It means they've done something right.
I wonder, this is the first time I've kind of thought about this. Maybe I go day 2 because all 3 days are open. Day 1 is going to be the highest attended day anyway. If they don't have a pick until round 2 or something, maybe day 1 you watch at home and day 2 is when you take the kids and you do the full experience and you sit out there and you see the picks get called and there's a little more freedom maybe because you got a little more space around you anyway. Maybe that's how people would handle it. For me, though, it's really not about where the Commanders pick or who they pick. It's the event. I'm going to the Major League Baseball All-Star game, whether or not the Nationals.
Yeah, the Nats didn't get 5 players, so you're not going. It's not like that, yeah.
Like I'm going to celebrate football. I'm going because I love the NFL. I'm going because of the activations Darius talked about. But I do think there'd be some Commanders fans probably that are less inclined to go if they didn't have a high pick. Yeah. If you're one of the marks that's wearing a Commanders jersey and the block W chain around your neck and you're getting shown in the road game or whatever, down in the end zone, clapping on third down, like you're probably more of a Commanders guy than a football guy. But I just think the NFL is so powerful.
And there's enough people here, by the way, that aren't from here.
Totally.
Where you would get that huge, you're casting a net. So, the reason people always say, like, how could the Dolphins draw so much here? Or how many Dolphins are there? How many Chargers fans are there? This is your one chance to see them, right? It's like living in D.C. Like, it's not like I go to the monuments every day, but people come from all over the country to see those monuments because it's a rare treat. It's not a rare treat for me because I live here. But the one time you're going to see your team or have something to do with your NFL team, if you're from points beyond outside of Washington, D.C., that's one of those. I'm telling you, it would be packed. People would love it.
We have not opened up the MGM National Harbor listener lines today. Maybe we could do that now. what would be your level of interest in attending the NFL draft if it was in DC in 2027? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to join us. I think we're off by a year, but the anniversary and the celebration of the birth of America is coming up, and there's going to be this huge celebration. And I know that's part of why baseball's the All-Star game is going to be in Philadelphia. But I believe that's in 2026, based on 1776.
Little 250-year piece. Yep.
I was going to say, if that lined up, it's over. Everyone else can try for next year because, baseball's going to Philly, birthplace declaration, right? And they're celebrating the All-Star game there in 26. But I guess it's the next year anyway, so that doesn't really relate.
Yeah, there's not as much of a ring to the 251st birthday.
Yeah.
250 is a pretty good one. Nice round number there.
I don't know that it's quite the same. I was thinking about this earlier today, though. I tried to jot down some other non-game events that I would really want to attend. Sporting events, not games, that are on a bucket list or worthy of a bucket list. Here's what I came up with. Rose Bowl parade. I think it would be awesome. I've talked to my mom about this. She's always wanted to go. One of the next couple of years, I really want to go with her, get out, watch the Rose Bowl parade. Now, on the back end, probably go to the game too. But I just think that would be a cool thing.
That's a neat one.
On New Year's Day. Championship parades, if you want to say that those count, I think that's its own category. But they certainly qualify.
That was the only thing I thought of, was that.
It's not a game, and I am desperate to go to those. Here's a nerdy one. I don't know how many people agree with this. I love touring historic stadiums. So I have done tours at Fenway, Wrigley, Lambeau Field. Like, I would fly somewhere for a vacation for a tour of a really great historic stadium. Not a game.
Because there's only a handful left.
But I would say that's a sporting event.
Yeah, that counts.
That's all I came up with. Super Bowl week festivities, if you're not going to the game, would be on the list. But maybe we could pose that question too at 800-636-1067. Is there a non-game sporting event that you would love to attend, a la the NFL draft? Which I think it's just because I was there as a kid and it was just a blast. It's such a party. Everyone's in their jerseys. Everyone's in a great mood. Everyone thinks they just got the next star. It's a really good time.
Jets fans boo.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Would the opportunity to attend the NFL draft, if it was in D.C., on the National Mall in 2027, be something that you would schedule your spring around, rearrange the calendar for? Is that something that would excite you? 800-636-1067. Very high on my Allen Iverson list, which we call the not a game list. Not a game. We're talking about sporting events, not a game. NFL drafts up there. Other ones I came up with, I think it'd be really cool to go to the Rose Bowl parade, Super Bowl week festivities, always very fun, and touring historic venues. I like going on tours of stadiums.
Those are really good ones. I mean, cheating a little bit, but because I love basketball still, the NBA draft, there's enough guys I've heard of, right? Or I watch play in college, or I've been able to see enough of. Obviously, now there's such a European influence, right? I can't tell you Zachary Rissache's highlights other than what I saw on YouTube,
So
but
that's funny you say that. I mean, I'm at a point now, the NBA draft, I'll still watch every minute of it on TV. Just came and went. I don't think I would be that excited to go. Certainly not if it was like on the mall in DC to me. Maybe I would, in the way of still just, it's an NBA event. It'd be cool. There'd be activations, whatever. But there's so many players after the top 10 or 12. Every other pick I haven't heard of.
Right.
I need Fran Fraschilla to tell me what team he was on, what country he was playing in most recently.
These draft rights have been traded, but he still has to wear the Hornets hat, that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. It's not the same. It's not as exciting as it once was when guys stayed in college for 3 years and you knew Shane Battier, you knew Grant Hill, but now it's, either one and done or Bureau guys, but still I'd be into it.
Let's go to Quinn in Rockville on G&D. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hi, Dave and Granny. How are you on? Will you wear your gold pants to draft day in Washington in 2007 day?
Die. Iron those gold pants and have them ready, Die.
There's a Hall of Famer.
Day. First of all, let me say, Grant, I'm with you on the visiting historic places. I went to see the Packers and Bears at Soldier Field 20 years ago, and it's just so cool to go to iconic places like that.
Totally.
And I'm like my dad. You go to a place like Williamsburg, I have to stop and read every plaque. So I'm into history. I love the idea of just going places to tour the building. That's really cool.
Did you
But
do the
draft
full
is
Lambeau
definitely-
tour?
Not Lambeau, but it was Soldier Field.
Oh, you said Soldier Field.
I'm
Sorry.
a Packers fan.
Yeah.
After the Redskins, I'm a Packers fan, lifelong. So it was a gift. I went to see them at Soldier Field. They far beat the Bears. It was great. It was undergoing massive renovation, so it was a little different. But it was
Oh,
still,
is that okay?
it's
I
so
remember
cool
when
to
they
go
were
to that
doing that.
building.
So I've been to Soldier
Yeah.
Field for games. I've never done the tour. That would be great, especially now that they're leaving there soon, it sounds like.
Right. Now, the draft, I actually went to I think it was 2017 in Philly, courtesy of 106.7. I won a ticket.
Oh, nice.
And
Oh,
that was
yeah.
the John Allen.
I like those guys.
John Allen. It was John Allen draft. In fact, I was sitting like a row and a couple of people behind his family. And when he got drafted, they went haywire because they were wanting him to go to Washington. It was just a really cool experience. And the NFL experience, all the stuff you go through. I met football people. I've got a picture on my phone of me with Dabo Sweeney. It's just it's an amazing experience.
Yeah, that's the cool thing is when an entire sport descends upon a city, you're just kind of hanging with dignitaries and celebrities, and you might be there for the full 3-4 days and not bump into anyone, but you got a pretty good chance to.
Yeah, it's better than if you're just at home.
Totally.
Right?
You ever go to any of the shoulder events for all-star festivities at all? I love those, especially now with kids. I always think about, like, I'm going out to Dallas for the Major League Baseball All-Star Weekend. I'll be at Futures Game, Home Run Derby, all that stuff. And I can't wait till I can take my son, particularly, who will hopefully be a baseball fan. But my daughter's into it as well. I'm like both the kids who are a little older. I want to get them out to go to the, hey, let's clock how much you're throwing this pitch, or let's run around and play catch on this field. Those events where they take over the, the local, warehouses, or they go to like some big facility and set up a place where you can run the bases. Anything with kids like that, I think being able to take your young ones, those are memories that they'll have forever.
Yeah, those are so cool.
I remember when my parents took me to do stuff like that. It shaped my fandom. Those types of events made me the huge sports fan that I am. And you fast forward a couple decades, and that's your life's work, right? I mean, those memories last. Jimmy in Columbia, you're on G&D.
Hey, no, it's definitely the draft. I would take off work to go on Thursday and Friday if I had to. This is a once in a lifetime thing if it came here, and it would bring so much attention to us. We need the positive attention, and so on top of me just that being the bucket list item, it would just be so good for the team and the city. So without a doubt, the draft. Yeah, man. I mean, I went to the home run derby in DC, when Bryce Harper won it, and I just feel like, that's, to me, that's the best part of baseball, and to me, this is one of the best parts of football is everything about the draft and the rookies and the teams coming together, like you said, on one city. So I will do anything. I will move mountains to make sure I'm there every day for the draft.
I love him going. Yeah, I'll take off work.
Yeah, I'll just not go.
I'll just let you know now, boss.
Sorry, I don't feel great.
That's a good point. I mean, NFL, are you listening? Why are you acting like the Commanders don't need your help? Why have you given them none of the 11 different versions of Hard Knocks there are now? And I know they can get out of it with a first-year head coach. Not last year. What are you waiting for? Have you not seen this fan base go from one of the most passionate and involved in the sport to essentially non-existent? Do you not get to see the books and the numbers? Are you not privy to the information we all are?
Yeah, you get those same invoices.
There's not a team in this league over the last 10 years that has seen the erosion of a fan base and of interest and a waning passion like this one. And this is a pillar. This is a benchmark. This is one of the orgs you need to protect and care about. It means a lot to the league. And let's say it didn't, which it does. Great history, championships. It's the nation's capital. It's Washington, D.C. It's a top 5 to 6 time of the year dependent media market in the country. Do something to help D.C. Send them a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Send them a draft. Send them both. What are you waiting
Again,
for?
especially now that Snyder is gone. You know what I mean? Like this, I know I'm obviously very DC centric. We're on DC radio here, and I care an awful lot about the survival and health of these teams. But this, to me, I represent everything you just said. It is the ultimate no-brainer where I get you didn't want to reward Snyder for just terrible behavior, right? Where he gets to do whatever he wants, and he's doing it poorly. He's making it harder for you guys to do business. Economically, they're doing terribly. And then he gets the special thing where he just gets to line his pockets for no reason. This is new. We need the leg up. You've already made it out. Throw the rope down so we can climb back up and get back up there with the big boys. It's good for everybody. You know what I mean? Like other teams and other organizations were like, yeah, it was nice to have Washington be a patsy, win 8 games every 7 years and have them, win the division when it's down. But for the most part, we look at it as a W. Money-wise, interest-wise, it's better when Washington is good. As you said, we're not media market 30 here. We're not, Topeka. This is the nation's capital, as you said, and making it marquee again would be pretty good.
Darius, can you find out what is media market number 30? You've piqued my interest. Danny. Take a guess. I'm going to say Charlotte.
I feel like Charlotte's like 17. Now, do I know that? No. Why do I think that? I have no idea.
What are you going to say for 30? I first thought Nashville, but that feels way too big.
That's too big. Nashville's big. All right, number 30. Number 30 is...
You won't just keep saying number
30. Because I'm stalling. I'm Gene Stallings right now. I'm going to say for this, I don't have a good answer. I'm going to say Kansas City.
Oh, that's a good guess.
I feel like that one's too big too.
Maybe, but that sounds like it's kind of in the mix. Darius, media market number 30 in America is?
Media market number 30 is actually one of our new rivals. It's the city of San Diego. San Diego is media market number 30.
Can I get the one right before and right after it just to get a little feel for the size of the market?
29 is actually our neighbors directly to the north.
I was going to say Baltimore's around there too.
Yeah.
Baltimore, okay.
And then 31 is Chuck's favorite city, Charles Barkley's favorite city, San Antonio.
Okay. So it gives you a little working.
Oh, San Antonio.
Let's go to Dave, who's in Leesburg on G&D. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Dave.
Kansas City was actually 34, by the way.
Oh, you were.
Oh, hey, look at me.
You're right there.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, Dave?
How's it going? So when I was thinking about the non-game related sporting event, the one that came to mind is one I actually got an opportunity to go to myself.
which was the NFL Hall of Fame induction.
Ooh, good one.
Oh, that's a great one.
Allen Iverson, not a game.
Not a game.
Hall of Fame induction. I have only ever been to the Major League Baseball. So it's actually, I don't even think it's MLB. It's considered like the Pro Baseball Hall of Fame. But their induction ceremony, and I saw Cal Ripken Jr. and Tony Gwynn get in.
Pretty good.
Not a bad run.
Yeah.
I don't think I've been. Did I go to Canton for any of the Washington? I didn't.
Did you go for Monk and Green?
No, I've been to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I've been there too.
Canton a couple times. I think I've been to Cooperstown twice for baseball, and I've been to Canton twice for football. But I've never seen an induction for football. That's a great one. If your guy, whoever that is, if your team's star, like I'm just making this up, Chris Cooley's not getting in, but that was my guy growing up. Chris Cooley gets in, I got to be there. You know, Clinton Portis got in, I'm going to that. So I think that's a great answer. A lot of older fans of this team had those moments.
Yep.
With Art Monk and Darryl Green and so many legends. If B. Mitch got in, that was my guy. I was acting like him in the side yard. I'll go for B. Mitch. But current players or you know, recently in my childhood, there's just nobody that's getting in.
Dude, when B. Mitch gets in, because it's going to happen, because it should have already happened. But when he does, we got to take the whole station.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like everybody's got to go.
Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm not sure of anything. But
that's why I'm throwing it out there now. Meaning like,
that would
well,
seem like
is it
a
essential? Yeah, it is a no-brainer. Again, still uncertain if it would actually come to pass.
That's an Airbnb for like 20.
Yeah.
Somewhere in Canton, Ohio that week. Lou on Twitter, this is a fun one. He says WrestleMania or WWE event. Now, I think WrestleMania counts as a game because that is the
yeah, because that's the event.
But here's what I will say to that. There are so many surrounding things to WrestleMania all week long for wrestling people that it is like their Super Bowl, and they basically have 2 Super Bowl weeks like leading up similarly, where you don't have to go to WrestleMania. You just go to all the other offshoot stuff and you just have a blast. I know you have no interest in that.
Right.
I can't say I have no interest in that. Sneaky, I would have a little bit of interest, but it's certainly not on the level of an NFL event.
So does this count? March Madness itself, right, is just nothing but television screens. Sitting this behind, I'm pointing at my own, in a comfortable leather chair in Vegas at a sports book. It's kind of like an event during March Madness. Is that cheating? That's not exactly what we're looking for.
Cheating.
It's cheating. Yeah.
I think you're cheating.
I thought so.
There's games, right?
Because it is game related.
It's game related.
But I'm not at the games.
Okay, but you're saying no to WWE, it seems like. You pivoted.
I am saying no.
I haven't brought up something very important. What if the Street Profits are there?
They would never. They couldn't possibly.
Yeah. What if it's a meet and greet with the Street Profits?
I think for the sake of our show and branding, we'd have to go.
Live event with the Street Profits from WrestleMania.
Oh, it's the Street Profits.
Of course it is.
Let's go to Greg in Springfield on Grant and Danny. Hey, Greg.
Greg.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, buddy.
I have a different, not a perspective. I would love to go. I would love it to be on the mall, but I've run a lot of big events in this on the mall and things like that. And the Park Service are very, very rigid on their rules and the things that I think the NFL is going to have a problem with having it there because, like, you can't cover the grass for more than 3 days at a time. You can only have so much weight on the grass. They don't like to permit more than a year out, which the NFL is big about planning. I'd love it to be on the mall. I think it'd be an awesome place to have it. But unless the Park Service bends rules that I've never seen them bend in
Let me
10
ask you
years
this,
of doing
Greg.
this stuff.
How does everything else get around it? I mean, there are so many events. If it was such a pain in the butt, why are there so many events?
How many of those events are more than 3 days?
Well, this
Very
wouldn't
few,
be either.
if any.
I guess.
Well, my understanding is, listen to Kevin Sheehan, is that they have 5 days. Their events are like 5 days.
No,
So
the
unless
actual
they're willing to-
on-site part of it would be 3. Now, to his point, maybe, and I didn't hear what he said. I mean, the construction, they build a massive stage. It would be
But I don't think
more
that's
than
included in your quote-unquote 3 days.
Right.
That's for anything.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday is the draft. There's nothing else live on site. And they could have any other event needed somewhere else in the city. Now, if the problem is the building and the construction and all that, I can't help you with that. Also, was it the draft or was it something else we were talking about weeks ago that was related to the mall when I kept saying this is a no-brainer, let's do this, and somebody basically made it seem like it would be really hard to get an alcohol license. Maybe it was like a winter classic or something else, or like one of these baseball games or something. I don't
No,
remember.
it was for the draft. We were
Was
talking
it?
about the draft, and I believe Tom Lavero had an article where he was talking about how difficult it would be for them to get the liquor licenses.
I mean, that is the sticky wicket, because you can't have an event like that and tell everyone
Without a couple oat sodas.
they're going to be sober Steve.
Mm.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. Give me the Coke Zero and let's pick some players. But most people do not feel that way. They're not going if you tell them what they can.
There's
and
no
can't
beer.
drink.
Yeah.
What's in your cooler, sir? Top of the hour at 4 o'clock. We've got those Dave Matthews Band tickets. We've also got a conversation to have with Bub Carrington, Wizards draft pick in our Beltway Blitz. Nick Jensen, the former Capital, traded last week, says goodbye. We'll stop by and have a conversation with him at 4:45 on Grant and Danny. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. Our coverage today of the NFL offseason presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
Gentlemen, little guessing game for you. Darius, if you will, play some guessing game music or game show music, whatever you guys want. As you know, I am a very big-time influencer on the online communities. Despite not posting any bikini pics or shirtless pics or having an OnlyFans of any kind, I still am wildly popular on various mediums. I received a check from Meta for one of my hugely viral videos or reels or whatever. Right? You opt into the bonus program, it's like make 10 reels a day and you can earn some money or whatever. Gentlemen, I ask you, closest to the pin style, not Price is Right rules, mind you, closest to the pin. How much did I earn in my most recent check from Meta? How much did I earn?
What is Meta? Is that Instagram?
That's Facebook. So they own, Meta is the parent company of Facebook that also owns Instagram. Because they're trying to compete with the TikToks and the Talks.
And what do you do on Instagram to make money?
They want you to post reels because what's happening is a lot of their audience has been drawn to the TikToks where people just dance a lot or do stupid stuff for a few seconds. And they really want content on Instagram. They want people to live and be on Instagram. So they want you to post reels that get people to click on them.
I apologize. Let me ask more directly.
Sure.
What did you post? What reels are you posting?
I had 2 reels that were eligible for this bonus program over the last couple of months. One was, I can't remember what it was, honestly, just something that I posted. Okay. Oh, you know what it was? It was that I blew out my shoe playing basketball, just like Zion Williamson. So me and Zion are the same.
So it's any reel that you post.
The other was when my tire blew out on the highway and I had to, I posted myself next to that.
Wasn't that just a picture?
No, it was a reel. It was a moving video of the blinker flashing on my face. It was very artistic.
And you got paid to post that picture of your face?
I ultimately got paid, yes.
That makes no sense. All right. I'm going to say 73 cents.
73 cents. Grant is in for 73 cents.
I'm going to go with $31.19.
Ryan is in at $31.19. Grant 73 cents. Ryan $31.19. Darius?
I'm gonna go, let's say $12.18.
$12.18. Yep. Your winner. It wouldn't buy you a chicken dinner is Grant Paulson. 69 cents.
Yeah. Oh man.
69 cents. You were within $1. You'd win both showcases if we did Prices Right rules.
It's not like you're putting in a lot of work on the reel.
No, I mean
it's a picture of yourself next to a car.
Yeah, again, it was a moving picture. That's why it's worth 69 cents.
That's a video then.
That's
right?
a video. Looking for a video.
So it was a video of you.
Yeah.
How long?
11 seconds. But
you didn't say anything.
No. Caption did though. The caption said everything, and so did my expression. That's worth 69 cents, sir.
I don't think I know what a reel is. I'm struggling.
You seem very confused. It's just a video.
But a video where you're not talking, is it slow motion?
No, that one was just a video where it wasn't talking. Again, that I've talked in some before. I've not talked. There's different things you can do.
So you take a selfie for 11 seconds. Just what faces are you making? You're like the guy on Monday Night Football who's like staring at the camera, like throwing the ball to himself.
Yeah,
like,
this one I would just happen to be annoyed because my tire blew on the highway.
So did you just do like a I'm really upset face for 11
seconds?
Yeah.
No, it probably wasn't even 11.
Did
It probably
you
like
blink?
7. No, it was on my sunglasses.
But you just look upset for 11 seconds.
Yeah, and
and you did it to make the 69 cents?
No, it's just I'm posting content like people do.
Sure, but you would just post a picture and you would say, hey, I'm by my car.
Well, that one I posted a video because you could see the blinker reflecting off my face, the emergency flashers as I'm pulled over on one of the roads.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. I'll have to go look at this.
It's not that exciting. Just it's about 69 cents worth.
I was going to say, I'll tell you how exciting it is. It's 70 cents.
I'd love that extra cent.
You do 10 of those a day, you could get yourself a couple bucks.
It could be worth it. I remember years ago where it was like I was applying for some job or whatever. And it was like to write sports blogs, and that was like a big deal. And the guy was like, all right, so it's $10 a post, and we need like 17,000 words and like 7 pictures that you're allowed to use. And I'm like, that per hour works out to about 17 cents an hour for how long it would take me to do that. That's the biggest waste of time of all time. I can't do that.
No wonder why social media is so stupid and terrible.
There it is.
So people are just,
Yes.
I mean, I know people get paid for social media. I'm aware of how it works. I didn't realize, though, that gets you 70 cents.
Yeah, so imagine I was an attractive woman, like just doing something in a bikini.
Yeah, and you had a million
that got
followers.
a million of those views.
No wonder why we're bombarded with like these
There it is.
thirst trap pictures of just like, hey, look at my shoes. You don't want me to look at your
That's
shoes.
not what you're not showing me
Got
shoes.
new shoes. What shoes are you referencing? Because then it's an 11-second moving video, and now she got more than 75
There's a dude's
cents.
like, follow me for what I eat in a day. This is how I do when I work out. Abs, shredded, trap muscles. Everyone's handsome.
Top of the hour, Danny. Dave Matthews Band tickets. This weekend is the show at Jiffy Lube Live. You can win those right at the top of the hour. We've also got your Beltway Blitz that will star new Wizards rookie Bub Carrington here on Grant and Danny. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067 right now. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to Dave Matthews Band Saturday, July 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Courtesy of Live Nation, we'll be giving away tickets to Dave Matthews Band right here at 4 ahead of the Blitz all week long. We've also today got tickets to the Ghostbusters in concert at Wolf Trap. We'll give those away when we rank our top 5 today on Top 5 Tuesday. That's in 2 hours at 6 o'clock. The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny welcomes you back. That is the law firm of Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. Bub Carrington of the Wizards will join us in just a few, but let's start on the diamond. To break the Nats down, we got our buddy Dave Jagler, who will be in the booth tonight at Citi Field for the Nats and the Mets as they kick off a 3-game series and a road trip for the Nationals. Jags, I want to start with James Wood. Liked defensively that he made a couple plays yesterday. He's getting more comfortable. Yep. Diving catch coming into the infield. Nice catch up against the wall, deep left center. But this is amazing to me. After his first at-bat tonight, through 30 at-bats, he will have 15, half of his at-bats against lefties. In a sport where normally guys are like 70% against righties, 30% against lefties, I don't remember seeing a stretch of lefties like this, and it happens right when the big lefty gets called up.
Well, yeah, and it's funny, Grant, because the Nationals are just coming off a series against the Cardinals where they threw 4 lefty starters for the first time in their history. So I thought the Nationals were gathering all the lefty starters, but the Mets have a bunch. So that, he's going to face a couple of those guys again. And Quintana, whom he faced last Thursday, and Peterson starting the finale, he'll get the righty in there tomorrow. But it shows the confidence in him that he's been in the lineup every game. And I've not seen any drop in at bat quality against lefties as opposed to righties. So, I know that's one thing that they talked about as to why he wasn't called up sooner, but his at-bat quality to me has been very good. And even when he makes outs, he got called out on strikes in the first at-bat yesterday, but he really got jobbed by the home plate umpire. There were 2 pitches that were both below the knees that were called strikes. He has higher knees than most hitters. They'd be strikes on 6'2" guys, but they're balls on 6'7" hitters. So he's got that level of patience and plate discipline that's very impressive for someone his age. And it doesn't matter if it's a lefty or a righty, that plate discipline has still been good.
Jags, they won 3 of 4, I guess, the beginning of last week, and now they're still part of a stretch where they're 4-10 over the last 14 games. Kind of tells you what's been going on sort of surrounding that nice little stretch against the Mets and the Cardinals. You're still seeing a lot of, the occasional base running mistake, guys getting picked off, or like a defensive, whether it's an error or a miscue or something like that. How much of this is, hey, this is a young team and they're going through it, versus we need to expect a little bit more at this stage? Kind of where are we in that process?
Well, I know Davey Martinez was frustrated yesterday. So put it on the frustration end of the spectrum. I think that this team is in a grueling stretch of games, and you don't like making that excuse, but this team is desperate for a day off or an all-star break, just with the brutal temperatures. And I don't know if that's a reason why there have been the defensive miscues. The base running miscues have been pretty much of a constant for the last 4 to 6 weeks. So that's something they dearly need to clean up. When they play good baseball and they play clean defense and they don't have base running mistakes, they've been winning the majority of those games. But in games they've been losing, and because these are generally close games they're losing, you can point to a defensive miscue here, a base running out here that seems to be costly. So, James Wood had 2 of them the other day. He misplayed the fly ball, then he got doubled off on a line drive. So you would say that, maybe those are young player mistakes, but they're youngsters and they're veterans who've made the mistakes. So it's a team-wide issue. You'd like to see, better all around. Over the course of a season, there are going to be some of these, but yeah, I think unfortunately in the losses, you can point to those mistakes as being a big reason why.
Dave, I was hopeful that Jake Irvin would be named an all-star. He got snubbed. He had a better season than a couple of the starting pitchers that made the team. It looks like a few of the guys that did make it won't be able to pitch. So I was thinking, well, maybe Jake will get a shot, but he also pitches on Tuesday tonight and then on Sunday. So I doubt he'll be added to the all-star team here at 27 years old, but he's been their best starter this year. 2.80 ERA, whip of 1. What do you make of his season and just how good this kid appears to have turned into?
It's been a great season. And you just, even if he couldn't pitch, you wish that they would name him even as a replacement and say, well, no, we got to replace the replacement. But they're unlikely to do that because he does deserve that all-star consideration. But unfortunately, the pitchers, it comes down to a player vote. And, if he hasn't faced a certain team, or maybe, he didn't have a great start against a certain team, he doesn't have the name recognition that, that a Zach Wheeler or some of these other notable pitchers are going to have. And he didn't have the eye-popping stats until recently. I mean, all of his starts in June and into July, that's the reason his ERA is now in the top 5 in the league because of how good he's been recently. So it's almost like it was too little, too late for the all-star consideration. But, be that as it may, that's a small thing because what he has turned into is something that you feel will be hopefully a cornerstone piece of this rotation. There's a maturity there that you appreciate at his age. I mean, he's a young pitcher in terms of big league time, but he's 27. And this, to me, this start tonight is an interesting test. He had a stretch earlier this year where he faced the Braves twice in 3 starts, and he dominated both those games. But the only time he's faced a team consecutive starts was the Dodgers, and he dominated them the first time. And the second time, the Dodgers hit him hard. And that's really probably the worst start that he's had all season was that second Dodger game. So Irvin had the best start of his career 5 days ago against the Mets. They're going to be loaded for bear. They're going to be trying to make an adjustment. How does Irvin fare against them the second time? I just think with his maturity, you'd like that he's going to, make the adjustment he needs to make to face them again and to do well against them again.
Jag, CJ Abrams is back to scalding. He had 1 terrible month and 2 excellent months. When it's good, what is it? And when it's not as good, what is it?
Yeah, the thing for him, and he was actually I had him as our guest on our Nationals on Deck yesterday. He just said he got really swing happy. And to me, in May, he was swinging at everything. In June and into July, he's been taking his walks. He's been trying to hit a hitter's pitch rather than a pitcher's pitch. We know he's going to be ultra aggressive. First pitch of the game, he's looking to launch. He's looking at a home run on the first pitch of the game. But he's gotten a little better at, hey, I'm gonna pick this little zone in the strike zone. If the pitch is here, then I'm gonna put my A swing on it. But if it's not there, I'll take it, and either it's 1-0 or 0-1. So to me, it's all about swing decisions. And in May, whether it was because the offense was struggling, hey, I've got to do my part. He was trying to do too much. That classic sports cliche. When the calendar turned to June, he got back into swinging at strikes. And that's when his season took off, and that's why he's an all-star.
Dave Jagler will be on the call with Charlie Slows. Nats baseball at the Mets tonight, right here on the Fan. They do the correct thing at Citi Field. They start games after 7 o'clock, which is the way it should be done in Major League Baseball. Jags, how's the booth there? Well, where is the booth location?
The booth, a low perch under the overhang. The one issue we have is it's a little bit low sitting, so people can walk in front of our booth, and it's kind of like they look up in the window, and we're kind of like the zoo animals behind glass, and they stare, and they block our view of home plate. So we have to have one of the security guys that move it along. Occasionally our view of home plate can be blocked. So Charlie, a few years back, christened this limited view field instead of Citi Field. Sometimes we have a limited view from the broadcast booth. But overall, it's not a bad place.
Jags, great as always, buddy. Have a good call tonight.
And Danny, they have press dining in case you're wondering.
Let's
and
go.
It's all you can eat.
That's how you have to do it. Now, you wouldn't take advantage of that. You'd have 1 grape and a piece of arugula.
No, he packed an apple. He's fine.
Yeah, but the rest of us would put it away. Always the best, Jags. Thanks.
All right.
See you, pal. Hit that NFL sounder, Darius. USA Today's Nate Davis joins us to talk about the NFL. Nate, you wrote a great column. I always read what you write, but this one speaks to my heart. We forget every year that teams go from worst to first in this league, and we just count on a team that was great being great again, and we count on teams that were bad last year being bad. Who's going from worst to first in the NFL this year?
Who's going from worst to first? I think I had the Ravens down there, and people will probably kind of look a bit sideways at that, but you got to look at the fact they probably play in the toughest division in the NFL, all winning records last year. Cincinnati goes 9-8 with Joe Burrow missing half the season. So, the Ravens lost a lot of guys, and we'll kind of see if this Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson combination works. I mean, on paper, it looks good. In practice, is it going to be Nick Chubb and Deshaun Watson? I mean, we'll see. But I mean, there's not a whole lot of candidates here that probably look first to worst, barring catastrophic injuries to guys like Patrick Mahomes and whatever. But I think with the Ravens, just given the fact that they're in the division they're in, those teams could move up fairly easily. 3 of those teams making the playoffs last year. I had them down there, and I had Dallas as a good candidate as well.
Nate, I saw that Pro Football Talk was reporting today that Richard Seymour is joining up with Tom Brady as they try to secure an ownership stake with the Raiders. But Brady's buying in on the Raiders. He's also going to be calling games on Fox. There's going to be less network-driven programming. So it's not like Fox's NFC anymore. The games are kind of random. I feel weird that he could be a minority owner of the Raiders calling games. I think I'm in the minority on that. I don't know what the precedent is on that, if there are other minority owners who have done that. What's your take on that?
Well, I mean, I think that issue is you know, it's well known. It's I think, you know, we'll get approval when the time comes to stamp this deal or not. But you know, it is a component, given that Tom Brady could be at his own team practices and could be at the walkthroughs of the other teams. And you know, you like a little bit more assurance probably if he's going to work your game than knowing he's giving scouts honor that he's not sharing details with the Raiders. But
do you think that they would, or not even should? Do you think that the league would just come in, or even maybe Fox, and just say, hey, he won't call any Raiders games? Like, is that an easy way around it?
I mean, it's an easy way around it, and it makes sense. But at some point, I think probably, you know, ratings and that kind of stuff is going to make that an issue if the Raiders get good at some point, or if there's a playoff game or, you know, Super Bowl where they're back in, where you can't really work around that issue. But I mean, you can obviously minimize it to a point, but you know, there's probably also going to be a point where, what are you going to do? So about Greg Olsen for that kind of game, you know, probably not workable from Fox's perspective either.
Nate, kind of a vague question here, but always curious as your opinion on something like this. Is there a team that you just find yourself more interested in this time of the year? Like, in other words, I can't get enough Chargers articles. I'm fascinated with what Harbaugh is going to do, how this makeover and everything about the Chargers that I find in my feed online, I find myself reading. Is there a team like that for you where you just find yourself more interested than you thought you'd be?
I mean, I'm generally interested in all of it. I mean, I think to your point, Danny, it is kind of nice to have somebody refreshing to look at that's not, you know, more Cowboys or more Chiefs, or in years past more Patriots. Like it's kind of fun to have the shiny new object. I will say a team that I am really intrigued to see, maybe in the vein of your question, is the Indianapolis Colts, who were, you know, a playoff team last year with Gardner Minshew playing quarterback and making a Pro Bowl, you know, for most of the season. Jonathan Taylor missing a good chunk of it with injuries and the contract holdout. And I mean, he and Anthony Richardson had some ridiculously low snap count together last year. You know, this year, you know, in theory, they're going to be out there together with Shane Steichen, who showed that he's one of the best young play callers in the league. Some really nice pieces on that defense. That's a team that I'm looking to see, you know, what they're able to put on the field with all their guys out there.
Nate, excellent as always. Thank you for joining us on the Blitz, buddy.
Okay, guys.
Check out Nate Davis, USA Today Sports. Let's talk hoops. And who better to talk about the Wizards as they get ready for the Summer League out in Las Vegas. They tip off on Friday against the Atlanta Hawks. Then 14th overall pick, Bub Carrington, who played at Pitt as a freshman and then was drafted and traded to Washington as part of the Denny Avdia package. Bub, it's Grant and Danny in D.C. How you feeling as we close in on Friday and Summer League action?
I'm excited. I'm anxious. I'm ready for it to finally get here. You know, that's just the one word I could, you know, use to describe it. I'm just super excited, waiting for it.
But at this point, I mean, if, you know, some Wizards fans haven't seen you play a ton coming out of Pitt, how would you describe your game right now?
I would describe it as real solid, a game that's versatile. I would say cover a lot of different ends, offensively and defensively, and kind of just that Swiss Army knife for any team.
Bub, do you view yourself more long-term as a point guard or kind of a shooting guard who takes the basketball from time to time across the timeline? Like, what do you think you end up being?
Honestly, I would not even limit myself by answering that question directly. I feel like depending on the team, depending on the situation, the matchups, or, you know, the build of the team, I feel like I could do one or many things, whether that's being a point guard or a shooting guard. So I wouldn't limit myself by answering that question.
And we're also at a point in an era, maybe in basketball, where positions aren't as defined as they used to be, too, right? I mean,
exactly.
It seems like your game translates to being able to do a lot. Is that part of it?
Yes, exactly that.
Bub Carrington with us here on Grant and Danny. Did you know the Wizards really liked you? When did you find that out?
Obviously, at the combine and after the combine, they talk to you, they talk to your agent, they reach out and things like that. But draft night, I feel like most people, and not just me, and a lot of people knew what was going to happen that night.
Bub Carrington, the 18-year-old draftee, 14th overall pick, came over to the Wiz as part of the Denny Avdia deal, joining us on Grant and Danny, a Baltimore, Maryland native. I read somewhere that you have never been to an NBA game. Is that true?
Yes, not until recently.
So I'm curious. That's going to be awesome. Now you're playing in them shortly.
That's a cool
after
first one to go to, yeah.
not having been to many. But how much of you growing up was your fandom local here to the Wizards, or were you more a fan of players? And when was it that you really got into loving hoops as a spectator more so than just playing?
Being so close to Washington, you kept up with them. I wouldn't have called myself like a diehard fan or anything, but I watched them, and I definitely liked the players they had on their team. So not only did I watch the Wizards because they were close, but I watched them because I love watching John Wall play, Brad Beal play, things like that. So I feel like I've always were connected with them more than others.
Bub, who was the guy that kind of made you fall in love with basketball, like from a pro perspective? For me, I'm like more than twice your age. I remember watching Magic Johnson on like a game of the week kind of thing, and I was like, even though I'm not 6'8" and I can't handle it all, like I now fell in love with the sport. Do you have somebody like that where you just watched him and went, I got to do that too?
Honestly, I would say Kevin Durant. I feel like watching Kevin Durant is just like, especially like him on that OKC team. Mm-hmm. I feel like that was just so like special.
Member of the 2024 ACC All-Rookie team, Bub Carrington, is with us here on Grant and Danny's, getting ready to take part in the Summer League with some of the Wizards' new draftees and youngest talent. What are your goals as you go out to start playing in these games on Friday? I think you guys have Atlanta to tip everything off. So the team that made the first overall pick, that should be a fun matchup. What do you want to accomplish?
Win. We want to win. I feel like that's the only answer.
What do you do best right now, and what do you want to work on here? Not only in Vegas, but your first year in the association.
I feel like what I do best is bring that intangibles to the team, leadership, vocal, a voice. So that's what I do best right now. And you said one thing I wanted to improve on?
Yes.
One thing I like to improve on is I feel like the defensive presence. I feel like I know I'm a good defender. I know I can guard, but trying to be just more disruptive, getting hands and lanes, deflections, steals, things of that nature.
Bub, thanks for the time. Have a great summer league.
Yeah, congrats, man.
Thank you guys for having me.
My neighbor is flying out to the summer league with his boys. Just an old dude's trip, basically. I'm happy for him.
That's fun. Just going to Vegas?
I bumped into him. He's like, I'm going out to the summer league. I was like, what a cool thing to do. He and a bunch of his buddies in their 60s are going out for 3 days and watching the Wizards summer league team.
Is that one of those events where you get a ticket in and you can just watch all the games that day?
I think that's like that.
He said there's
awesome.
like 5 games. It sounds like it's all day long, like every 2.5 hours or something. They start at like 9 a.m. because they have 2 venues. They do T-Mobile Arena and they do whatever the Thomas and Mack Center, the UNLV.
Yeah.
And so they're those 2 arenas, and it's like from morning until nighttime, there's just games all day long.
That is really awesome, actually.
Yeah, I think
Put
it's
that
great.
on the list.
Totally. That would be a lot of fun. Go do that with your buddies, like a bachelor party kind of vibe.
Not bad. In fact, I got a friend who's actually doing that.
Summer league?
Not necessarily going to summer league games, but going to Vegas this week. They're turning 50, like with a bunch of friends. And I'm like, they all like hoops. Why not just do that as part of it?
Are you old enough to have friends turning 50?
That's right.
That's tough.
Yeah. How about that? Let's think a little bit.
Oh, boy.
Contemporaries. Our kids play together. Yeah.
That one hurts.
Yeah.
Speaking of old, we should talk about this later. LeVar Arrington's kid is going to Penn State.
Eventually?
Now.
Okay.
His name's LeVar Arrington. I'll bet you he can play.
I remember interviewing LeVar as a rookie.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's happening.
Yeah.
If Time had a record, how many losses do you think it would have?
Let me look.
Like if Time was
All
a
time?
boxer.
You know, it's actually undefeated and untied.
Okay. How many knockout punches do you think?
All.
Yeah, a lot of KOs. Nick Jensen of the Capitals at 445. He just got traded to Ottawa this past week, so we'll talk to him about that. Next, though, where does Dan Quinn rank among the Coach of the Year candidates this coming season? We're Grant and Danny. We joke all the time on the show that we are always feeling old. I don't mean literally just aching, and well, that too.
I do mean that, by the way. Right.
I'm raising my hand as well. Like, I'm at a point now in the mornings where I like to walk around in flip-flops rather than on the hard floor just because it's less achy. Having said that, Ryan just walked into the studio. You guys know Ryan. He's our assistant producer. He's our sweet prince. He's the guy that's lost all the weight.
Wins the Glenn Powell Award every day.
Oozes sex appeal, and every girl in D.C. is doing her best to try to reel him in at this point. He walks into the studio and he goes, I don't remember LeVar Arrington in Washington. And I said, what? He goes, yeah, I just remember him with the Giants for 1 year. That's how old he is.
That's right. I mean, it checks out.
That's crazy.
But it still sucks.
Makes you feel old. Nice little kick to the shins. With that in mind, Darius, do the honors. Now, this is a big risk. We are taking a risk. Yesterday, Clary, after a bunch of strikeouts, I mean, this guy is Joey Gallo. Swing and a miss, swing and a miss, swing and a miss. He hit a 700-foot home run. That ball is still traveling. They're going to have to put a red seat up in section 240 because Clary hit a bomb yesterday.
Caught a hanger.
We asked him about Watergate. Apparently, he's a big Nixon guy.
He knew it.
He was all over it. But
and not in the way that we say he knew it and we're joking with him. He actually knew it.
He knew everything about it.
Yeah.
He is like, he could teach a 400 level course on Watergate. Not sure why or how, but he could. So you and I both kind of decided yesterday, we're going to let it breathe a little bit. We're going to walk away from the table. He's on a heater. We're going to let things simmer down. But I just realized as I was sitting in traffic today, it might be a good time to go back to the well. So at the
we're going to risk it
of getting slapped around and embarrassed and humbled 2 straight days, Ryan Clary, tell us about NATO, please.
This is, again, guys, you sleep on my U.S. history stuff here. NATO was a military alliance formed by the United States and as well as other European countries post-World War II, and basically, which is a group of countries that have come together that have agreed that they have each other's back. And whatever situation it is, let's say the United States, or let's say, let's say the United States gets invaded. Say that happens. Not sure if it will, but let's say it happens.
Hopefully it doesn't, yeah.
The rest of the countries, which mostly are in Europe, will then have our back and aid us, and as well as other countries in Europe. That's what NATO is. It is a treaty amongst militaries.
What does it stand for?
National something.
That made me feel a little better. Made me feel a little better.
A little better. Because he was kicking us right in the tough spot again. Well, give us your best shot here.
National. I just
American.
No, not American. National Alliance.
Allegiance. There
Alliance.
Together.
No.
Nope.
No. Oh my gosh.
Tariff.
Nothing. No.
Nope.
Okay.
Terrapin.
Territories, maybe.
There it is.
Territories.
And then O you can do. You can do O.
National territories.
There it is. Yes.
I don't know. It's not that.
It absolutely is.
Why wouldn't it end with organization?
What other word starts with O that would fit right there?
I don't know what NATO stands for, but I do know what it is. It's an allegiance of militaries with like 25 to 40
and
countries.
all the biggest countries in the world are in it.
Not all of them, no. Like
is
China
in it?
No. Russia, no.
Okay. Ukraine?
Potentially down the road, but not at this moment.
Not at this moment.
Damn.
Okay.
Look at Ryan.
NATO guy.
That's 2 in a row.
Make it move.
That's 2 in a row.
Tony P and I, NATO guy.
I generally get what? No, I'm not going down that road. I generally give him a hard time, but that is a passing grade on that one. I mean, the what it actually stands for was tough, but everything else he kind of got right.
I mean, he crushed it.
Yeah.
Now this time I mean it. He's hot.
Yeah, we got to give it a minute.
We got to sit it out for a play or two. He has slapped us around a couple plays in a row here because it's humbling. It's like going out to the middle of the ring and getting knocked down. You know,
because you think you got him.
Yeah, we're walking out there doing a little rope-a-dope. We're like, okay, we got him right where we want him. Boom, in the chin, knocks us over. What do you want? The kid's making plays.
I'm annoyed about that a little bit. I'm a little annoyed.
And yesterday, I had my suspicions that he looked it up before the segment. There was no way he could have possibly looked this up. So it now makes me think yesterday he was also 100% authentic in his answer.
Well, remember, he's the one who texted us, hey, traffic is bad because of NATO. Do you think that prompted a Google?
It's very possible that while in traffic today, he could have Googled NATO.
The National Alliance of Treaty word, right?
It's just, you guys, I've told you, I'm a World War II guy. This was post-World War II that NATO was created.
You've said you're a lot of things guy, and it hasn't worked out that way. Now, is it
Watergate
only America and Europe?
Huh?
Only America and Europe?
No, there are countries in South America, I do believe.
Okay. Canada?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Well done. Way to slap us around again.
Damn.
It's not
guy.
as fun.
No,
when Ryan.
it is less fun when he knows it.
knows
I'll admit
it.
that.
That's Ryan explains it all. It's the risk that we take. And if you think about it, Danny, we're putting our necks on the line for you guys.
I mean, we're still probably like 26-2 lifetime.
Oh, I'm gonna bump the 26 up.
I think it's more than that. 38-2.
But the last two. He's on to something.
That's a winning streak.
Matt Eberflus is the betting favorite to win Coach of the Year in the National Football League, the head coach of the Chicago Bears. I actually think this makes a lot of sense. If most of us think Caleb Williams is going to play okay,
Mm-hmm.
I think they had a great offseason. They drafted Roma Dunze. They traded for Keenan Allen. They still have DJ Moore, so as good a 1-2-3 punch at wide receiver as there is in the league. Solid offensive line. They reworked the backfield. They're going to be able to run the ball as well. Last year, they were a top 10 defense in the second half of the season. They were awesome after the Montez Sweat trade. They might be playoff competitive. Eberflus almost got fired about 5 games into last year when they were playing here in D.C. Leave it to Washington to save his job, which they've done a few times for some embattled head coaches. But I think he probably should be the favorite for Coach of the Year.
The favorite is a little tough for me, but I understand that he's among them. So let's say they go 10-7, right? In a division, I actually think it's going to be pretty tough. But let's say they go 10-7 because of what they've been. You might say, wow, they've been a perennial loser. They've been a disaster over the last handful of years, not really counting what they did last year and how tough they were. They were 7-10, but they weren't bad. They weren't like one of those, how did they get to 7-10? It's like, that group is frisky. They're not fun to play against.
But if they go 10-7, they probably make the playoffs with a rookie quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't necessarily be your prototypical worst to first, but it would be the team that picked first in the draft with a new quarterback and a coach who almost got fired gets the last laugh, basically. That screams rookie, Coach of the Year to me. The odds, in case you're curious, just looking at FanDuel, Eberflus at 9-1, the favorite. Jim Harbaugh of the Chargers at 11-1. I think if they make the playoffs, he'll win it, just from a narrative standpoint, because he comes from Michigan, national champion, has coached in the Super Bowl. He's a celebrity head coach. You got to battle with that if you're Eberflus, but the Chargers are a long ways away from making the playoffs on paper, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They completely reshuffled the deck there. Robert Saleh with the Jets is 11-1. I don't get that one because even though he's not popular right now and people don't think highly of him, that's a playoff built roster. It would be a disappointment if they don't win 9 or 10 games with Aaron Rodgers this year. So to me, unless they win 12 or 13 games, I don't know why Saleh would get the nod.
It would be, again, kind of a reference to, hey, they were bad for a few years in terms of record. I mean, obviously, they've been a quarterback away for a bunch of seasons. They're still a quarterback away unless Aaron Rodgers finally plays well. But, yeah, I don't know. It's basically, to me, the most likely candidates are always disastrous team, terrible record, with a chance to improve by 4 or 5, maybe even 6 wins. So you look at Jonathan Gannon in Arizona, for example. If they're decent, that screams Coach of the Year. Eberflus, kind of the same type of deal. Or a team that's been perennially bad. Right. I mean, you look at, Tennessee finished 6-11 last year. Washington was 4-13. So if you are 5 wins better, all of a sudden you're the darling.
Raheem Morris, Falcons, go get Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
Maybe make
another
the
7-10 team.
South. Yeah, they're right there. Not pictured among the top 7 coaches listed. Dan Quinn of Washington, another sign of the national market maybe being down on the Commanders. Nick Jensen was traded by the Capitals this past week. We want to know what he makes of their overhaul and the aggressiveness of Brian McClellan this offseason. He's kind enough to hop on with us next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. in acquiring the wide receiver if the 49ers do make him available before the opener. They call Washington and say, he's yours if you want him. Have you found your interest in him dissipating at all with some of the antics online and on social media? We'll get into that at 5 o'clock here on G&D. But right now, as we welcome you back, we want to go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com so that we can say hello and sadly goodbye to Nick Jensen, defenseman with the Washington Capitals. The 33-year-old blue liner has been in D.C. since a trade brought him here back in the 18-19 season. He spent the last 5+ seasons in Washington with the Capitals. And now Jensen departs for Ottawa. Nick, thanks for the time. You're on Grant and Danny here in D.C. How are you?
Yeah, doing great. Appreciate you guys for having me. Obviously a big whirlwind of events right now going on for me, but I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, it's been a crazy few weeks, I'm sure, for you. Was a possible trade on your radar at all? When did you first hear about it, and how does that news get broken to you?
No, I mean, not on my radar, but the thing about my radar is that it's not really ever on, especially during times of heavy transactions. So trade deadline, I'm always, I'm aware of it, but I'm not a guy that's sitting on his phone checking every transaction every minute of the day. And then same thing kind of goes for July 1, which is, the day free agency happens. So I kind of was just going about my regular routine that day, and I get a call from Brian McClellan. Obviously, knowing each other, I've been there for a while. So he called me, and it's a good gesture. Obviously, things move fast in the hockey world, so him calling me and letting me know, kind of before it hit social media was a good gesture on his part. But it's a very quick call, and it's very frank, and it's business. It's kind of business, but at the same time, we appreciate the work that we both given each other there, and it just kind of happens like that. It's a minute call, and just like that, your kind of life has changed in a way. But it's just a big whirlwind because there's so many things that just pile onto your plate at that time. Like, what are you going to do with your stuff in DC? You got to find a place in Ottawa. You got, you're back. You're not in either of those cities. Like, I'm back in Minnesota right now. My wife's due to have a baby in September. We got a golf charity outing that we're doing in DC in August. It's just all of these things that we have to kind of tackle on our plate is the most stressful part of it. And then obviously, like, the relationships, like I told you, that I developed there in DC. We were a very tight knit group, and the teammates that I played with and battled with every day, and then the families that I got to know there. Obviously, it's going to be hard not being to see them as much anymore. But so that's probably the hardest part about the whole thing.
What's your one seed Capitals memory of your time here?
My number one Capitals memory?
Yep.
Oh, geez. You hit me with a hardball right away. It's tough because, like, when I look back on it, like, I would think, like, you would think of one memory, but it's like I said, it's the core group of guys and the guys that I was with there for so long. It's just those relationships. I can't really pinpoint. I mean, there's tons of exciting moments, like all the stuff with Ovi, and like being a part of like some of his history, making goals, like the 700th goal he scored, like being a part of that's an amazing experience. I mean, not, making playoffs, you kind of take that for granted, especially when you miss it one time. So being a part of a playoff team is obviously something I'll look back upon. So it's hard to really pinpoint just one little thing or one event that can really cap all of that,
Nick, I've always marveled at, we use words like culture in sports all the time, like especially pudgy idiots like me that don't know any better. And it's one of those like mythical things, and it's kind of hard to pin down. It really does, though, feel like this Washington Caps organization has a good culture where guys get folded in from other organizations. They may have done something different elsewhere, but guys tend to come here and perform better. Where, how many free agents, how many different teams in different leagues has a high-priced guy come in and kind of let everybody down? It just seems like you guys are we're always able to fold new players in and get the most out of them. Can you speak to that? Just how the culture works and what was expected when you first set foot here in Washington?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the culture is kind of molded by obviously the players that came before you. So, but that includes kind of the core guys that have been there. So it's it's the Ovechkins, the Carlsons, the Oshis, and all those guys, the Backstroms that kind of, when they were young, they took what the culture that older guys at that time taught them, and then they keep that culture going. So it's extremely important to have that that core veteran group that has the good culture and keeps it going, because when the young guys come into that team, they're not really sure what that looks like, and it's up to those guys to show them what that culture looks like. And I've been really fortunate to be a part of 2 organizations, now 3, but like the Detroit Red Wings are the same way, heavy veteran group that had a really winning culture. Came into DC, I saw the exact same thing with that core group, that it continued the culture that they were taught before them. So I think the team and the management takes a heavy emphasis on making sure that winning culture, where work and winning and, looking after each other is all a super important part of the team. And when they look at guys, they want to make sure that they have those qualities when they bring them in.
Yeah, a big part of it, to speak to that, is it's good dudes. I mean, they're really, really good guys, and the dressing room generally reflects that. You guys get along very, very well. American defenseman Nick Jensen with us here on G&D. All right, before we let you go, I wanted to give you an opportunity to just explain what you do have going on here. We've got a lot of listeners that take part in different charity golf outings. Very rarely can they sign up to go play with some of the Capitals, but the event's coming up in August, and I know fighting muscular dystrophy is so important to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we're hosting an event. One of the things that was on our plate, obviously very important to us, but all the money for the fundraiser is going to PPMD, which is an organization, Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy, an organization we came across there in DC, and they do they're a huge help, a company or an organization that got started by a wonderful lady, Pat Furlong. She's built that, and their main focus is obviously helping the kids, and not just the kids, but the families, because obviously when something like this happens to a kid, like the whole family's affected by it. And the reason we love them so much is because they really push for treatments that helps all kids. So right now in the field, without getting too in depth in the complications of it all, but like a lot of the research and funding goes towards what's called the hotspots. But really, the hotspots only cover about 13% of the kids that are affected by this disease. So all this money in the fundraiser is going to be going to them, and we're working on moving towards a treatment that could potentially cover up to 94% of those kids, which is obviously a much bigger percentage, and that's huge. And anyone knows that's affected by this. And if you're any kids that miss a boat on treatments, it's devastating to the family. So treatment for all kids is extremely important to us and extremely important to their organization. That's why we love them. Fundraiser itself, we want an opportunity to raise money for their organization. I chose golf, obviously for multiple reasons. I love golf just personally. I love the sport, but not just that, the community around it. So being able to bring all that together and move towards an amazing cause, that's something that I thought was a great opportunity for me and everyone around. The event will be held at Army Navy Country Club, a beautiful course. I'm sure a lot of people are aware of it. Obviously, like you said, current cast players, former cast players will be there. There'll be an opportunity before the event to meet, get autographs, photos with all those players. The event, a bunch of free gear when you get there: golf balls, hats, polos, lunch, dinner, and drinks all included. I just wanted to have an event where everyone can kind of show up and just have fun and a good time. Same thing for the guys. When I was talking to guys, I didn't want them to have to show up and be this is work. I wanted them to come have fun supporting a cause. So that's kind of my main goal for everyone that's going to come. Tons of local businesses have donated a bunch of raffle items to be raffled off there. So they've been really helpful with that. There's also going to be a huge online auction. People have donated from all across the league. There's jerseys from over 30 NHL teams that are signed by individual and teams alike. So there's that. I know there'll be an Ovi, stick. He was great. He was helping out. He donating gloves, stick, helmet. He was whatever you need. And so the guys have been really helpful in that sense. The registry, we were in a little time crunch just because at the end it was we waited for the season to end, and then we kind of started planning for it. So we're a little bit behind the eight ball time wise, but registration is ending in about 3 weeks, and there's a lot of buzz around it. So we want to make sure to urge people that are interested to make sure to go on that website that you said and make sure they register and get their spot. I can reiterate against www.washcaps.com/swing for the future, and the 4 is FORE. But yeah, that's the overall event. Again, it's something that I think can really bring the community together for a great cause. And just, again, I want people to have fun, and that's my main goal. And then obviously for a great cause. So that's
it's a
that's
job
kind of what
well
we're doing.
done. Yeah, it's washcaps.com.
Yeah, very cool.
Swing for the future. You want to go play golf with the Caps? Sounds like a good time. You and I got to get out there, Danny. Maybe. Washcaps.com. Swing for the future. Look, you're going to be missed for sure. I know you were one of the more popular guys on the club. Players were always telling me just what a good dude you are and how much they enjoy being around you. Enjoy Ottawa. Have a great season. We'll be rooting for you in almost all of your games.
Like 80 of them.
This coming season. Thanks so much for the time.
Yeah, guys. Thank you. I'll obviously miss everyone there, and the fans have been great to me all those years, so I really appreciate everything you guys and the fans have done for me.
Thank you. There's Nick Jensen, longtime Capital, here on Grant and Danny. Next on Grant and Danny, do you still find yourself interested in Brandon Aiyuk as the flirtation between him and the Commanders and the love triangle with the Niners gets weirder and weirder? Thanks to Nick Jensen for stopping by. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. In 1 hour at 6 o'clock, we've got those tickets for you. You can win all week long at 6. Ghostbusters in concert at Wolf Trap. Make sure you're listening. It is a Top 5 Tuesday, so we've also got a Top 5 ranking for you. Darius will tell us at 5:45 what we've got to rank based on your recommendations, suggestions at Facebook. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny to pitch those right now. If San Francisco called today, would you have the same interest in Brandon Aiyuk as you did a month ago after all of the goings-on, the antics and the charade on social media? I mean, he is acting a fool. He's doing it for a reason.
Yeah.
He's doing it because he's trying to break up with the spouse, and he's out and about 3 a.m, sending pictures of him and whoever he's dancing with. Doesn't mean that's who he'll be in his next relationship. Danny, I know you were very interested in Aiyuk at one point in time. Has your interest waned at all?
It hasn't. And this to me is less Antonio Brown antics, where he's just, agitating because he's an agitator, and more there's an agenda behind it. So in other words, if San Francisco offers him what he wants tomorrow, he'll be, perfect citizen again. And none of this has been disruptive. It's not as if he's out at 5 a.m. At some club getting in a fight or doing any of the other things that could lead to him missing time. He's being a little bit flirty with other teams and his friends and things like that to try to maximize whatever minimal leverage that he has in this process that right now doesn't really favor the player and favors the team in the CBA. I want weapons. He is a weapon. I think he's excellent. I think he is a just outside of the top 10 or close to the top 10 in terms of receivers. I'd have to kind of sit down and mark it out and do it, but I think he's close to that. I think he would help immensely. I am still all in.
I do find myself a little less interested.
Which I get, by the way. I get that.
Not a lot. I mean, it's not like...
Is it fatigue?
No.
Is it annoyance? What is it?
I don't like diva wide receivers, if I can help it. And I never put him in that category, but it's hard not to right now. I mean, I'm not saying this is who Brandon Aiyuk is, but it's what he's acting like. A wide receiver who is trying to be a diva to force himself out. So where does that end if he's unhappy here when he wants to get back in line for another payday? On a binary, would I still like to have him on my team? Yes. It's not like I was pro adding Brandon Aiyuk before, and now I'm anti the idea. That's not the case. But on a sliding scale, I was more interested before. Here's the thing for me. I've said this all along. I think he's a really good player. I don't know if he's a special player. I think Brandon Aiyuk is better than good. I think he could be a Pro Bowler several times the rest of his career. He became a second-team All-Pro this past year. But is he an elite top-of-the-market wideout? I'm not sure. I'm going to trade picks for and then give almost $30 million a year to a wide receiver that I know has those elite traits. He put up monster numbers this past year. 75 grabs for 1,300 yards. 17.9 per catch, Danny. A year ago, it was 13 per catch. His career average is 14 per catch. I'm paying him off of 18 per catch in a year that I think will be difficult to replicate. And while you might tell me, well, he might be even better when he leaves San Francisco because he's not fighting for targets and opportunities on a team elsewhere with nearly as much talent to divvy up, the workload to as in San Francisco. And maybe that's a good argument. I actually view it the opposite way, though. I think he sees a little less attention. I think he sees more one-on-one man coverage. I think he runs free in the open field. I think he catches targeted passes with nobody around him more often with the 49ers than he will at his next stop. Number one, because Kyle Shanahan is as good as anybody in the league at designing open looks for wide receivers and scheming the position open. It's what he played at Texas, and he's grown up with one of the great offensive minds in league history as a father. But maybe more importantly, Danny, rattle off all the names. That offense is littered with playmakers. And when you're not operating in the same scheme as Deebo Samuel, who you have to account for all the time, as maybe the best pass-catching fullback weapon in Kyle Juszczyk, a top 3 tight end weapon maybe in George Kittle, the best pass-catching running back weapon in the league in Christian McCaffrey, I think whatever areas he benefits from when he leaves, There are more where he becomes a marked man and gets bracketed and you become the alpha, and now all attention and eyes are on you. And he's probably a 70 and 1150 guy. I think he's maybe a little more explosive Terry McLaurin is what I would say. If McLaurin's a 15th-ish best wide receiver in the league, Aiyuk is maybe like 10th-ish. Nothing wrong with that. But if I'm trading picks and giving up $30 million in an era where there's 6 or 7 stellar wideouts coming out in the draft every year, and there's always 1 or 2 on the trade market, I think I want to do a little bit better. Now you add in this guy's acting like a pain in the butt and basically forcing his way out in an online public way that I find just unbecoming.
A little off-putting.
It makes me less excited for it.
Which I get. I mean, to me, like there's a lot of nuance with the is he better in San Francisco or better elsewhere conversation. So if you go back to 2022, half the games were with Jimmy Garoppolo. The other half are with a neophyte Brock Purdy where they limited his attempts. They had him throwing 20 times a game. So some of the numbers that I put up are actually even more impressive. I mean, you got an injury to Christian McCaffrey in there as well. Once they took the governors off of Purdy, he had his breakout banner year. Previously, quarterbacking with guys like Nick Mullins and Garoppolo in out of the lineup, where they were sort of built a little bit differently. When they threw it like Kyle Shanahan probably wants to throw it, he put up monster numbers. How much of that is because of all the weapons that you mentioned around him? Probably some, to be honest with you. But I also think that dude's a badass. Like, I think this is somebody that if given 125, 130 targets in a different offense would thrive more than 99% of the league, right? I think you could see that kind of jump that A.J. Brown and
99%?
Yeah. I mean, like, there are only a handful of guys up at the top that can put up those kind of numbers. Look at A.J. Brown in Tennessee versus Philadelphia.
He's the top 5 receiver in the league?
No, I mean, there's, 100 wide receivers? So, I don't know, but more than that. I don't know. What's the math? 6 wide receivers per team
I don't
times
get bogged
32.
down in the math. How high do you rank him?
Probably similar to you, probably around 10, 9 or 10, I would say. But to me, that's worth a lot, especially on a team with a rookie quarterback. If I'm Kansas City, I'm not doing it. If I'm, Buffalo, or if I'm one of these teams that's knocking on the door and ready to go, if I'm Miami, there's no reason to. If I'm Washington with a neophyte quarterback, I'm taking the Bears model. We already have DJ Moore and we drafted Odunze. We need the trade for Keenan Allen. Like, there's never too much when you're talking about a kid. Now, eventually, when you have to pay Jaden Daniels, hopefully, because this all works out, I'm probably not in the market to make that deal. To me, it's just a desperation approach that I've got where I can't maximize enough. I can't protect enough. And I think they failed in both regards here in Washington. I think they've overestimated their current personnel. And this is somebody that shouldn't be available, probably. Now, again, he probably isn't. And all he's doing is agitating in the hopes that either gets a new deal or gets traded. But if he was available, I'm not cooled at all. Like, I can have somebody, I can just say, hey, a no Instagram policy, or I can do some things.
But you can't really.
Well, this to me doesn't hurt anything. What hurts is you're doing what Jamin Davis did, where you're drag racing in Ashburn. That's the stuff that I care about. That's way, 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 way worse to me than someone being, flirting with other people on Instagram, trying to go somewhere else, just trying to get paid. Like, that doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I don't think it makes him a bad guy. I don't think it means he'll be a malcontent for the rest of his career. But I prefer a level of professionalism that he's not exuding. That's all I'm saying. Would it still interest me to have him on my team? As I said, yes. But I'll trade for a guy like Terry McLaurin. He also was unhappy. He also wanted to be paid. Guess what happened? He kept coming to work.
That's right.
Until it was time to hold out. And then he didn't say a word publicly. There's no videos. There's no weird letters. There's no emojis with a hand on your chin. You just weren't at the practice when it was not mandatory. And we all kind of knew, okay, this is Terry's only leverage. This is what he's trying to do. And I liked that and had no problem with it. There's just different ways to comport and handle yourself. I want to build my locker room with a bunch of guys that are going to operate in a way that I think puts the team up there with themselves. Even in the moments like this where you're trying to get what you want, there's a right and wrong way to do it, in my opinion. And posting game film of other teams' practices and some of the other silliness going on, I just don't love it. It's not for me. It's not my style. So I would be lying to you if I said my interest in him or my intrigue in Aiyuk hasn't cooled some. But if the price was right, yeah, of course, I would still do it. Now you just got to hope he stays happy. That's the other thing. A lot of times, guys that do stuff like this,
the Stephon Diggs corollary.
It's not one time.
Yeah.
You know, most of the time, the guy that was a pain in the butt somewhere is a pain in the butt everywhere. James Harden didn't just want out of a place and then become a good egg again. Everywhere he goes, it ends terribly.
Yeah, there's an expiration date.
He hates every roommate he's ever had.
Yeah.
Right? Stephon Diggs wanted out of Minnesota. And everyone's like, he doesn't like Kirk Cousins. He doesn't like Mike Zimmer. Then he's with Josh Allen and Sean McDermott, and he can't figure that one out either. He's on to the next. Like, these types of players that have a name on the back kind of vibe to them publicly, it doesn't really go away all the time.
Totally. But sometimes, and everybody's got something like this in their lives. I mean, I have a guy that I grew up with that totally left me in the lurch at one point, totally bailed on me. But as long as your interests line up with theirs, you can make beautiful music together. Like Terrell Owens was a superstar. Who's more me than that guy? Like, in other words, I can't have a locker room full of dudes like this. And again, I'm not putting them on that same level as Diggs or Terrell Owens or somebody else. But you can have a boat rocker. You can have an Odell Beckham as long as he's productive. You can have Manny Ramirez, not cashing his paycheck and going to the bathroom in the Green Monster until he's hitting 225, and then it's not cute anymore. So, if he ends up dropping in productivity and I'm wrong about how good he is, then yeah, it'd be egg on my face. But I'm willing to take that risk because I happen to think he's a star.
There's a scene in Friday Night Lights season 2, which I was watching last night.
You were indeed. This is fresh in your mind, yeah.
This is.
Yeah.
I was watching this episode last night where Riggs is talking to, what was Minka Kelly's name in the show?
Julie?
No, that was the daughter. It doesn't matter. So, like, his love interest at this point in season 2, played by Minka Kelly, wonderful actress. And he says to her, like, her dad is Buddy Garrity.
Yep.
Right? And she's sad because her dad is drunk.
Lila Garrity, there it is.
Lila, thank you. He's sad because her dad is like falling over and acting a fool publicly, being drunk. And he says, I've seen drunks. He's not a drunk. He's just sad. And what he's telling her is, like, I know what an alcoholic looks like. Right now, he's just going through something. So he's drinking and he's sad and he's depressed. I know what a diva wide receiver, what a pain in the ass looks like. Brandon Aiyuk just wants a contract. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
I think there's probably a difference. I don't think this guy is going to be a perennial pain in the butt. I think he just wants to be paid, and he thinks this is the path to that.
Were you able to forgive Lila Garrity for leaving Jason Street?
No.
I never got over that, man.
Her character, like, there's things I like about Lila Garrity. I don't have the respect for that character that a lot of people might, because my guy's going through. Now, I don't expect you to stand by him for the rest of your lives.
Right, you're not married.
But maybe not his best friend right after. You know what I mean?
Wasn't there a crossover? Wasn't there a cheating that happened?
I don't remember.
I thought her
It's been a long time since I watched
before
season
Street
1.
and her broke up officially. I thought she cheated with Riggins.
Oh, you mean after the incident?
Yeah.
When he was already in the wheelchair?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that.
Like,
yes.
they were still together, and I put that in
Definitely,
quotes.
Definitely. Yes.
That was hard for me.
That's tough.
That was tough for me.
That's his buddy. Time of need here. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on G&D. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys? I have an opinion on this, but really quick, I heard you're giving away Dave Matthews tickets, right?
Yes.
4:00 every day, head of the Beltway Blitz.
Well, I do a really great Dave Matthews impression. Do you guys want to hear it?
We're here now.
Now
I think
we
you
got
probably
here.
have to.
Here we are.
What if we said no?
Here we go.
All right, ready? Everybody asked for this because this is great. Listen, ready? What would you say?
It's pretty authentic. Like, that's what going to a concert is like.
I don't know why that stopped me. I like
the peanut butter.
I wanted to hate it so bad too. I was so ready to hate it. Like, what are you doing, Chris? This is a bridge too far. And I loved it.
I mean, that's hold on, Dave. If I was walking down the street and you didn't see me, you'd say, "Is that Dave Matthews behind me?" Yeah.
You crushed it.
You go. Yeah.
He had me at everyone asks for this.
The people are always asking.
Yeah. Everywhere we go, the people want to know who we are. So we tell them we are the Eels, the mighty, mighty Eels. Swim team. You guys know.
So really quick, I don't really care about all the antics and shenanigans that Brandon Aiyuk is up to. That's classic diva behavior. And in some cases, in order to get one of the best receivers in football, a lot of them are of that personality type, so you have to put up with it. But I would not want him for the simple fact that There are so many young, incredible, talented wide receivers in the draft available every year. Why would you give up either draft capital or sign some guy to a monster contract when there's going to be 3 or 4 Brandon Ayuks in the next draft?
Well, Chris,
I smell what you're cooking.
It's not or, by the way. It's a great call because it's both. This is the point I keep making. I'm not saying that there's always an Aiyuk available, but we are at a new era of wide receiver play where there's more Ayuks floating around than there's been in a long, long time. And every year we go, this is one of the deepest receiving classes we've ever seen. You know what that eventually means? There's going to be more and more great receivers in the league. Look at the market the last few years. Diggs gets traded. Adams gets traded. Hill gets traded. Jefferson was on the block. I think T. Higgins will be on a different team next year. These guys are available. So I'll pay you or I'll give up picks for you. I'm not doing both.
I hear that. I approached this entire offseason. I'm going, you got to upgrade here and you got to upgrade there at tackle and receiver. They didn't. And so I'm going, where's the next option I can get one?
They would disagree with you.
I know.
They did not upgrade to your standard.
Correct.
Which I think is fine.
Yeah. Again, they're smarter than me, but I think they're going to be proven wrong. I think it was a tremendous missed opportunity, but they didn't do it in the draft. Had they drafted a receiver, I wouldn't be doing this.
They did. Luke McCaffrey.
Again, a glorified 4th rounder, a pick they got for Chase Young. It's a conditional pick, supplemental pick at the end of the 3rd round. That's number 100 overall. That's fine. I wanted one of the marquee ones, right? They didn't seem interested in that. And they didn't seem interested in going to the Keenan Allen route or anybody else. So that to me is I'm going, where's the next place I can get one? I'm not waiting for my rookie quarterback for next year, right? Everyone's talking about the future. Let's do that too. But I'm talking about this offseason before we start playing this fall.
Has your interest in Brandon Aiyuk changed at all over the last few weeks as he's been trolling the 49ers trying to get his way out of San Francisco? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. In a half hour at 6 o'clock, Top 5 Tuesday, we got a ranking coming your way. Darius will have to tell us next segment what we're ranking. You can make a suggestion. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Also want to get into Bronny's Summer League debut. We have not talked about that yet. LeVar Arrington's son's going to be playing at Penn State this fall. That should make you feel old. There's a lot of meat still on the bone on G&D. Right now, though, talking Brandon Aiyuk and whether or not your interest in him has changed as he has tried to force his way out of San Francisco by involving Washington. Michael's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Michael?
Gentlemen, I'll start this off by asking you very simply, if we drafted Brandon Aiyuk, doesn't matter what round, we're in the exact position that we're in right now, would you re-sign him at $30+ million a year?
So my answer is yes, just because given the situation we're in. I'm guessing by you asking the question, your answer is no.
My answer is yes.
Oh, there you go.
My answer is, the only thing I don't like is all the drama, and I don't want him to be a distraction. But I don't know enough about football and Jaden Daniels and his mentality, if that's even going to matter. But I think, and I don't know about cap and how much space rolls over. I know it's a thing, but I don't know anything about it. But I know that we have a lot of money right now, and we need receiver help bad. Like it's a thing. So I'm just curious on what your opinion was if we had the money and we drafted a guy like that. Like I think it'd just be a no-brainer. You look at Miami Dolphins; they're spending $70 million a year, just wide receivers. Him coming on board and paying him actually isn't a big deal.
Yeah, I think for that reason, I would pay him. If I developed him, I think there's a study somewhere that could say when you've invested the energy, the time, the effort, you want
to be right, you want to see it through,
is more valuable, which I think is different than signing somebody else's guy maybe for $30 million. But at that point, I'm not trading 2 draft picks to do it. Now you're saying you've already drafted him. But yeah, I guess I'll just play along. Hypothetically, yes, I would I would pay him because I believe in spending your money on offense, in spending your money on weapons, in surrounding your young quarterback with as many players that are scary in the open field and after the catch as possible, because that's who makes your quarterback look good. So for all those reasons, yes, I would pay him. And it's why I'm not ruling out and saying I'm not interested in him. There's a difference between I'm not picking up the phone and calling them every day trying to make the trade happen. But I'm also not saying don't answer. Like if I find out right now, we get breaking news, Earl comes on and says the Commanders just traded a 2 and a 5 for Brandon Aiyuk and have an extension in place like they used to do all the time back in the day.
Remember that?
Brandon Lloyd and all those guys. I would say, okay, that's exciting. Great. It's not my priority. It's not what I would be trying to do, but I certainly understand that it's decent business.
Yeah, and again, I think context always matters when you're talking about something. What do you need? What do you have? Right now, Washington, and it's the only positive thing I'll generally say about the Ron and the Marty party, was they were pretty thrifty. They didn't have a lot of bad contracts that this new regime inherited. You have an advantage right now over the Dolphins, the Texans, the Steelers, the Chiefs, the Browns, the Cowboys. You can name every team that's down at the bottom in terms of salary cap availability. They've got some room to maneuver. You can outbid somebody. You can afford an item that might not make the most fiscal sense, right? I mean, you and your neighbors, you might be barely scraping by paying your mortgage every month. If he's got an extra $100,000 wants to put in a pool, he could do that, and you can't. Even though you may
has a pool, you got to hang out with your Malik on a hot day.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's kind of where I'm at. So normal circumstances, if all things are equal, this is probably not the best business. You can afford to make a quote unquote medium or even bad business decision because of the context. Rookie quarterback, a lot of salary cap space. You can't make a habit of doing this all the time. This is a break glass for me, though.
Herb's in Lorton on Grant and Danny. Hey, Herb.
Hey, guys. Hey, in my opinion, you have to do it, right? You got this guy who's all pro, and I wanted to ask you guys, who was the last all-pro wide receiver we had in the burgundy and gold? I mean, you have to go back at least 30 years. I'm thinking maybe Art Monk. So when you have this kid coming in, he's 20, I think he's 25 years old, pay him. Don't worry about the money. Let it take care of itself. Draft picks are too unproven. How many times we spent high draft picks on wide receivers and they just stunk up the joint? give as many weapons to this rookie quarterback as you possibly can. It will make everybody else on the team better. I'll listen to you guys.
Gary
Appreciate
Clark was a second-team All-Pro in 91. Art Monk was a second-team All-Pro in the mid-'80s, 85, I think. Aiyuk was a second-team All-Pro. So it's not technically, I'm not trying to get cute here, but there's a big difference. Like the All-Pro team is the guys that were named that. The Commanders have had tons on at wide receiver, to answer his question, but tons of second-team All-Pros over the years. They have had one All-Pro, basically, other than special teams, and that was Brandon Scherf, going on almost 30 years, which is nuts, but that's where we are. It's been just not a lot of talent and elite players at their positions. But I certainly understand what he's getting at, which is they need really good football players. It costs money and picks, and sometimes both, to get really good football players. Understood. And that's the argument. It is a hard one to beat you in court with because they do not have enough of those guys, period. My question is, though, when he leaves, like they've gone and gotten guys before that were fringe All-Pros that weren't All-Pros here.
Right. That's happened.
They got worse here. We were having Nick Jensen on at the end of the hour, and you brought up something that is, I think, plays right now, which was that Caps culture.
Yep.
I could rattle off, so could you, a list of 10 guys who have come here and gotten a lot better. Your Oshis and your Connollys, and it goes on and on and on. The Caps have that dust of the good culture, the winning organization, the every year you're pretty good. The Washington's football outfit has been the opposite of that, where whatever you were, you come here and it gets worse. It is the reverse car wash. So is he still an All-Pro? Does his game elevate? Like when they signed Pierre Garçon as an example, what I loved about that deal, people went, you're giving that guy $40 million. They paid him for services not yet rendered. They said, this is a burner. This is an explosive player who's physical. And Kyle said, I can make this guy awesome. And they did. But do you think Aiyuk leaving Kyle gets better, stays the same, or gets worse? I would say it's one of the last two, probably. Still think he's going to be very good. The idea, though, that he's going to be a top 4 wide receiver or so in the NFL again, I would say is pretty slim.
That's interesting. I mean, to me, I think with increased target share, he ends up putting up similar numbers, if not better, in terms of catches and the like. I think he's a 1,400-yard, 8 or 9 touchdown guy. Yeah.
Okay, let me say this. If he is a 1,400-yard, 9 touchdown guy, then they should trade for him this second, and they should offer a first-round pick for him. Like, seriously. I would trade a 1 and a 4, and I would pay him $30 million a year, and I would do it right now. Maybe that's the difference is he's never been a 1,400-yard guy with the best play-designing coordinator and wide receiver friendly mind in football calling the shots. Now, if your point is he leaves San Fran and there's only one football and there were a lot of good players there and there are fewer good players here, okay. But I also think there's just more attention on him that he hasn't had to deal with.
Yeah, 6 1 half dozen the other, right? He's got his productivity per catch is unbelievable. I think that's because of those weapons. If he's in an offense like DJ Moore was in Chicago, where he had 30 more targets than Aiyuk did, I bet you'd be more productive with those same targets. I guess that's my point. If you give him 136 on Chicago's offense and transplant him and DJ Moore, who I think is a good player.
He's not averaging 18 yards a catch.
No, he's not, but he's still putting up, more yards, more touchdowns than DJ Moore did, in my opinion. I guess that's kind of my point here is if you give him I'm good enough to be featured anywhere, right? Instead of he's going to be featured in San Francisco sometimes because they've got so many mouths to feed and the offense is so good and so well designed that now that you've taken the leash off Brock Purdy, who can just sling it around, he's going to put up great numbers. His per catch. I think if he went to a mediocre offense and was one of the featured dudes, he'd still put up pretty tremendous numbers. You'd have more catches.
I think he's more of a perennial 1,000-yard guy than a 1,400-yard guay. But if you think he's an annual 1,400-yard guy, do the deal right now. I don't have that one for him in the office pool. Let's go to Brian in Alexandria. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Brad.
Gentlemen, how you doing today?
Good, buddy.
I think you're missing one thing here, and that is that you look at the guys they brought in as free agents. These are all like well-respected veteran, team-first kind of guys. You look at the guys they drafted; they're all team captains, very much leaders. I don't think this kind of diva-ish behavior is the sort of thing they're going to want to bring into the locker room from a management point of view or from the ownership point of view. I think they're looking for guys that are steady Eddie, low key, get the work done kind of guys, and not guys that are going to rock the boat.
So you're probably right about that, but I think this is a unique situation because this staff, led by General Manager Adam Peters, knows him really, really well. They know who Brandon Ayuk is. And I don't know if that will work in his favor or not, hypothetically. But in other words, they know what we were debating last segment. Is he a diva or is he acting a fool to try to get his way?
Yeah, if Adam Peters knows him, is like, dude, I did that once. I'm not doing that again.
Yeah.
That's important.
And I don't think anyone thinks he's that kind of guy.
Right.
But there's a difference between, do you think this guy's going to be just a pain? Is he a Stephon Diggs or is he a nice Terry McLaurin get-along locker room player who just has one option right now to get traded, and it is, hey, you got to act like a maniac so that they decide that it's just not worth the headache? Because that's what he's doing. He's trying to make as much noise and be as much of a malcontent publicly on social media as he can, that they throw up their hands and go, we're just not going to keep doing this with you. We can't. But Peters would know if he's throwing a fit to get attention, to get what he wants, or if this is just him throwing his third fit in 3 years, and there were other things that we don't know.
They
about.
weren't public fits.
G&D on the Fan, 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Aiyuk. I want to pivot to Jaden Daniels next, because a Hard Knocks trailer for tonight came out with some video, of the audio, of the Giants kind of grilling Jaden Daniels before the draft. I think it's instructive and fun. It'll be a good watch tonight on HBO. Let's get to that next on the Fan. Earlier in the show, you had mentioned that you have a buddy turning 50.
That's right.
And I said, wow, you're old enough to have buddies turning 50. It's been brought to my attention that I have a good buddy who is 50. You know him as old Slashy, Chris Russell.
Oh, indeed, sir. Yes.
We're still pals, Rini. I have to amend and take back my scoff and my laughter.
Yeah, but the difference is, even though I guess we're in a
People
workplace.
in your high school grade.
Yeah, like in other words, like which I don't have. I have one guy that's turning 48 this year, by the way, which is a show. But in my high school class. But
wow.
Yeah, but these are like neighborhood contemporaries. Our kids are in the same grade. You know what I mean? It's one of those kind of things where it's like different at a workplace, right? Where there are going to be people that are 50, like Ryan's 20 years old. You know, like maybe he can drive one day. That sort of stuff.
Was that Hurston or was that Thurgood? Who was that? They're the one that's going to be 48. What wacky name?
Trying to get your bit. Oh, you're talking about like the prep school name bit.
St. Albans name.
Yeah, my buddy Quinn.
Quinn. Okay.
Quinn. It's not crazy.
Is his name just Quinn?
No. I'm not gonna say his whole name on the radio. That's
Right.
I'll tell you. It's a long one though. There's an extra name.
There's some names.
Like you're like Grant Harrison Paulson.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
like this, and this,
I get
and then a
excited.
number.
I've heard Quinn. That one I like Quinn.
You know Quinner.
That's a good name. Love Quinn. He'll be 48.
I think I got that right.
Wow.
I think I got that right.
So
Maybe
how old are you?
I turned 45.
He can't be 3 years older than you in your
Yes,
grade.
maybe it's just 2. Maybe he turns 47.
I think you're just screwing over Quinn.
No,
and saying-
I think I just screwed him.
You're just rushing him to 50.
Yeah, because there's a couple months where he's pretty much always 2 years older than me. Because he was old anyway, then he had to take kindergarten again because he struggled.
I remember the names of the kids. We had one kid that was way older than everyone else, and one kid that was way younger. Like my buddy Jeff Howe, his birthday was on right before Halloween. It was like October 29th or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And every single year, he would just be trying to catch up to us. He'd be like a year from us now in October, you know, and it's like, how are you in our grade?
Yeah, we had a few guys who drove freshman year. Like they could drive to school freshman year. Isn't that wild?
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
That's normally that comes junior year.
I know.
Like. That's a good starting spot. Jaden Daniels is going to be on Hard Knocks tonight. I am a Hard Knocks mark, the off-season version. Episode 1 was great. If you missed it, HBO, you could check it out before episode 2 this evening, which drops at, I believe, 9 o'clock. So episode 2 tonight. But we got this teaser, little trailer from the NFL and NFL Films that HBO put out today. This is Jaden Daniels at the whiteboard at the combine, presumably. The Giants are grilling him. This is Brian Dable, who comes off like a little bit of a jerk, who's asking Jaden Daniels questions.
Hey, Jay, erase that Z, make him the F. Erase the X and make him the Z. Erase the W, make him the X. Erase the T and make him the H. Ready?
Yep.
Gun trolley right, 64 house X in. Give it back to me. Nope, don't look at it.
Oh, you want me?
Give it back to me how we call it.
The whole play?
Yeah.
Gun trolley right, house FN.
Okay, X in.
X in.
That's okay. And then if it's cover 1, what do we want you to do? Probably.
Throw a touchdown.
All right, I like that answer.
What an answer. Jaden Daniels has this.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of an it factor thing, I think. But if you remember, there was a line at his press conference, and now it's escaping me. I think it was when he was talking about stealing Florida's soul. And they're like, what game? Like, is an example.
He just goes, Florida game.
And he's like, watch the Florida game. And Scott Abraham was like, but what about that game, Jaden? Like, what? And he's like, just watch it. You'll see. You know, and it was like, whatever that is. Or there was another one in his presser, now that I think about it, where someone said, do you feel like you're ready? And he's like, well, no, I don't have the playbook yet. So I don't know the offense.
Right.
He is very comfortable.
Walking that tightrope between the athletic arrogance that you need to succeed at the highest
But
levels.
he's quick.
Yeah,
Like, to me, there's a wit to him.
Mm-hmm.
He is a very quick, sharp, witty guy, and I really like that.
Me too. Yeah, I mean, again, it's that knowing that you haven't accomplished that much at this level yet, but also knowing that you're accomplished.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you belong here, but at the same time, you have to earn your place at the table. Instead of like, I'm a ride in the NFL. I've done it. And that attitude of complacency and now you're not coming to stuff and now you're making that money, boss, and whatever. But now you walk in. I don't know if anyone got that reference, but the point is,
we weren't talking about anybody specific.
no one specific, but he has that exact right balance to me, right? Of the, I belong here. I should be here. I've worked really hard to get here. I'm not going to change anything now that I'm here, though. Right?
Seeing that clip, especially because it's a divisional rival, the Giants, that are kind of enjoying their interaction with him, was prideful for me. You're like, oh, that's my quarterback. Theo style. That's my quarterback. I was happy to see that.
Indeed.
By the way, so tonight you got Hard Knocks. You're welcome. I don't know why I did it.
You did it. You've been demanding this.
Why did I say you're welcome?
You have a role in this.
That's it. Like, I produced it. I brought you Hard Knock from the man who brought you Grant and Danny. So you're welcome, everybody. We produced Hard Knocks. And then tomorrow, you're welcome again. Netflix. Receiver.
So
I'll be binging that sucker for hours. This is going to be a damn good couple of football days at night at the Polson household. Got to watch the little Nats Mets, see if James Wood can hit home run number 2 out at Citi Field, and a lot of football content.
Nice little summer football appetizer here, right? Little offseason Hard Knocks, a little bit of receiver. I'm into it.
4 weekends away from a preseason game. 4 weekends. Think about that.
That's crazy.
Garris, Top 5 Tuesday. What are we ranking next segment?
Whew, it was tough. The Grand Danny fans always come through with good suggestions on our Facebook page. I'm going to go with this one from Dylan. He asked, what is your top 5 non-Big 4 sports to play or watch? So that means no NFL, no MLB, no NHL, and no basketball.
So we play these sports, or we
watch
play
them.
or watch?
Or
Okay.
watch.
Got it.
Pickleball might come up on Danny's.
You might hear that. You might hear that.
G&D ranking our top 5 non-Big 4 sports. And I want to talk about Stephen A. Smith making a lot of money next. We've been promising you all day a chance to win tickets to Ghostbusters in concert right here at the start of the 6 o'clock hour. So let's pay that off. Caller number 10. Congrats. 800-636-1067. You're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to Ghostbusters in concert with the National Symphony Orchestra Friday, July 26th at the Villain Center at Wolf Trap. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Danny, Ghostbusters, apparently a deep enough file of music for the Ghostbusters in concert at Wolf Trap.
Yeah, so people just think of the theme song to the Ghostbusters when they roll in, like, I ain't afraid of no ghosts, right? And then I'm sure that'll be in there, but there's a whole soundtrack up and down in the movie, right? Like the first time you see some of these, the specters and the undead and Slimer and everything else. So they'll probably have the movie playing up there, I'd imagine, and then like the soundtrack will kind of go accordingly, and you go, oh yeah, that one. Oh yeah, that one. I've seen that before. I've never actually been, but one of my buddies did the Game of Thrones concert, and you're like, oh, the Game of Thrones theme song, is that it? And there's plenty more that you don't realize you're watching it as you're watching it if you watch the TV show. Does that make sense?
Sure it does. The exclusive sponsor of our show, by the way, is the law firm of Kandori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get yourself a discount. That's kmlawyers.com.
Those guys have been ducking me on pickleball. I gotta like call their bluff here. They say, oh, we're busy this week or this year or whatever. It's like, no. Let's go. Take your whooping.
I don't know. One of them, Kia, was like a renowned tennis player.
Yeah, and if he's good, I'll pretend to pull something.
So I don't know if he's going to take a whooping. I don't know if our guy Wasim plays pickleball or not. He might be really good at it for all I know.
We don't know.
But maybe you could go toe to toe with him. I'm gonna take Kia. If he
plays like long term, he'll be better.
I think he was like a nationally renowned tennis player.
Yeah.
Or something.
But yeah, he hadn't picked up the paddles just yet, so we'll see.
He's never played pickleball.
Not as far as I know.
My guess is
he'll naturally be pretty good.
He'll be all right.
Yeah.
Let's get to Top 5 Tuesday. We're going to rank 5 items in a random category chosen by you, and you submit those suggestions every week on Facebook. All right, so Darius chose the topic. You heard him last segment. Darius, I believe it was the top 5 non-4 major sports that we either like to watch or play. So football, baseball, basketball, hockey, the leagues at the top off the list. You and I decided behind the scenes here, just for the sake of how major they are, that college football and college basketball didn't apply.
Yeah, probably too high level. I mean, if double-digit millions watch your championships, then it's probably too big a deal for us to count it.
All right, number 5, where are you starting?
Pick up hoops. I love it. I love doing it. I haven't done it in a while, or I started doing it here recently. I hadn't done it in more than 10 years. Remember how much fun it is? But I actually like playing with other guys in their 40s and sometimes 50s, where that's about the right speed. Not a lot of jumping. It's a below-the-rim game.
You did pop the room a little bit. Everyone's kind of looking at each other. That feels like basketball to me.
Right, but it's like either we're playing or spectating.
Right,
I like
non-4 major sports.
Yeah, I don't play in the NBA. I don't.
Okay. All right, sure. We're going to go with it, right?
Fine, I can sub it out. How about this?
You're shooting the messenger. They're making a lot of faces behind you. I happen to agree with them, but we literally just got through saying it can't be basketball, baseball, hockey, or football.
Well, you have 5 answers, and they're all baseball things. Isn't that right?
Correct, but you're just playing basketball.
Right, not NBA basketball or college basketball. Fine, I'll change it out. I like watching the only golf events that matter, Ryder Cup and the President's Cup. That's team sports, individual things. It's an activity. This is actual competition directly with another person. I like it a lot. That's my number 5.
Number 5 for me. I'm going to go with putt-putt. I'm not going to go full golf. There's a lot of walking, sweating, being outside in the heat that I don't love. I could go to a driving range. I could put Rudy's Golf on here, driving golf balls. But I really love going and playing putt-putt. I just think it's a good time. It's a lot of fun. I'll put that number 5 on my list, the lone activity on my list. Number 4 for me, I'm going to put NASCAR. NASCAR
Oh,
Paulson.
look at that.
Now, I will say my NASCAR ways have really tailed off here over the last year or so. It's because my favorite driver, Eric Jones, is having a terrible year, and I need to get him to another team probably. But during the pandemic, when everything shut down and stopped and there was no sports, NASCAR said, we're going to keep it going.
We're going to turn left.
And that meant I started watching, and I got really into it. And I love putting a race on a Sunday, watching the high definition glisten off the cars. The audio is so beautiful. The broadcast is really good. And it's just a fun time. I'm into NASCAR.
Number 4 for me, College World Series, both men's and women's. I sneaky love the College Softball World Series. Always in Oklahoma for whatever reason. Oklahoma wins it pretty much every year, but I actually get a little bit steamed up for it. I enjoy that. And of course, the men's game as well. Number 3 for me, Team USA Soccer. Again, both men's and women's. That is a little bit off the beaten path. I don't watch the MLS. I think it's irrelevant to most of my life. But if you put USA on the jersey, international competition, I'm in.
Number 3 for me is college baseball. World Series, certainly. I desperately want to go and see that event at Omaha. I think it would be a blast.
Great.
But just all year long, I'll watch college baseball on a weekend, early, late part of the year. Doesn't really matter. I happen to also, study and cover a lot of the prospects for the draft coverage I do for MLB Radio. So I really enjoy watching the young guys in college baseball that are going to get drafted. So I'd put that number 3. Number 2 for me, I'm going to put the UFL, the artist formerly known as the XFL. This is more live, I'm going to say. Now, I will watch the Defenders on TV. No problem with that. I don't watch a lot of other non-Defenders UFL games on TV. Like if I'm flipping through, I'll sit there and I'll watch some San Antonio taking on Michigan or whatever. But I'm not seeking that out. It's not like 1 o'clock I got to turn the game on. Going to a game at Audi Field is an absolute blast. If you have not done it, you should. I really, really like the product on site, especially. So I'll put that number 2.
Number 2 for me, Fast Americans. So it really centers around the Olympics, but I'll watch a world championship if it comes up. My favorite thing in sports to watch on television, with the exception of the occasional NFL game or, my team competing at a high level, USA on the jersey or bathing suit or sweater or whatever you're wearing, an American going faster than someone else from another country I love it so much. It makes me so unbelievably happy. I love Fast Americans. Bring me the Olympics.
Number 1 for your boy, minor league baseball. The addition of minor league access to the MLB app and the ability with Smart TV now every night to watch Rochester at AAA, Harrisburg at AA, Wilmington at A+, Fredericksburg at A-, all the way down for the Nats has been a godsend. I just think it's so fun. I love going to games. I don't get to do that as much as I used to because I got 3 kids. So you could just say I don't get to do anything as much as I used to.
I was going to say, yeah.
But minor league baseball for me.
Pickleball, easy number 1. It's perfect. If you don't like it, it's because you haven't played or you decided that you're taking some sort of weird stand. And I'm sure you're awesome. Pickleball is great. It is addicting. It is welcoming for every level. You could be great at it. You could be terrible at it and still have a blast. It could not be more fun. It's exploded for a reason. Tens of millions of people play. New every year. Every month people are trying it. You can't find any space to play. Every health club is tearing up tennis courts, basketball courts, etc. to try to meet the demand. There's a reason it's so much damn fun.
Pickleball looks like a blast.
Yep.
Also, you don't use a tennis ball.
No.
There's a special ball.
Yeah.
What is the ball made out of?
It's just like a wiffle ball, but it's like a little bit reinforced and slightly different, but it's that
Are there
wiffle
holes
material.
in it?
Yeah.
You can see all the way through it? Okay. Because there's a weird sound that it makes. I was watching the other day, taking the kids to a playground.
Yep.
And there was a bunch of old ladies playing pickleball, and they were hitting it back and forth, and the ping was like just very, I don't know how to describe it. It was a weird sound.
But super loud, and it echoes. It depends on the court.
I never realized. I thought it was tennis ball like.
No. I mean, there's court tennis, which has that. There's racquetball, which has those kinds of things, but that's confined. The pickleball, that's been the biggest complaint for a lot of public spaces is the noise. So some municipalities are you have to limit the amount of times, or, some neighbors complain about it, which I understand. You don't like noise, but that's kind of where they're sort of trying to invent some new paddles and technology to limit some of the noise. But yeah, that is the drawback, if there is one, is the sound that it makes, especially not when you're on the court, you don't care. But if you're, a couple houses away and trying to catch a nap and people are playing at 11 o'clock, you can hear the sound will carry a little bit.
Top 5 Tuesday non-major sports you like to watch or play. For me, in order 1 to 5, minor league baseball, the UFL, college baseball, NASCAR, and putt-putt.
Number 1, pickleball. Number 2, Fast Americans in various track and field or swimming events, aka the Olympics. Number 3, Team USA soccer, men's and women's. Number 4, College World Series, men's and women's. Number 5, the only golf events that ever should be talked about, the relevant ones, Ryder Cup, President's Cup.
That is your top 5 Tuesday. Have you seen the story that Stephen A. Smith might end up getting a $100 million contract from ESPN?
I saw the headline and I had to scroll quickly.
Stephen A. Smith could get $100 million. And in and of itself, that doesn't tell you a whole lot. I guess you could sign a 50-year deal at $2 million a year for $100 million. But it sounds like Stephen A. Smith is going to be making upwards of $20 or $25 million a year, reportedly. What am I missing here? Now, this doesn't need to be just a bash Stephen A. Smith segment. That's not my goal. He is talented and he is the biggest star at ESPN, although Pat McAfee of late seems to be giving him a run for his money. But ESPN apparently offered him a $90 million contract over 5 years, $18 million per year, which I guess he turned down. He's expected to ask for closer to $25 million per year annually. And maybe they'll meet in the middle, and that's why people think it's going to be like 20 plus million and $100 million bucks. But here's what I mean when I say, what am I missing? So I guess it's twofold. First, it goes without saying, if you listen to this show for a while, he's not really for me. His style, the way he goes about his show, and just the things that he says and screams, it's just not my cup of tea. I want a more data-driven, analytically minded, researched person, less style, more substance.
I want less feuds with players, for example.
Feuds with players I could do away with. I mean, this is a guy that, like, his key to a game at one point was a player who'd been on the injured reserve all season, if you remember.
Hunter Henry, I think it was. Yeah.
Like, just stuff like that.
Obviously, he has to dominate this contest.
Like, for this much money, we could probably just look at the roster on our lads.
Mm-hmm.
Look up a depth chart or something. So it's not my cup of tea, but it doesn't need to be. What I want to know is, to pay someone that kind of money, which I theoretically is good for us in our business.
Sure.
Anybody making anything is a good thing. We all benefit in some way. ESPN is suggesting that people are only watching because he's there. I don't know that that's the case. Right? I mean, how many people tune into an NBA pregame show and they go, Stephen A's not here? And turn it off. Is he that much of an impact player? The reason that you pay a quarterback $45 million a year is because you can't afford to not have him. Because the product gets worse. Because you go from winning 12 games to 9 or 10 games to 7. To pay Stephen A. Smith that kind of money is to say, we can't do this without you. And maybe I'm just so on the outside looking in as not really being a fan of that product that I can't wrap my head around it. But I just have a hard time believing you're going to lose eyeballs. Like, if you don't have Stephen A. Smith on the show he does, yeah, it gets worse, I'm sure. You could do another show that probably gets similar numbers that might be able to do just as well. And that's where I come back to my original question. What am I missing?
So there's something that I don't get. Because if you're like, I think back to the way ratings used to work, where Seinfeld was earning NFL numbers every week. It was must-see television. I think they actually literally call it must-see TV. And you're getting tens of millions of people to tune in. And he gets a lot of money per episode. The whole cast does. Makes perfect sense to me. It's not as if First Take is tearing up the ratings. This is a new metric. This is a new way of thinking about worth and things like that. And again, good for him. I don't begrudge somebody getting what they can get, to your point. But it's like this bizarre new thing where it's like it's worth more to have him discussed. It's worth more to have clips on Twitter or X or Facebook or otherwise. It's worth it to have his name mentioned by NBA players in terms of like having Kevin Durant respond to him directly via social media is worth X amount. And they're trying to quantify that more so than it is eyeballs watching, more so than it is advertising space being sold.
Totally. They started showing all the numbers for McAfee to that point to kind of dig deeper into what you're saying as like, this is not the word they use, but like clicks. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Like when
It's
they
eyeballs,
gave
attention
his
somehow.
ratings, they're like, Pat McAfee's show was seen by, I'm making up a number, but 10 people, a new record for ESPN, when they have always released the metrics as 10 people watched the TV show today. And this, by the way, I think is correct in the way industry should be doing this. Maybe not counting like a tweet or a Instagram reel, to go back to
Thank
earlier
you.
in the show.
69 cents worth, please. And thank you.
I don't know that you need to count those, but if something goes viral, does the McAfee show, when you post something on social media, do better than the other shows? Like that's a good barometer to some extent. But I do think there's something to, if you watched on TV, if you streamed, if you watched on your phone, like it should all add up. For us, if someone's listening on the Odyssey app versus sitting in the car, listening on their radio versus watching us on YouTube, I'd like to get credit for every single way that people are checking us out. I think TV should probably be no different in that regard. But back to Stephen A. Smith. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's okay.
Is your suggestion that you think he does really well in the metrics of he says a crazy thing and it goes everywhere?
Well, yes, I think their programming comes from him. And what I mean is, I think back to, there was a story years ago. I cannot remember exactly how it was centered, but they're basically patrolling the halls of ESPN, figuratively, going, does anyone have a crazy take here in this offseason in June? And like Ron Jaworski was like, I'll step up and say that E.J. Manuel will be the best quarterback in the NFL. He goes on one of the shows, says that 24 hours of content later.
Yeah, that's a car wash.
That's what they do.
He's on all their shows. Yeah,
He's the host for the car wash.
The
you know what I mean?
agitator.
That's what it is so like Stephen A. says this, and now Michael Greenberg's got to wax poetic in the morning about like he said this, but is that really what it is? And what happens now if they win this? Whatever like he's now the driving force behind their content machine.
And I think I can agree that he is the key cog or something like that. The driving force is a good phrase of basically just getting the machine cranking. He'll say something about Jason Tatum and then it gets debated on every show. I guess my point is that content better than doing it another way, a different way? And can you do great content 24 hours a day? Maybe the answer to that is no. I mean, we're in the business of trying to do an entertaining and insightful radio show every day, and we do the longest sports talk radio show in Washington, D.C. market. We're the only 4.5-hour show every day. But from 2 to 6:30, more often than not during football season, there's a ton going on. There isn't always, and we try not to come up with what I call fast food topics, where we're just slinging things out the window. But occasionally we have a little fun. We let our hair down. We talk about non-sports things. Sometimes we do bump into more of what I call like those cringeworthy type topics, not because we're filling time, but because that's kind of the news of the day. And there's not something more pressing we can replace it with. ESPN is on all day long with live programming. Maybe it is just chasing a ghost to suggest that they should be trying to do something better.
Well, the old model of,
hey, this crazy thing Stephen A. Smith said, let's debate it for all day long.
The old model is dead, and they've had to adapt with the times. What I mean is, what happened in sports, here are the highlights with some witty commentary, right? And the occasional player interview or something like that to kind of supplement the expert on the set.
It's got to be opinion driven.
That's dead in a lot of ways.
They used to write game stories on television, and now they write columns.
Right.
Which is what should be happening, for the record. The difference is, though, I don't think you need to write the column the way Stephen A. Smith does. Why couldn't they have shows? Like the best show on television right now on ESPN for me is still PTI, which hasn't been touched and hasn't really been bothered for 20 years, essentially. That's an opinion show. I think it's way better than any of the Stephen A. Smith across from I don't even know who is next to him now. Is it Shannon Sharp?
I don't know.
I'm not really sure. But whoever it is, like, give me PTI. It's that show's brilliance led to everything else. But why couldn't they have some smart, actual research numbers type people? Like, put some of your analytics folks, who's the guy that I love? Bill Barnwell.
Yep.
On a show and have him sit next to somebody and just do a football show for 30 minutes every day. Like, why do we have to dumb it down to A block is the Lakers, B block is the Cowboys, C block is the Giants? And I know you're spinning the hits. There's got to be some of that. But to me, it's just exhausting to see the people with the hot takes that aren't really that well thought out all the time saying the crazy thing about the same teams. Maybe they would tell you it works. I don't know. Does it? You're laying people off constantly. I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't know if it works, and that's where I kind of keep coming back to the demand, and this is partly an audience blaming thing. The demand for a show like NFL Matchup that they would run like 3 a.m. on Saturday, where you're getting experts like it was Merrill Hodge, Ron Jaworski, whatever. It's like when they go cover 2, here's what you're going to look
Greg
for.
Cosell and Matt Bowen.
It's incredible. It's on 3 o'clock in the morning on Saturday for a reason. They can't get people to watch it.
A programmer might say that show's not going to get ratings. Maybe that's true. Number one, I don't know that we've ever tried in the middle of the day to have something like that. Like, I like NFL Live that they have because there's elements of that in NFL Live. But do the show, and I don't know the answer. Do the shows they currently have get really good ratings? Like,
and that's kind of my point here that it was going to get to. I don't think any show really does.
That's
anymore.
my point.
Yeah.
So then it can't be the excuse.
Mhm.
Well, I don't know if people want to watch that. Are you sure that people wouldn't like to be informed? I mean, yes, the average person would probably rather just see someone yelling about the Lakers than maybe breaking down what defense is going to be used on a Sunday. But there's probably a happy medium there. You remember when Richard Deitch, I think it was him, used to tweet out like the numbers?
Oh, yeah. For Skip Bayless and Paw Patrol.
Yeah, but who was he with? Skip Bayless.
Maybe it was Shannon Sharp at that point doing
FS1.
FS1, yeah.
But it was like he clearly hated Skip Bayless because Bayless is like hot taker by design or whatever. And so he would do like, today, Skip Bayless's show got 327,000. Meanwhile, on True TV, a rerun of The Impractical Jokers got 386,000. He would do that like all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how those shows do now or how they don't, and not even my business. But I guess also ratings can be dumb, and you could do a good show and get bad ratings, and a bad show and get good ratings, whatever. But what I would like to acknowledge is if shows aren't getting numbers anyway, then who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Then why not go down informing and kind of try something else?
I hear you, but it's just easier. I mean, it's the same reason why every network's like, what about another reality show? Instead of having to pay writers and showrunners and creators. I mean, you still have some of that on a reality show, but it costs a lot less just to film, 7 people drink wine and throw it in each other's faces once every 5 days than it does to actually like have like an arc with effects and sets and all that other kind of stuff. Just easier to do that. This, as you say, is a low-hanging fruit, fast food out the window kind of deal where it's now safe, believe it or not, just to have someone that doesn't mind being the center of attention as a hot taker. Like, that's easier.
Someone just tweeted me, Stump the Schwab. Do you remember Stump the Schwab? And I think Schwab passed away a couple months back, actually, sadly. That was one of my favorite shows in ESPN history. But you're allowed to do stuff like that. Where is that? The creativity of that show. Or there was a show called Dream Job that they did where they were trying to find the next broadcaster.
Yeah.
And they had like some of their bosses from behind the scenes as well as like celebrity athletes. I think LeVar Arrington was even involved as a judge. But they would have them like judging how people would do, reading highlights, and all that, trying to become the next SportsCenter anchor. Like, they used to do stuff like that out of the box. That was really, really good programming. I don't know where that stuff is now. It's just, here's a show of people yelling. Here's a show of people yelling. But I couldn't believe that number when I saw it today.
Yeah. It's hard to just scroll past it.
Play-by-play people, everyone thinks it's crazy that Joe Buck or Troy Aikman make $15 million a year. Look at the numbers that those games get.
Yeah, I get that.
20 to 25 million
or more for the primetime ones
for the middle of the day, though.
Yeah.
To tell me that, to just say things most of the time that are inflammatory,
just to call stuff a disgrace or use like a multisyllabic word for like just a regular season loss,
and occasionally are just flat out wrong.
Yeah,
like this guy's a choke artist. He has a ring and has been in the conference championship game 3 times. Really, he is? Okay, I didn't know that until right now. We've got Nats baseball on 106.7 The Fan tonight at 7:10. They play the New York Mets at Citi Field. So let's give you your starting lineups and your pitching pairing presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure in-home estimates at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Jay Curvin on the bump, your all-star batting first, playing shortstop seat. Jay Abrams batting second on right field. Lane Thomas batting third. The James Wood batting fourth. Harold Ramirez, rather. Who's Henry Ramirez? Former Expos outfielder, Henry Ramirez, I think. Juan Yepez batting fifth, playing first base. Keibert Ruiz batting sixth, doing the catching. Luis Garcia batting seventh at second. Trey Lipscomb at third, hitting eighth. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field, batting ninth.
I've got a John Henry Ramirez, Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
That doesn't feel like the right name.
Okay. I've got
Who's Henry Ramirez?
Command Sergeant Major Henry Ramirez.
Again, doesn't feel right to me.
Special Warfare Center in school. Nothing?
No.
All right.
I was thinking of Henry Rodriguez, who used to play for the Expos.
Jake Irvin has been the best starting pitcher in the Nationals rotation this year. He will look to improve on his 2.80 ERA on the season. A deserving all-star who got snubbed against a lefty again. James Wood
should be more
going
lefties.
to have more ABs against lefties than righties after 9 big league games in the wake of this one this evening. We'll break it down. We'll have a full show for you tomorrow at 2 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny. Thanks much for making the program part of your day. Thanks to Darius and Ryan. We will chat with you tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.